Chapter 331 Assassination. Assassinating the gang leader, what exactly was the crime you committed in your original gang? Su Hao asked calmly. I'll fight you to the death.
Zhang Hong didn't dare to answer with words. He hardened his heart, swung his sword, and charged forward. Inside the room, the expressions of the others changed drastically.
Zhang Hong's actions were indeed courting disaster. He deserves to die. Su Hao flicked his right hand, and a dazzling light floated out.
With a clang, it pierced the sword, drawing blood and sealing the throat. Ouyang Jun looked closely and realized that this was the silver needle he had used to test for poison earlier. Su Hao's strength was such that he could shatter a long sword with a tiny silver needle and then kill Zhang Hong. His strength is terrifying.
Thump!
Zhang Hong collapsed to the ground and died, utterly dead.
Ah!
The beautiful proprietress screamed sharply.
You weren't involved too, were you? Su Hao suddenly changed the subject and asked coldly.
Boss, please calm down. It was all Zhang Hong's plan. I was just giving in to him. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, trembling.
You may escape death, but you can't escape punishment. Another silver needle appeared in Su Hao's hand, and it flew out, piercing a word on her right cheek, poison.
The proprietress felt an itch on her face, reached up to touch it, and found it covered in blood. Looking in the mirror again, she realized the truth, let out a scream, and fainted.
Young Master Ouyang, please call Yilong over.
Su Hao said in a commanding tone.
Okay. Ouyang Jun was so frightened that he took out his phone, dialed Yilong's location, gave him the address, and waited for him to come over.
Not long after, when Yilong opened the door and came in, he was stunned to see Zhang Hong's corpse inside.
Chief Su, what exactly happened? Yilong was speechless. Zhang Hong was one of the top experts in the gang, so how could he suddenly die?
It seems this matter is related to Su Hao. He was secretly pleased, thankful that he hadn't confronted this person head-on, otherwise he would be the one lying on the ground now.
I'm giving you a task, clean this place up. Su Hao said indifferently.
Please rest assured, Chief, I will make Zhang Hong disappear without a trace, Yilong said with a chill in his heart. Furthermore, from now on, you are the leader. I will give you orders directly whenever needed.
Su Hao then announced. Thank you for your trust. Chief Yilong was moved to tears. We've finally made it through. Following Su Hao was much better than following Zhang Hong.
Su Hao was quite satisfied with this.
He needs to promote people he can trust, and Yilong is just that.
Now, there is no one in the Kunpeng gang who would dare to disobey them.
Zhang Hong's death was very important. He was more useful dead than alive, serving as a warning to others. Alright, let's eat. After finishing his business, Su Hao decided to stay. Such a big table of delicious food, wouldn't it be a waste not to eat it? Yilong and Ouyang Jun accompanied them, and the group chatted and laughed.
Anyway, once the person dies, the lights go out, and nobody cares what Zhang Hong is thinking.
After a hearty meal, Su Hao left. Yilong busied himself cleaning the floor, and Ouyang Jun smiled and chose to follow. Young Master Jun, is there something you want to say? Su Hao asked with a smile when he saw that the young man hesitated.
Chief Su, I must remind you Zhang Hong is not alone, he has supporters behind him, Ouyang Jun said directly.
Oh, I thought you were his biggest supporter. Su Hao found it strange. I only contributed some money, my help to him wasn't the greatest, Ouyang Jun hurriedly explained, seemingly afraid that Su Hao would misunderstand. Besides me, there's another person who provides Zhang Hong with military support.
Who?
Su Hao asked. Wu Junbao, the eldest son of the Wu family, Ouyang Jun said immediately. Is that so?
Su Hao gave Ouyang Jun a meaningful look. Why did he feel that there was some conflict between these two? This person was just trying to use someone else to do his dirty work.
Chief Su, to be frank, the Ouyang family and the Wu family do have some grudges, but Wu Junbao's support for Zhang Hong is genuine. He is a martial artist with formidable strength. Fearing that Su Hao might misunderstand, Ouyang Jun revealed more information.
Wu Junbao is a famous martial arts genius in Dong province. He had already been promoted to the heavenly ranking 5 years ago. Their family is a renowned martial arts family, holding a significant position in the martial arts world of the South.
Ordinary families wouldn't dare offend them.
When dealing with inheritors of ancient martial arts, everyone has to be extremely careful.
What he didn't say was that Wu Junbao had once stolen Ouyang Jun's woman, and he was furious at the time. Going to confront him unexpectedly, Wu Junbao was completely unreasonable and beat him up.
That time, Ouyang Jun lay in the hospital for 3 days and 3 nights. From then on, he never dared to anger the other party again, but he always held a grudge.
Wu Junbao, I'll remember that, Su Hao said nonchalantly. Chief Su, would you be willing to cooperate with our family? We actually have quite a bit of influence in the eastern province. We just happen to lack the support of a powerful martial artist. If Chief Su agrees, we will offer you a gift worth 1 billion every year. Ouyang Jun hardened his heart and decided to spend money to buy peace. Let me think about it. Su Hao didn't refuse directly, but his meaning was clear. This money isn't free. The higher the price, the greater the responsibility you'll bear. He even felt that once the money was received, the Ouyang family would dare to launch a full-scale attack on the Wu family. In that case, he'll still have to take the lead in the end. Su Hao could see through these tactics clearly. Okay, Ouyang Jun felt a glimmer of hope. As long as there was no explicit rejection, there was still a chance. The two quickly left the restaurant just as Ouyang Jun was about to suggest taking Su Hao home. The phone rang.
He turned around and spoke in hushed tones, his expression growing increasingly grim.
Okay, I'll be right back.
His hands were still trembling when he finally hung up the phone.
Has something happened at home? Su Hao vaguely heard him mention that someone was sick.
Chief Su, it's a bit unfortunate. My grandfather encountered a mishap during his secluded cultivation. Now his breathing is irregular and he's in critical condition. I must hurry back and find a renowned physician to take a look.
Ouyang Jun was about to leave. Wait a moment.
Su Hao took out a crimson pill from his pocket and said, take this with you. It's a healing medicine I researched. As long as it's not a fatal wound, it will basically heal you. This pill is famous in Luo City. It is called Shen Tian Huayuan. However, its influence in the provincial capital is far less significant. Ouyang Jun didn't recognize the medicine at all. He put it away with some skepticism, only wanting to save Su Hao's face. He rushed back, deciding to see a doctor first, completely unaware of the value of the blood stasis-reducing pills. Su Hao didn't mind and simply hailed a taxi back to the Huang family home. With this trip, his status changed, and he gained his own influence in Dong province.
Chief Su.
He muttered to himself. The name sounded quite impressive.
332, Chapter 332. The Poor Doctor. Brother Su, do you know, I'm pregnant.
As soon as he got home, Huang Niu jumped into his arms.
What? It broke so quickly. Su Hao couldn't believe it. It was only yesterday. It seems his success rate is still too high. He'll have to be more careful in the future.
Pa, I didn't mean I'm pregnant. Huang Niu immediately separated, her face flushed, and said, I meant that my training has shown new signs. There are little worm-like things in my body. Is that the legendary internal energy?
You should have said so earlier. You scared me.
Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief and told her to stand still. He placed his hand on her lower abdomen, and a warm force entered her dantian. After guiding it, he indeed discovered that there was a repulsive internal force within Huang Niu's body, trying to dispel the external true energy. After his probing ended, he immediately withdrew his inner energy.
In a real confrontation, Huang Niu's internal strength would only crumble.
This is something she worked so hard to master. If it's damaged, the harm will be no less than that of an abortion.
Is it true? Huang Niu asked excitedly.
Yes, it's true. You've successfully mastered the basics.
Su Hao nodded. Wow, I knew it. I'm a genius.
Huang Niu laughed happily. When I was little, everyone praised me, saying I was good at nothing but fighting. It turns out I've always been a genius girl, and it's only now that people have discovered it.
Su Hao was stunned. Are you sure that was a compliment?
Don't be too happy yet. You've only just entered the realm. You still have a long way to go before reaching the peak of internal strength, so don't be arrogant.
Su Hao poured cold water on your enthusiasm. To be honest, Huang Niu is extremely talented. She just didn't have anyone to teach her.
With guidance from a renowned master, cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds.
This is determined by talent. You could say it's determined by bloodline.
It's obvious without even guessing that her mother is quite powerful. Humph, I'll give you a chance. Take me as your apprentice from now on, I'll make your name known throughout the world. Huang Niu was young after all, and when she spoke, she was somewhat arrogant and ignorant.
What are you thinking? You think you can surpass me?
Su Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Am I not a once-in-a-century genius?
Huang Niu pondered a lot, and even consulted some martial arts novels, giving herself a number of adjectives. Alright, you're a once-in-a-century genius. Su Hao had no choice but to agree with her.
Brother Su, are you a genius that only comes along once every few years? Huang Niu continued to ask.
Compared to your talent, it's probably once in 1,000 years, at most once in 9,000 years.
Su Hao was in a good mood and had a pleasant chat with her. A genius that appears once in 9,000 years? Huang Niu pursed her lips, thinking he was bragging.
However, she admitted that her own assessment earlier contained some boasting, and burst into laughter.
Never mind, we're both geniuses. You're a great genius, and I'm a little genius. Huang Niu said after laughing.
Remember my words.
Don't be arrogant or complacent.
There are many paths to take in martial arts training beyond the acquired realm. There are realms such as the innate, grandmaster, and great vehicle realms. You have only taken the first step. Once your strength increases, you will realize that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Never think that you are invincible. Su Hao said seriously. Huang Niu was someone he introduced to the world, so he was determined to help her establish the right values. If you're only half-baked and go around picking fights, you'll die without even knowing how.
Okay, I understand.
Huang Niu was dissatisfied with the schoolteacher's discipline, but she felt that Su Hao's words made a lot of sense.
She nodded and ran back to cultivate.
Su Hao was slightly dazed. Huang Niu's appearance does resemble Zhao Hongyu somewhat. That girl used to always want to surpass him, but it's been more than 10 years since I last saw her. I wonder what she looks like now. Just as Su Hao was about to go back, he suddenly saw a familiar vehicle.
3 people came down from above.
The first one was an old acquaintance, Baiyan, and her expression was somewhat solemn, and she seemed reluctant.
The second person I knew was Baiyan's mother, Chen Bing.
Behind them was a middle-aged man, dignified and imposing. He exuded a powerful aura, clearly not someone to be trifled with.
Anan, where's your sister? Why didn't she come to see me? Su Hao was particularly disappointed when he didn't see Bai Jiruo. Brother Su, someone wants to see you. Baiyan said, then stepped aside.
A middle-aged man walked over and looked him over seriously.
You're Su Hao?
The man frowned, a hint of displeasure in his expression.
That's right. Su Hao nodded. My name is Bai Ziyuan, and I am Anan and Jiruo's father. The man introduced himself. Oh, it's Uncle Bai. What's the matter? Let's talk inside. Su Hao could also guess his identity from Baiyan's expression.
I had a bad feeling. This didn't seem like they were here to build rapport, but rather to interrogate me.
Su Hao, I know you've been a great help to Jiruo.
Bai Ziyuan first affirmed Su Hao's role, then immediately said, however, your status is not compatible with Jiruo. She is already engaged and will be getting married at the end of the month. Please do not have any contact with her.
Engaged, you mean with Nangongyu?
Su Hao immediately realized, and said unhappily, this was definitely arranged by you two. Jiruo has no feelings for him at all.
You're right, this is a decision made by our two families. Whether she likes Nangongyu or not is not important. What's important is that we have something to ask of the Nangong family. Bai Ziyuan didn't try to deny it and admitted it directly.
I want to see Jiruo and take her away from this misery, Su Hao shouted. It's no use, you can't fight against our two families. Bai Ziyuan waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards immediately came out, carrying 2 heavy boxes and placing them on the ground. Upon opening them, one box contained gold, and the other contained gemstones.
This is a small token of the Bai family's appreciation. Please take it. These people will leave Dong province and have nothing to do with the Bai family from now on. Bai Ziyuan said coldly. Uncle Bai, I will not accept these. I only want to see Jiruo and talk to her in person. Su Hao didn't even glance at the gold and silver jewelry.
Young man, money is a good thing. If you think gold or similar items are too heavy to carry, you can name your price, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately.
Bai Ziyuan didn't believe that anyone could dislike money.
It's no use no matter how much money you offer, I only have one request, to speak with Jiruo in person.
Su Hao emphasized again.
Bai Yan'an's expression changed, and she looked at him with a hint of admiration.
Honestly, how many men wouldn't be tempted by so much money?
Only Brother Su, who disdains money and only thinks of his sister, is a true man.
Su Hao, are you ever going to stop? Chen Bing couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily, do you really think you're something special? What makes you think you can compare to Nangong Yu? He's a genius martial artist from the Nangong family, while you're just a poor doctor. 333, Chapter 333 Investigation. Chen Bing was confused. How could Su Hao have no self-awareness at all? When the Bai family chooses a husband, they certainly cannot only consider the feelings between two people. The most important thing is family background. Family background. Family background. Everything else is optional. Does Bai Jiruo need a man who treats her well? No. She is the future of the Bai family and has to be responsible for the entire family. Marriage is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. Marrying the wrong person can have a devastating impact on the entire family. You're not marrying off your daughter, you're selling her. Su Hao was furious, unable to imagine the pressure Bai Jiruo was under. Our Bai family's affairs are none of your business. Bai Ziyuan was furious. I'm not interfering in your family affairs, I'm saving Jiruo. Su Hao argued forcefully. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bai Ziyuan laughed in anger. This man was really bold. He had nothing, yet he wasn't afraid of him. You made a mistake, and I'll dare to point it out. Su Hao nodded in acknowledgement. That's Su Hao. Bai Ziyuan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Brother Su, please don't do this. Bai Yanan immediately stepped forward. This is her father. The Bai family's undisputed leader, Bai Hao, usually associates with high-ranking officials and earns everyone's respect. Someone like Su Hao, who dares to talk back to his face, will only successfully provoke him. When the Bai family's influence is activated, it will not benefit Su Hao at all. Anan, don't worry about it. This is between him and me. Su Hao shook his head. Now that I've come to the provincial capital, I will not go back until I see Jiruo. I promised to take her away with me, and I will definitely keep my word. Ridiculous. Bai Ziyuan burst into laughter, thinking it was the funniest thing in the world. As long as the Bai family keeps a tight watch, how can he possibly see Jiruo on his own? That's absolutely impossible. Fine, I don't want to have a conflict with you. I'll give Jiruo some face. You have 3 days to think it over. If you're still stubborn by then, don't blame the Bai family for being ruthless. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Uncle Bai, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Su Hao suddenly said. Speak. Bai Ziyuan sneered, wanting to see what else he had to say. Excuse my bluntness, but you are terminally ill and probably won't last even 3 days, Su Hao said. You surnamed Su, I only prevented you from meeting, yet you dare to curse me? Bai Ziyuan didn't believe it. He was a martial arts master, in excellent health. How could he possibly have a terminal illness? Not to mention the kind that dies suddenly within 3 days. He dismissed it as youthful nonsense and left with a cold laugh. Brother-in-law, does my father really have a terminal illness? He didn't believe it, but Bai Yanan asked with great concern. Go back and be careful. If it flares up again, come find me, Su Hao advised. Okay. Bai Yanan nodded and whispered, my sister is fine for now. She asked me to tell you not to worry about her. She'll come to see you if she has the chance. Okay. Su Hao said, still somewhat doubtful. Yanan, have you finished talking? Chen Bing scolded her second daughter with a sour face, come back quickly, we're going back. Coming. Bai Yanan was a little annoyed, but she didn't want to go against her mother's wishes, so she left reluctantly. The Bai family has left. Su Hao's face darkened, and he didn't look too pleased. The marriage between Bai Jiruo and Nangong Yu was destined long ago. He was bound to come back sooner or later, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Bai Jiruwa is now unable to leave her home and is under house arrest.
Bai Ziyuan claims that he forced his daughter into a marriage for the sake of the family's interests, but in essence, it is still a selfish act. Being born into a wealthy family has both advantages and disadvantages. For women from wealthy families, marriage is the biggest hurdle, one that many simply cannot overcome. Su Hao couldn't stand idly by. He remembered his promise from back then. Even if the two got married, he would rush over and take Bai Jiruwa back. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and dialed Yi Long.
Chief Su, what can I do for you?
Yi Long asked respectfully.
Help me investigate someone. Su Hao said calmly. Please give your orders, master. Yi Long asked. Do you know Nangongyu? Su Hao continued. What, Nangongyu?
Yi Long's voice immediately sounded unnatural, and he said fearfully, Chief Su, I suggest we don't provoke him.
What do you mean? Do you think he's a living llama?
Su Hao sneered. Chief Su, you have no idea how terrifying his reputation is in our eastern province. Yi Long said, his voice trembling with tears. The adjectives used to describe Su Hao were basically accurate. Nangongyu is ruthless and cruel. No one who offends him ever comes to a good end.
They either disappeared or their bodies sank to the bottom of the sea. This person is exceptionally talented and has demonstrated formidable strength since childhood.
10 years ago, it had already made it onto the heavenly list. Even more remarkably, this person received guidance from a master and secretly cultivated countless experts.
His lackeys are all incredibly powerful.
3 years ago, the head of the Nangong family even publicly declared that Nangongyu was the first heir of the family, directly confirming his supreme status.
Among the three prominent families in Dong province, the Nangong family ranks first.
Given the current strength of the Kuanping gang, if the other side were to have murderous intent, they could wipe out everyone in a matter of minutes.
Who could know the bitterness in Yi Long's heart?
I thought I had chosen the right leader, but I never expected Su Hao to be such a reckless fool. It seems this is leading the entire gang down to the abyss of hell. Why are you crying? It's not like I'm asking someone to fight Nangongyu one-on-one. Yuri in charge of gathering information about him, leave the rest to me. Su Hao said coldly. Boss, listen to my advice, Nangongyu is not to be trifled with. How about we investigate other families? The Wu family would be quite good. Yi Long also thought of Wu Junbao, as he didn't have much goodwill towards them.
Why are you spouting so much nonsense?
Su Hao said sharply. If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll get someone in your place. No, I'll take care of it right away. Yi Long was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He hadn't even settled into his position yet. Finally, he sighed anyway. He was already on the wrong path, and nobody knew what the future held. He would just have to take it one step at a time.
The Ouyang family.
The head of the family, Ouyang Ku, lay on the bed, covered in sweat, looking like he was critically ill. At the same time, his two sons arrived with their grandchildren. The eldest son, Ouyang Qing, was pacing anxiously, muttering, "Didn't we see many famous doctors? Why is it that nothing has worked?" The second prince, Ouyang Tian, said angrily, "Those are all quacks. How can they be worthy of the title of divine doctor?" Vomit. The white-haired Ouyang Ke vomited blood again, and his weak appearance made his two sons extremely distressed. Just as mentioned on the phone, Ouyang Ke went into seclusion to cultivate, but accidentally suffered a qi deviation, directly causing the current situation. His complexion is getting worse and worse, and he is spitting out blood countless times.
334, Chapter 334 Holy Medicine. Have you found the Medicine King? Ouyang Ke asked weakly.
He believed in the Medicine King and had some connections with him. If he could get his help, there shouldn't be any major problems. Father, the Medicine King is currently in seclusion refining pills. It seems he has obtained several years' worth of snow lotus and is engrossed in developing ancient elixir formulas. The eldest son, Ouyang Qing, had already contacted Medicine King Valley and received this result.
The Medicine King is really something. Why did he have to refine pills now of all times? The second son, Ouyang Tian, was somewhat dissatisfied.
Father, Medicine King Valley is full of talented people. Perhaps there is no need for him to attend in person.
Ouyang Qing's son, Ouyang Jun, frowned. Do you even need to tell me? Ouyang Qing rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I contacted an elder from Medicine King Valley, and he's on his way. That's good, that's good.
Ouyang Jun nodded, he still wanted to believe in Medicine King Valley.
Oh no, the old man is going to vomit blood again.
The old butler sensed something was wrong and quickly grabbed the spittoon and placed it aside.
Wow. As expected, Ouyang Ko opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of blood.
He felt like he was about to vomit his bile, his face turned ashen, and his condition was getting worse. The Ouyang family was extremely anxious. Even a normal person would not be able to withstand vomiting blood like this. The old man was getting on in years. If this continued, he would probably die within 2 days.
Father, uncle, I have a medicine here that might be worth a try.
Ouyang Jun's heart stirred, and he took out the Xian Tian Huayu pill.
Who gave it to me?
Ouyang Tian held it in his hand, looking at it from left to right, full of doubt.
Junior, do you have a friend who is a renowned healer? Ouyang Qing frowned. The current juncture is particularly delicate.
If this pill fails to cure the old man and instead worsens his condition, then they will be held accountable for this later. Mr. Su is not a miracle doctor, he came from Luo City.
Ouyang Jun said somewhat awkwardly, unsure whether Su Hao knew any medicine. You dare give grandpa pills of unknown origin? What if he gets sick from them? Can you take responsibility?
Ouyang Tian's son came out, picked up the blood stasis removing pill, threw it on the ground, and crushed it into powder.
Hey, what are you doing? Ouyang Jun's eyes blazed with fury.
Ouyang Jing had been his rival since childhood, both were third-generation members of the same family and had often competed with each other. Seeing that he had a chance to make a contribution, Ouyang Jing was consumed by jealousy and completely destroyed the blood stasis removing pills.
What's wrong? Why are you looking so fierce? Did you hit your brother? Ouyang Jing often bullied him because he was a few months older. You think I'm afraid of you? Ouyang Jun was displeased and was about to rush over. Enough, we're all on the same side, what's all the fuss about? Ouyang Qing shouted angrily. Shut up, all of you. Ouyang Tian was also annoyed, not caring about the occasion. The younger generation was still arguing. Ouyang Jun and Ouyang Jing exchanged a glance, neither willing to yield, and each stepped aside. Great, the elders from Medicine King Valley have arrived. A servant led a man in.
He was Elder Yang of Medicine King Valley, also with a full head of white hair, but he was vigorous and walked with a brisk pace.
Elder Yang, you've come just in time, please take a look at my father. Ouyang Qing led him to the bedside. Elder Yang let out a sigh of relief and sat down.
Please be quiet, everyone do not make any noise, Elder Yang said with a serious expression.
Understood. Ouyang Qing nodded and looked seriously at the family members behind him.
At the critical moment, everyone chose to remain silent. Elder Yang began to take the pulse, his expression growing increasingly grave. The Ouyang family members all had a bad feeling. Everyone, I'm late. The old man's condition was initially quite good, however, due to his advanced age, his body's recovery ability is poor. He forced himself to break through the barrier, and the failure caused his old injuries to relapse, almost leading to his death and demonic possession. If we had arrived an hour earlier, we could have saved him now. Only the Medicine King himself can come and change his fate.
Elder Yang sighed deeply. These words nearly shattered everyone's hopes. Even if the Medicine King could come, he wouldn't bother looking for him anymore. Elder Yang, please have mercy. If you can save my grandfather, our Ouyang family will give you the best reward. Ouyang Jun pleaded. What are you saying? I didn't come here to repay your kindness. Elder Yang waved his hand, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He smelled a strange fragrance and said, Don't you have the best healing medicine? Elder Yang, you must be joking. We don't have such a thing in our family, Ouyang Qing said with a forced smile. Impossible, I could smell it. Elder Yang sniffed and followed the scent. Finally finding some powder on the ground, he picked it up, smelled it, and exclaimed in surprise, This is the holy medicine for healing. Why did you destroy it? Ah. The Ouyang family was completely stunned. You guys are really blind. This is the most famous Xian Tian Huayuan in Luo City, the best medicine for healing injuries. Just this one pill is enough to stabilize the master's injuries. Why waste such a treasure?
Elder Yang was heartbroken. He came from Medicine King Valley and was most disgusted by people who did not cherish precious medicines and wantonly destroyed them.
Ouyang Jing, look what you've done. Ouyang Junbo was furious now that the elixir has been destroyed. If Mr. Su doesn't have any other backup medicine, wouldn't Grandpa's illness be hopeless? Damn it, how can you blame me? You didn't believe it yourself back then, otherwise, why didn't you stop me? Ouyang Jing was indignant. How could you just take medicine of unknown origin? If something went wrong, no one could take responsibility. Are you still trying to deny it? If you hadn't been so clumsy and ruined the medicine, Grandpa could still be saved. Remember this, if Grandpa dies this time, it will all be your fault. Ouyang Jun immediately put a hat on him. Ouyang Jing panicked. He can't bear this charge. Little June, you hurry up and ask Mr. Su in the training department if he has any extra pills, Ouyang Jing pleaded. Yes, there's no time to lose, Junior, you should contact them quickly. Ouyang Jing nodded as well. Ouyang Jun took out his phone and searched for a while, but found that he couldn't find Su Hao's contact information. He had no choice but to call Yi Long and get his number before finally dialing it. Who are you? Su Hao's voice came from behind. Mr. Su, I am Ouyang Jun, he quickly replied. Is the medicine working? Su Hao asked casually. Mr. Su, I accidentally left the medicine behind. Could you please come over and bring Grandpa another blood-activating pill? Please rest assured, as long as you are willing to help, the Ouyang family will never forget your great kindness. Ouyang Jun became increasingly respectful towards him. Where do you live? Su Hao didn't blame him for anything, but asked for the address directly, indicating that he would be there soon. 335, Chapter 335 Heavy Money. This is the Ouyang family? After getting out of the car, Su Hao rushed to the Ouyang family's gate. Looking at the palace-like mansion, he was secretly astonished. He met Ouyang Jun once and had a meal with him privately. This person can be described in 4 words, a spoiled brat. Ouyang Jun has some ability, but he hasn't mastered it properly. His gait is unsteady, which is a sign of a weak foundation. Unexpectedly, the Ouyang family is so successful. 2 guards stood at the entrance. They also appeared to be martial artists. Who goes there? Do you have an appointment? The guard coldly sized him up, his words somewhat impolite. What kind of looks are you giving me? Mr. Su is a distinguished guest I invited. Aren't you going to apologize? Ouyang Jun stepped out and angrily shouted. Apologize? On what grounds? They were just doing their job. Ouyang Jing followed him out, looking at Su Hao with a questioning gaze, and said, This is your friend, he looks so young, without a trace of expert aura. You're telling me he's a miracle doctor? I doubt it. Ouyang Jing, I guarantee with my life that Mr. Su can definitely cure Grandpa's illness. Ouyang Jun said, and was about to take Su Hao inside. Halt! Ouyang Jing said rudely, Our Ouyang family doesn't just let anyone in according to our family rules, we must search strangers. As soon as he tried, the 2 guards walked towards Su Hao. Is this how you treat your guests? Su Hao frowned, clearly displeased. Ouyang Jing, you're just causing trouble. Do you need to question Mursa's character? Get out of my way, you can't afford to take responsibility if you delay his treatment. Ouyang Jun roared in anger. As they were talking, Ouyang Jing came out. He coldly sized up the 2 people outside the door, and said impartially, Stop dawdling, this must be Mr. Su, please come in. Ouyang Jing was somewhat wary of this uncle, so he followed him inside without saying a word. Su Hao shook his head slightly. He could tell this was an internal family conflict. It just so happened that it affected him, which annoyed him greatly. He was here to rescue people, and some people had really gone too far. He suppressed his anger and walked into the ward. Mr. Su, may I ask where you obtained your Wujin pill? Elder Yang immediately stood up to greet him upon seeing this. Isn't it just something you buy in the market? Su Hao said casually. As far as I know, the Bai family's mass-produced blood stasis-removing pills are only effective for some injuries and cannot treat serious internal injuries. The amount of medicinal ingredients contained in them is far less than the one you gave young Master Jun before. Elder Yang was an expert. As early as when Su Hao and the Bai family jointly released the Huayu pill, Yaoan Valley purchased a large quantity to study. In the end, they discovered that these things weren't as good as advertised.
When he saw the blood stasis removing pills again today, he felt that the smell was similar, but the effect was vastly different.
Really, how come I didn't know? Su Hao said calmly.
This was, of course, something he concocted himself. The ingredients were plentiful, making it more effective since he carried it with him. It was bound to be of high quality. It sounds simple, but can commercially available products and those he kept privately be the same? In short, does Mr. Su have any extra pills? I'd like to buy them at a high price. Elder Yang said with great interest. No, I only brought one today. If someone from Medicine King Valley gets seriously ill, they can come to me then.
Su Hao recognized his identity and said calmly.
He, Mr. Su is joking. Elder Yang frowned. If Medicine King Valley still needs to ask outside help for medical treatment, that would be the funniest thing in the world. Putting aside everything else, what they have in abundance is elixirs that can cure all diseases.
Gentlemen, let's save the person first today. Ouyang Qing couldn't wait any longer. Yes, saving lives is the priority. Mr. Su, please demonstrate your medical skills. Elder Yang gave up his seat.
Su Hao sat down, looked at the old man, and immediately began to take his pulse. His expression remained calm throughout, showing that he was confident and assured. After taking the old man's pulse, he took out some pills and fed them to him. The old man was nearly unconscious and unable to swallow. He didn't care at all, gently patted his chest, and then swallowed the pills.
This is just the beginning.
Next, he took out 3 golden needles and, at an extremely fast speed, inserted them into the Qihai, Mingmen, and Baiyue acupoints respectively.
His needlework technique was extremely exquisite.
Elder Yang was not only a master alchemist but also an expert in traditional Chinese medicine. Upon seeing this, he smiled with appreciation. This one skill alone would be enough to teach traditional Chinese medicine for decades.
Su Hao is so young, yet he possesses such medical skills. It's truly astonishing.
After completing all this, he slowly stood up and instructed. The old man's internal injuries are almost healed. However, there is still a lot of blood stasis in his body, which needs to be expelled using acupuncture. None of the acupuncture needles can be moved. If they are displaced even slightly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Do you understand?
Understood. The Ouyang family member replied confidently. Alright, the treatment is over. Now let's talk about the cost. Su Hao glanced at Elder Yang first, then said, how much is the value of this pill? I wonder how much the Ouyang family is willing to pay. Yes, this is a sacred medicine, and the price absolutely cannot be low.
Elder Yang testified from the side, saying that if there were any extra blood stasis removing pills, he would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy them.
Mr. Su, how much do you want? Ouyang Cheng asked with a smile, unsure of the exact amount. This number. He held up one finger. 10 million, are you crazy?
Ouyang Jing immediately shouted, thinking that Su Hao was a poor kid who was asking for an exorbitant amount.
Is your old man's life only worth 10 million?
Su Hao said in a cold voice.
Could it be 100 million? Ouyang Jing was even angrier. Who is this person?
Even if the Medicine King himself were to appear, he wouldn't be able to get this money.
That's right, this pill costs 100 million. Let me be frank, if you hadn't been so rude, I wouldn't have taken a single penny.
Su Hao said. They came out, and it was aimed at Ouyang Jing.
Damn it, are you trying to rob us? You think the Ouyang family is a sucker? Men, throw this kid out. Ouyang Jing roared. Ouyang Jing, shut up. Ouyang Qing's face turned green.
Su Hao just finished treating the old man, and now you're throwing him out. What will the major sects of the martial arts world think of the Ouyang family? Besides, Elder Yang was present the whole time. Such words are simply shameful. Su Hao is right, the old man's life is very valuable. 100 million is nothing at all.
Mr. Su, please don't take it to hearts. Just a junior, he's not very knowledgeable. The Ouyang family will cover the 100 million. As the eldest son, Ouyang Qing was able to act as the clan head at this crucial moment. His decision left Ouyang Jing speechless. In my opinion, this is a good thing. It's not a bad thing for you to spend money to build a good relationship with Mr. Su, Elder Yang said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. 336, Chapter 336 Consultation Fee. Elder Yang is right. Ouyang Qing smiled generously and thought it made sense. The Ouyang family had practiced martial arts for generations, and there was no guarantee that their descendants wouldn't have any chronic illnesses if needed. They could find various divine doctors to treat their ailments. Having more friends means having more options. Su Hao's medical skills are exceptional as long as he is a friend of the Ouyang family. It's like buying a resurrection suit for future generations. Why not? Elder Yang, before we give you the money, could you please check on how the old man is doing? Ouyang Tian, as Ouyang Jing's father, was very dissatisfied with Su Hao's words, but with his elder brother present, he could only silently endure it. Good. Elder Yang was also curious about the effectiveness of the blood stasis removing pills. He sat back down and took the old man's pulse. His face immediately turned serious, much like at the beginning. Ouyang Cheng and his son felt a pang of anxiety. Had the old man's condition not improved at all? Ouyang Tian and his son were overjoyed. As long as Su Hao failed to save the old man, they would have a legitimate reason to deal with this person properly. Strange, the old man's internal injuries are basically healed. Elder Yang was surprised because the effect of the blood stasis removing pill was too good, and he had no way to obtain it. Such a good thing? Ouyang Qing was overjoyed. Yes, this money was well spent. The old man had many internal injuries, and Risa's pills helped heal his old wounds. Elder Yang regretted it even more. Why couldn't Medicine King Valley research such a sacred medicine? How he longed to spend $1 billion or $80 million to get his hands on the real elixir formula. But Su Hao's attitude was very clear before. He didn't even want to give the people of Yaoyang Valley the blood stasis removing pills, let alone the prescription. Damn, this is just a lucky break. Ouyang Jing refused to admit it anyway. Are you questioning Medicine King Valley's diagnosis? Su Hao said coldly. Is that so? Elder Yang looked at Ouyang Jing with displeasure. Elder Yang, don't listen to his nonsense. Ouyang Jing was covered in sweat. He absolutely dared not offend the people of Medicine King Valley. Alright, enough nonsense, go and give the consultation fee to Mr. Su. Ouyang Cheng instructed Ouyang Tian and his son. The two brothers were in charge of different things. Ouyang Tian was in charge of the money, while he was in charge of the power. Someone, take Mr. Su to the reception room to rest. I'll go prepare the money right away. Ouyang Tian gave his son a look, and the two of them went out directly. At the same time, a servant led Su Hao to the family reception room. Tea was brewed inside, along with some exquisite snacks. Su Hao was very interested in the Ouyang family's background, so he picked up the phone and called Yi Long. Boss, I'm doing my best to gather information on Nangongyu. Yi Long misunderstood. Don't panic, I don't need these right now, Su Hao said calmly. Do you know anything about the Ouyang family? Tell me what you know. The Ouyang family, they are one of the three upper families, but they have declined somewhat in recent years. But they used to be very prestigious 10 years ago. The old man was the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance and was friends with the leaders and elders of various sects. Although he has retired due to old age, everyone still gives him some face. If the old man passes away, I think the remaining descendants of the Yi family will be in a tough spot. Yi Long's words were very direct. Su Hao thought to himself, no wonder the Ouyang family was so heavily guarded. They used to be so formidable. Yi Long was right, the Ouyang family was gradually declining. Grandpa Ouyang became the family's only hope. Nobody wants him to fall. 15 minutes later, Ouyang Jing walked in, holding a check in his hand. Mr. Su, this is the consultation fee our family is paying you, he said with a half smile. How much? Su Hao picked it up, glanced at it, his face darkening, and he angrily said, why is it only 1 million? What happened to the promised 100 million? We'll give you whatever amount we offer, and that's all you can take. Want 100 million, go back to your dreams, Ouyang Jing said dismissively. Who earns 100 million from treating patients? Wasn't he very arrogant before? They were reprimanded in front of so many people, and now, the father and son can finally exert their influence and ruthlessly control the money. Is this Ouyang Jing's promise? Su Hao was not slow. 1 million was only 1%, and the difference between the two dimensions was too great. He directly tore the check into pieces and threw it at Ouyang Jing. Is this enough to feed a beggar? He can't possibly accept it. Take the money I'm giving you. If you don't want it, we won't object. Ouyang Jing sneered and tried to dodge,
but somehow the shredded paper followed him all the way, leaving him no way to avoid it, and finally all of them hit his face. Although it didn't hurt, I felt insulted. Grass. You little brat, you're asking for it. Ouyang Jing was already annoyed, and now he had no need to hide it anymore. He angrily threw a punch. Unfortunately, before they even got close, they felt an invisible force sweeping over them. With a loud thud, he crashed into the wall, his whole body grimacing in pain. Fight me, you're just asking for trouble. Su Hao said disdainfully. What did you just do? Ouyang Jing asked, puzzled he didn't even know how he lost. You, surnamed Su, how dare you cause trouble in our Ouyang family? Ouyang Tian heard the commotion and rushed out to see his son injured. He was furious and waved his hand. Dozens of guards immediately surrounded Su Hao. What do you mean? You treat me as an enemy of the Ouyang family? This kind of behavior is truly disheartening. Su Hao said in a deep voice. You brought this on yourself, how dare you lay a hand on my son? Ouyang Tian said angrily. Listen up, break his legs. He sneered, you think $1 million isn't enough, then take this money and go home to get your broken leg fixed. Just as dozens of people were about to make a move, Ouyang Jun walked out angrily and shouted, Stop, what's going on with you? Father asked you to give us money, how did things turn out like this? Lord Ouyang, you've come at the perfect time. You and Su Hao are clearly in cahoots. Your goal is to seize the family guards. Arrest him. Ouyang Tian didn't give him a chance to explain and immediately ordered the guards to rush towards the two of them. Nonsense, you're on their side now? Ouyang Jun sneered, don't you know that Grandpa admires me more? Once Grandpa passes away, I'm the most likely candidate to become the head of the family. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately lost their will to move. Yes, this is an internal conflict within your family. You should resolve any issues yourselves. No one should take sides arbitrarily. Fine, if you won't do it, I'll do it myself, Ouyang Tian said angrily. I refuse to believe I can't beat two juniors like you. As he spoke, Ouyang Chi exuded an air of authority. Su Hao nodded secretly. This person had actually reached the innate realm. He seemed quite good, much stronger than Ouyang Jing. 337, Chapter 337 Strength. A major battle between the two sides is about to break out. Something terrible has happened, the old man has gone mad. Suddenly someone outside the gate started shouting. What? Ouyang Tian was confused. Was he just lying down? He looked at Su Hao with a questioning gaze and shouted, Did something go wrong with your treatment? Impossible. Su Hao was also a little confused. The group dropped what they were doing and ran out. In the courtyard, for some unknown reason, old Master Ouyang Ko suddenly rushed out. He charged around like a tank, followed by dozens of guards who were helpless against him. Su Hao's heart stirred. This old man was the former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and did indeed have some strength. He is at least at the Grandmaster level. A few dozen ordinary people are no match for him. Quick, stop Grandpa. Ouyang Jing was shocked. The old man was not fully recovered yet, and if he continued to act crazy like this, he would get injured again. Yes, sir. All the guards rushed forward. When they make a move, they try to leave themselves some room for maneuver. Unexpectedly, the old man was incredibly fierce. With one punch, more than a dozen people fell to the ground. He then charged forward recklessly, causing all the guards to scatter in terror. After all, he was a grandmaster, and every move he made carried immense power. Damn it, you guys are useless. Ouyang Jing cursed angrily. What use are you? Ouyang Jun said disdainfully, why don't you come and see if you can stop Grandpa? What the hell? Ouyang Jing's face was ugly. If he could stop his grandfather, the position of future head of the family would be his. When he saw Su Hao, he shouted, Tell me, what exactly are you up to? Why did you drive Grandpa crazy? It has nothing to do with me. I told you all not to touch the golden needles. Su Hao still wanted to cause them trouble. Look, everyone, the golden needles and the old man's Qihai acupoint have disappeared. These are the very things that suppress the true energy in his body. If he remains in this state of chaos for too long, he will definitely suffer a Qi deviation. At that point, even a god couldn't save him. Things are really this bad? Ouyang Qing's face turned pale. At this age, it's already very difficult to go astray again, Su Hao sighed. What should we do next? Ouyang Qing asked hurriedly. The simplest way is to have someone hold the old man down while we take him back to his ward and put the acupuncture needles back in place. Then I'll prepare some medicinal wine, and the old man can drink a little every day to regulate all the chaotic internal energy.
Su Hao said calmly. Hold the old man down? Ouyang Qing's expression was rather unpleasant.
I saw what happened just now. The guards couldn't get close at all.
None of the Ouyang family's descendants were a match for the old man.
When it comes to hard power, if you're not good enough, you're not good enough. There's no way to get close, let alone suppress it. Uncle, he just wants to shirk responsibility. Grandpa is a pillar of the martial arts world in Jiangnan. Looking across the entire eastern province, there are few who dare to say they can win with certainty. Now that he's turned his back on his family, who can stop him?
Ouyang Jing seized the opportunity to pin the blame on Su Hao. Shut up! Ouyang Chang roared. Brother, how could you be so rude to Jinger? Ouyang Tian was displeased. Shut up too. Ouyang Qing didn't even give him any face in this chaotic situation. The two of them were really useless. They couldn't help with anything and kept dragging the team down. Ouyang Tian was about to say something when suddenly the old man rushed over, a doting smile on his face, and said, Tianer, Jinger, how's your kung fu practice going? Do you want your father to test you? As they were talking, the old man rushed up to the two of them, and with a wave of his hand, he struck Ouyang Qing first. Father, are you trying to kill me? Ouyang Chang rolled on the ground and ran away in a sorry state. And you! You! The old man's palm strike was incredibly powerful, aimed directly at Ouyang Tian's head. Father, stop this nonsense. If this continues, you'll tear our house down. Ouyang Tian didn't dare to greet him and ran away. The old man wasn't quite clear-headed. He possessed strength, but his slow reaction time made it impossible for him to give chase. His gaze finally settled on Su Hao, and he said with a grin, Young man, are you a martial arts practitioner? I guess so. Su Hao nodded. That's good, let's have a spar. After saying that, the old man clenched his right fist and smashed it towards Su Hao's head with the force of splitting Mount Hua. Mr. Su, run! Ouyang Jun was shocked. This was his grandfather, not an ordinary martial artist. The power of this punch was enough to change the very fabric of the world. None of the people present dared to resist. Ouyang Jing frowned. Under such circumstances, he couldn't afford to gloat. He was only worried about a bloodbath. Run? Why? Su Hao uttered a few words calmly, then raised his hand to meet the old man's attack head-on, blocking it directly. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. What just happened? Su Hao actually blocked the old man's attack? It wasn't a sneak attack from behind, but a head-on confrontation. Everyone stared at him, their eyes conveying two words, monster. This was once the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and his strength hasn't diminished much. The power of that punch just now was enough to intimidate everyone. Impossible, that punch was too strong. How could anyone possibly block it? Ouyang Jing muttered to himself, knowing that even 100 of him couldn't have blocked it. This is Mr. Su? Ouyang Jun felt that Mr. Su had not used his full strength at all when he took over the Crimson Dragon Gang. The fact that he was able to block his grandfather's attack means that he possesses the strength of a grandmaster. That's really serious. Su Hao is only in his 20s, but his strength is comparable to that of a grandmaster. Mr. Su is actually a master? Elder Yang couldn't believe it. Everyone here studies medicine and alchemy, so why is Su Hao also proficient in ancient martial arts? His talent is absolutely monstrous. Simultaneously, maximize the development of all three abilities too. This is not something an ordinary person can do. You've all misjudged him. The old man is very weak right now. His seemingly strong attack is actually only 1/10 of his usual strength. Mr. Su is indeed quite good, but he's only taking advantage of the old man's clouded judgment. Ouyang Tian said coldly. Yes, my dad is right. Su Hao is just putting on an act. His actual strength isn't that great. Ouyang Jing immediately agreed. Is that so? If you think Mr. Su is no good, why don't you have a life or death battle? Ouyang Jun and he were natural enemies, and when the other party opened his mouth, he wanted to retort. Why would I want a duel? Don't you know I'm a peace-loving person? Ouyang Jing chuckled. He loves peace?
Ouyang Jun had seen shameless people before, but he never expected to find one so shameless among his own. "Old man, stop fooling around and get some rest." Su Hao chopped at his neck with his left hand, knocking him unconscious, and handed him to Ouyang Qing behind him. 338, Chapter 338. A firm vow. "Mr. Su, is my father all right?" Ouyang Qing asked anxiously. "Take him back to the ward first." Su Hao did not answer directly. After entering, he searched the room and found the gold needles left on the hospital bed. He reinserted them into the Qihai acupoint and simultaneously channeled some internal energy into the acupoint, guiding the old man's energy back to the right path. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, the old man is fine. Remember, no matter what, keep a close eye on him this time, and absolutely do not let anyone touch the acupuncture needles." "Needles. Understood, I will personally guard it this time." Ouyang Qing didn't trust anyone else, he couldn't let this go wrong again. "Also, could you please pay my consultation fee?" Su Hao asked indifferently. "What's going on, hasn't the money been paid yet?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qing noticed the strange expressions on Ouyang Tian and his son's faces and immediately understood. He said in a deep voice, "Are you planning a rebellion? You dare to disobey my decision?" "Brother, I was just joking with Mr. Su," Ouyang Tian said with an awkward smile. "Are you kidding me? You and your son are only willing to give 1 million? Su Hao sneered. "Is this how you joke around?" "Nonsense, utter nonsense, you have completely disgraced the Ouyang family. Ouyang Ko, get back and reflect on your actions." Ouyang Qing roared, displaying the authority of the acting family head. "Brother, I'm just trying to save money for the family. What's wrong with that?" Ouyang Tian retorted. "You dare talk back, believe me or not, I'll teach you a lesson." Ouyang Qing said angrily. "Brother, I'll go and face the wall in silence right away." Upon hearing about the family punishment, Ouyang Tian was convinced and left immediately. "And you, go kneel in the ancestral hall without my order. You are not allowed to leave even a step." Ouyang Qing glared at Ouyang Jing. "Yes, sir." Ouyang Jing dared not risk offending anyone, so he obediently left, went to the ancestral hall, knelt on both knees, and dared not leave. After dismissing the two men, Ouyang Qing immediately instructed Ouyang Jun to personally hand the money over to Su Hao. "No problem." Ouyang Jun agreed. He went out for a while, and when he came back, he brought a check and handed it to Su Hao, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Mr. Su, you have done us a great service." "No need to thank me, I'm just doing this to make money," Su Hao said calmly. "Even with 100 million, today's income is still pretty good. Mr. Su, I have a token here. Please accept it if you encounter any trouble in the future, and if you need the Ouyang family's help, just send someone. We will definitely do our best to assist you." Ouyang Jun took out an antique-looking token with the words Ouyang written on it and personally handed it to Su Hao. "Mr. Su, this is a very good item, you must accept it." Ouyang Jun was overjoyed. "This is not an order for retainers, but an order of gratitude. As long as they see the token, the Ouyang family will absolutely grant any request." In a sense, this is a resurrection armor bestowed by the Ouyang family. Only those who have saved the family's life can receive it. The previous patriarch didn't even issue a single gratitude token. This generation has only released this one image. "Since you're so enthusiastic, I guess I'll have to accept it." Su Hao seemed indifferent, unsure when he might need it. But being new to the area, he wasn't very familiar with the eastern province yet, so perhaps they could be of help that day. "Now that the old man has stabilized, you can handle the rest. I have to go back." Su Hao had received the money and was determined to leave. "Mr. Su, let me see you out." Ouyang Jun saw him off and left the ward. He found a car and instructed the driver to make sure he got to his destination safely. As evening fell, Su Hao was studying something with an ancient book in his hand. During his interactions with Elder Yang, he inadvertently learned that Medicine King Valley actually had the ability to accelerate the growth of snow lotuses. The snow lotus that Nangong Ling obtained last time ultimately ended up in the hands of Medicine King Valley. Are there any records of their methods in ancient books? He happens to lack 1,000-year-old snow lotus. If he could cultivate a 1,000-year-old snow lotus in a year, just thinking about it would be exciting. He searched high and low but couldn't find a suitable solution. He couldn't help but wonder if the secret method of Medicine King Valley was fake, or perhaps, only Medicine King Valley possessed this method?
Brother Su, can I ask you for a favor?
Huang Niu arrived, knocked on the door, and said with difficulty.
Okay, go ahead. Su Hao assumed it was about cultivation again, so he readily agreed. You promised, so don't go back on your word. Huang Niu chuckled. Here's the thing, one of my friends is having a birthday party tonight. Will you come out with me? She's your sister, not mine. Su Hao shook his head. Hey, you promised. Huang Niu protested. I only agreed to help you, not to help you escape and have fun.
Su Hao felt that these were two different things.
Don't you want to know what my sister looks like? I'll let you in on a secret, she's a big star. Huang Niu said meaningfully. I'm not interested, don't disturb me while I'm reading. Su Hao only wanted to study ancient books. Stop reading, I'll take you out to play.
Seeing his reluctance, Huang Niu whispered, if you don't listen, I'll tell Sister An that you slept with me.
Su Hao was speechless. Baianan was alright, she knew and that was that, but if this matter reached Bai Jiruo's ears, things would be difficult. What if she married Nangongyu in a fit of anger? Wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Let's go. Huang Niu said smugly, pulling Su Hao down to the second floor. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Huang Yoji sitting at the door. He was utterly terrified. I think if Huang Niu goes out, she'll definitely cause trouble. I brought a stool to watch over her today, I don't want to let her leave. Mr. Su, was it Niu who dragged you out?
Upon seeing the two of them come out, Huang Yoji immediately realized that it was all Huang Niu's doing. Not entirely, Su Hao smiled. I'm alone, it's really boring in the room, so I asked Niu to take me out for a walk to cheer me up.
I see.
Huang Yoji immediately lowered his guard and said, Niu, serve Mr. Su while he can go wherever he wants.
Dad, why are you trying so hard to please Brother Su?
Huang Niu was unhappy. If only she could have half of that trust. This is not flattery, but trust.
Huang Yoji explained solemnly. Alright, we're going out now, you should get some rest. Huang Niu left without looking back. Su Hao shook his head helplessly and followed. After coming out, Huang Niu breathed a sigh of relief and said, I didn't expect that I could actually sneak out. You only have a 3-minute attention span when it comes to cultivation. You say you'll cultivate diligently in the morning, but you can't stand the loneliness at night. Su Hao sighed. With this kind of personality, it's almost impossible for you to become a master. It's not that exaggerated. I just came out to have fun today. I'll definitely cultivate properly tomorrow. Huang Niu said confidently. 339, Chapter 339. Show off wealth. I'd never believe you.
Su Hao simply didn't say it aloud. Huang Niu knew the area well. After coming out, she turned left and right, eventually arriving at an underground bar. Once inside, she realized it was a quiet bar, and there weren't many people inside. Huang Niu glanced around and saw a table full of familiar people. She pulled Su Hao over and said, I'm sorry, I just managed to get away. Su Hao had vaguely seen some of the people here, but he couldn't recall their names. The only person he recognized was Chang Sun Ming, who had tried to show off that day. Besides that, there was one girl who really caught my eye. She was dressed very simply, but she had a stunning figure, especially her bust, which was simply exaggerated. Her overall presence was also far superior to the other girls. Her face shape is somewhat similar to Yang Mi's, but they are clearly not the same person. Su Hao estimated that this was the big star Huang Niu had replaced. The term big star is a way of saying that implies she works in the entertainment industry.
Brother Su, let me introduce you.
Huang Niu pulled the girl along, saying, this is Zhang Yinger, the most popular person in our school and the future top star in China. Don't underestimate her, she's a social media influencer with millions of followers, her future is limitless.
No, don't talk nonsense. I am not some big star. I've only just entered the entertainment industry and don't even have many works yet. Zhang Yinger smiled beautifully. As long as the opportunity comes, you'll definitely become a sensation. Yinger, I was one of your first loyal fans. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Huang Niu said with a smile.
Stop teasing me, really, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Yinger blushed.
Niu, today is Yinger's birthday. It's fine if you come by yourself, but why did you bring a strange man with you?
Chang Sun-ming directly confronted her, speaking very rudely. What's it to you? You were so scared last time that you wet your pants. If it weren't for Brother Su saving you, you would have died, and now you dare to talk nonsense? Huang Niu was already hot-tempered, and after developing internal strength, she showed even less respect to Chang Sun-ming. You're talking nonsense, I didn't wet my pants. Chang Sun-ming retorted angrily, as if he had been incredibly embarrassed at the time. Oof, anyway, it's Inger's birthday today. As long as she doesn't mind, I can bring whoever I want. Huang Niu said smugly. Yes, I don't mind. Brother Su seems like a nice person, and I'd be happy to be friends with him. Zhang Inger spoke very politely, without looking down on him. Su Hao nodded at her, but didn't bother to say anything, simply sitting quietly to the side. It looks like a peaceful and serene place, and no one should disturb it. Alright, today's a happy day, someone said, trying to smooth things over. Inger, didn't you want to be a singer? Sing a song for everyone today, and we'll film it and post it online. Alright, I'll make a fool of myself then. Zhang Inger smiled, walked to the bar counter, and discussed something. Finally, she received permission to replace the musician who was currently singing, picked up the microphone, tested her voice, and said, Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Inger. Today is my birthday, and I'd like to take this opportunity to sing a song for my friends. I hope you'll give me some applause. As soon as she finished speaking, some customers in the bar started to jeer. Oh my, a stunningly beautiful woman has arrived. You're not going to sing Happy Birthday, are you? No way, you should at least sing 18 Touches. Although it's a quiet bar, the atmosphere changes once a beautiful woman appears. There was a fat man, dressed in a respectable manner, who stood up and performed the 18 Touches. I really don't know how Zhang Inger from. What should she do now? This wasn't a karaoke bar, she had no chance to sing her favorite songs. You don't know? The fat man said angrily. See this? This is 100 yuan bill. Are you going to sing or not? 100 yuan, you're trying to fob me off like a beggar. Someone jeered, saying that amount of money was far too little. 100 yuan isn't enough? The fat man reeked of alcohol. How about 10,000? I've got plenty of money today. You're going to sing 18 Touches. As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of banknotes, placed them in front of Zhang Inger, and arrogantly said, Who the hell is this guy? Huang Niu's gaze darkened, and she was about to rescue the beautiful woman. Su Hao watched with interest. Was this fat man really rich? Giving 10,000 at a time seemed generous, but Su Hao had just earned 100 million today, so he thought it was just a so-so. You fatso, what are you doing? This is a bar. If you want to find women, go to a massage parlor or a bathhouse. Chang Sun-ming couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his fist on the table. Young Master Ming, well said. Others offered their support. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The fat man snapped. I already gave you 10,000 yuan, you're not going to listen to the song I requested today. What are you pretending for with so little money? Look at this. Chang Sun-ming laughed. So, you want to see who has more money? He wasn't afraid at all and threw out 20,000 yuan, saying, Inger, it doesn't matter who comes to dazing, whatever you want. The bar patrons immediately burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen this kind of competition. Everyone moved their chairs and sat down to eat watermelon. Zhang Inger was very embarrassed. This wasn't a live broadcast, yet the two of them started arguing. It was really awkward. A mere 20,000 yuan, and you dare to act like a big shot? The fat man was very unhappy. He took out his bank card, put it on the table, and said, Boss, swipe 100,000 yuan for May. Want this lady to sing 18 Touches today. Alright. The bar owner was overjoyed. He and the singer split the profits 30/70ths, and today's earnings from this song were almost equivalent to a month's worth. He happily deducted 100,000 from the fat man's earnings. Of course, this wasn't the end. The bar owner looked at Chang Sun-ming, waiting for him to make his move. If the two continue arguing, the bar will definitely be the biggest winner. 100,000, who doesn't have that much? Chang Sun-ming pulled out his phone and used WeChat Pay. 100,000. The two were tied again, but since he initially paid 10,000 more, he still had the right to choose the song. This was an unspoken rule in the bar. Whoever paid more could choose the song. Inger, play a song called What Kind of Man for this guest. Chang Sun-ming laughed heartily. Young Master Ming, you're awesome. You're the richest second-generation heir in our hearts.
This song is a good choice, its meaning is clear. Fatty, don't mess with young Master Ming, he's a real tycoon, you didn't earn your money easily. Several people flattered him. Is he very rich? I don't think so. It's just a tip, right? I'll see just how much power he really has. The fat man was furious. He was determined to save face, not just steam buns. He couldn't possibly lose to a student, could he? He went straight to the boss and said an astonishing number. Boss, swipe your card for $1 million, also pay for all the customers in the store, and squeeze all the spending onto Fatty. 340, Chapter 340 Confidence. How much? The bar owner was dumbfounded. $1 million, swipe the card now. The fat man said angrily. Great. The boss was delighted and immediately swiped the card, while instructing the waiter to bring the customer a martini as a celebration. Young Master Ming, why aren't you saying anything? Huang Yonyo noticed that Chang Sun Ming's expression had changed. That's $1 million. He couldn't understand how this fat man could be so rich. His family is indeed wealthy, but he's just a student now, and all the assets he can access are no more than $1 million. Is already thrown away 120,000, and with the remaining money, he can't compete with Fatty anymore. Young Master Ming, go for it, what are you chickening out for? Others offered their advice. Can't you all see that? He's just putting on a show, he doesn't have any money at all, this $1 million could kill him. Fatty pointed out bluntly. Does a rich young master really have a lot of spare money? He doesn't believe it. You're talking nonsense. Chang Sun Ming didn't want to admit it. Nonsense, then you should come up with $1 million and let everyone see it, Fatty said arrogantly as he drank his beer. Turns out he's a penniless wretch. The others immediately believed it and scoffed. You're such a piece of trash. Fatty wasn't going to let him off the hook. Young man, I advise you not to come to bars anymore. A useless man like you can only hide in an ivory tower. Once you enter society, you won't even know how you died. The sarcastic remarks made Chang Sun Ming tremble with anger. But he couldn't afford it and lacked the confidence to fight back. This is truly frustrating, being suppressed in the very area where you excel. Useless. Fatty cursed a couple more times, then looked at Zhang Yinger. Beautiful lady, hurry up and sing for me, and after you're done, we'll go out for drinks. Brother, I really don't know this song. If you want to hear what kind of man are you, I can sing it. Zhang Yinger said awkwardly, and drinking, I can't do that. She's not stupid, who would go out drinking with someone like that? When drunk, one is at the mercy of others. You bitch, do you want me to lose my temper? Fatty's expression gradually turned ferocious. You should know that I just swindled $1 million even for an internet celebrity. That's enough for me to support her for half a year. I just wanted you to have a few drinks today. Is it really that much of a hassle? I'm sorry, I can't do it. Zhang Yinger didn't want to betray herself. If you can't do it, why are you even here singing? The fat man snapped. Zhang Yinger was extremely aggrieved. She was just singing a song to celebrate her birthday. And who the hell knew you would come out and cause trouble? Fatty, stop messing around. Su Hao couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly. Who the hell are you? I spent $1 million, and even if I smashed up the bar, the owner wouldn't dare say anything. The fat man said arrogantly. The bar owner was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Is $1 million a lot? It's not even enough to cover the bar's renovation costs, let alone all the expensive liquor. He actually wants Fatty to smash up the bar, that way, he can be blamed for everything. $1 million, don't come out to play if you don't have money. Su Hao took out his checkbook, wrote down a number, and threw it over ruthlessly. Here's $10 million, buy some peace and quiet, and get as far away as you can. These words were spoken. Everyone's attention was focused on Su Hao. What's going on? Another rich person has emerged? Brother Su, don't do anything reckless, that's $10 million, can't you cash your check? Huang Yonyo was stunned. She never wanted to be rich. Ridiculous, do you know how many zeros are in 10 million? Chang Sun Ming thought the check must be fake. Who the hell are you, you dare to steal my woman? Fatty also looked over, scrutinized him closely, and couldn't help but laugh. Su Hao didn't have a single designer brand item on him, yet he was actually imitating others by writing checks. When elementary school students are doing their homework,
they can fill in as much or as little as they want. Stop talking nonsense, I've already paid the money, get the hell out of here.
Su Hao said irritably. Ha ha ha.
The fat guy clearly didn't believe it. If you really can come up with 10 million, I'll immediately change my surname to yours and give you the beautiful singer.
You're not my child, why would I want you to take my surname? Su Hao shook his head.
Huang Niu got anxious, this wasn't the place to argue.
She took Su Hao's hand and said, Brother Su, let it go, let's just consider it a loss for us and not take it to heart.
This really doesn't count, I can't stand people bullying beautiful women. Su Hao shook his head and refused.
Very well, if you really can come up with this money, I'll immediately kneel down and bark like a dog. If you can't, I won't make things difficult for you, but you'll have to kneel down and kowtow until I'm satisfied. Fatty laughed arrogantly. So, do you dare to make the bet?
Brother Su, no, you absolutely can't agree to that.
Huang Niu shouted a reminder.
10 million is no small sum, it's enough for an average family to live on for a lifetime.
Don't worry, I can afford this much money.
Su Hao patted her hand, signaling her not to be nervous. He looked at Fatty and said, okay, I'll bet with you, I hope you won't regret it.
I'll regret it, I'm going to win today. The fat guy said arrogantly.
Su Hao blew on the check on the ground, and in full view of everyone, the check flew up automatically and landed in front of the boss. He said, this is 10 million, please keep it safe.
A check? The shopkeeper smiled wryly. My sir, you must be joking, where am I supposed to cash it so late at night? Huh, so that's how it is, he didn't have any money at all, he was just putting on a show. Chang Sun Ming exclaimed in sudden realization. I see. Ah, so he didn't have any money.
I knew it a long time ago, no rich person dresses this badly. Others chimed in with their own opinions, raising numerous questions.
If the check won't work, then we'll use a bank card.
Su Hao waved his hand, and an invisible force instantly shattered the check on the bar. The others were stunned for a moment. This move was indeed very strong, leaving people speechless. His eyes lit up. Then Su Hao took out a gold card, tossed it to the bar owner, and said casually, swipe the card, the pin is 6/8.
Sir, you'd better think this through, it's 10 million. The bar owner emphasized.
Once the card is swiped, the money will belong to Zhang Yinger and the bar.
It's not a lot of money, just swipe it when I tell you to. Su Hao said impatiently. Okay, I need a little time.
The bar owner actually swiped the card, entered the PIN, and then waited for the 10 million to arrive in his account.
Things started to get weird. Looking at Su Hao's confident smile, everyone couldn't help but wonder, do rich people really not need to dress up?
Fatty's heart started racing, he had a bad feeling about it.
No way?
This guy can come up with 10 million, Fatty felt like his worldview was about to collapse.
Is Brother Su really rich?
Huang Niu gradually felt something was wrong. He was too confident and showed no sign of panic.
That mature man's confidence is surprisingly charming. 341, Chapter 341. Stubborn. Don't wait any longer, this guy is just putting on airs. Does he look like a rich person? Chang Sun Ming said disdainfully.
He could easily scrape together 10 million, even if it meant selling everything he owned, like the house his family gave him, but using it to tip Zhang Yinger was out of the question. You don't need to spend so much money to play around with a woman.
Judging from his own experience, he figured Su Hao definitely didn't have that much money in his account. Yes, he doesn't look like a rich person. The others nodded in agreement. What rich person would dress so modestly? Really?
Huang Niu was skeptical, she always felt that Su Hao was not simple.
Please wait a moment, everyone, the results will be out soon, the bar owner said with a smile, and after a while, his smile became even brighter. I announce that this boss is today's top donor, he successfully tipped the beautiful singer 10 million.
After he finished speaking, fearing that people wouldn't believe him, he directly showed them the bank's SMS notification. Everyone, let's give Mr. Su a round of applause and welcome him to say a few words. The bar owner said, clapping loudly.
You're actually serious? Fatty panicked. He regretted the bet he made earlier. Was it too late?
I have nothing to say, I'm just helping the beautiful woman vent her anger. Nobody is anyone else's toy, and nobody needs to sing for others, Su Hao said coldly.
Thank you so much, boss. Su Zhangyinger was moved to tears. You're welcome, Su Hao said, but he didn't let the fat man off the hook. He said in a deep voice, we agreed to kneel down and bark like a dog. You're not senile, are you? You still remember? Do you know who I am? The fat man said arrogantly, to tell you the truth, my surname is Wu and my given name is Tianzi, which means survival of the fittest. Offending me is offending the entire Dong family, and also offending my cousin Wu Junbao. Upon hearing this, those around gasped in shock. Although Wu Tianzi has a nice-sounding name, he is not famous and nobody cares about him. However, Wu Junbao is different. He is a genius young man of the Wu family and the future head of the Wu family. His strength is said to be second only to Nangongyu, ranking second among the younger generation of martial arts practitioners in the entire Dong province. This young man has also been promoted to the heavenly ranking. If you offend him, I'm afraid few families will be able to survive. This is interesting. Chang Sun Ming laughed heartily. This kid has offended someone he shouldn't have. Ah. Huang Niu was marveling at how rich Su Hao was just a second ago, but the next second she was sweating bullets for him. Wu Tianzi was very satisfied with the reactions of those around him. People from the Wu family should naturally be feared. What? Are you scared? That's good. You may have money, but you have no power. You can't get by in Dong province. Now I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and bark like a dog. If you can make everyone in the bar laugh, we'll call it even. His arrogant and domineering manner made people grit their teeth in hatred. However, Wu Junbao's status as a cousin makes people hesitant to act against him. The situation was beyond their control, and no one present dared to oppose the Wu family. You want to renege? That's impossible. Su Hao's face darkened, and he said angrily, hurry up and kneel down. Everyone is waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. We can't let them down, can we? Wu Tianzi was dumbfounded. Did this kid not understand human language? He was already arrogant, but then he met someone even more arrogant. Let's see who dares to laugh at us. Wu Tianzi stood up, glanced around, and saw that everyone avoided eye contact, all keeping their heads down. He smiled with satisfaction and said to Su Hao, see, this is the power of a local bully. I'll give you one more chance. Will you kneel or not? You want to rebel against the heavenly gang? Su Hao sneered. Very good, I admire your courage, man. Break his legs and throw him in the trash to feed the flies. Wu Tianzi clapped his hands. Several bodyguards soon walked in. Each one was burly and looked very intimidating. They barged in and knocked over tables all over the store. The other guests, though angry, dared not speak out and hid in the corners. You think you can get away with this? Seeing this, Su Hao threw a punch, sending several bodyguards flying into the air. He crossed the threshold and fell onto the trash can outside. Everyone was taken aback. Several burly men flew more than 10 meters, even those who don't understand ancient martial arts could see their strength. Most importantly, how did he manage to send everyone flying with a single punch? A master. Wu Tianzi, being a discerning person, gasped in surprise. He sensed that this was troublesome. He was already bullying others by relying on his power, and now that he has no bodyguards to support him, how can he fight against Su Hao? Are you kidding me? If he himself is a martial arts prodigy, why doesn't anyone know his name? It's all because he's a martial arts failure. Aren't you going to bark like a dog? Su Hao roared angrily. Damn it, don't go too far. Let's leave each other a way out so we can meet again in the future. If you offend me, my cousin will come knocking on your door, and you'll be in big trouble. Wu Tianzi's family status made him unwilling to lower his head. Wu Junbao, now that you mention it, I'm suddenly intrigued. Su Hao sneered, let him come over, I want to fight him one-on-one. You're really not afraid? Wu Tianzi was stunned, that was his greatest asset. Su Hao proved with facts that he was truly unafraid. With one kick, Wu Tianzi's stomach was almost pierced through. He clutched his stomach, fell to the ground, and howled in pain. Damn it, you actually dared to hit me? He never expected Su Hao to be so disrespectful. You go out to play, and if you lose, you don't honor your debt. Is there such a cheap deal as this? Su Hao not only hit him, but he also had to hit him a few more times. He kicked at me repeatedly. Every kick made Wu Tianzi cry out in despair. Its shrill screams were even worse than the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Everyone had to cover their ears to avoid being hit. Finally, he completely lost consciousness, and everyone was relieved. Holy crap! Chang Sun-ming was dumbfounded. This man surnamed Su was completely unafraid of the Wu family. Brother Su, you're really amazing.
Huang Niuniu was immediately filled with confidence. A martial artist should fight evil and promote good, and not be afraid of the powerful and wealthy. She had a clear plan for her future.
Learn from Su Hao, and never be like Wu Tianzi. Brother Su, thank you. What song would you like to hear? Zhang Ying'er smiled and asked gratefully, holding the microphone. Don't worry about it, just sing whatever you like.
Su Hao returned to his seat, picked up his beer, and happily started drinking.
Hey, are you really not afraid of the Wu family? Chang Sun-ming couldn't understand. Why should we be afraid?
Su Hao asked, puzzled.
Don't be stubborn there, not to be trifled with. Don't you know the Wu family is one of the top 3 powerful families, second only to the Nangong family. Their strength is immense. You might not even survive tonight, Chang Sun-ming warned, his tone laced with schadenfreude. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Hao retorted angrily to his face.
Chang Sun-ming was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He was very angry, but he didn't dare to do anything to the other party. He was almost bursting with pent-up anger.
342, Chapter 342 Interests. I'm leaving to avoid being caught in the crossfire with the Wu family.
After thinking for a while, Chang Sun-ming decided it was best to make a quick getaway.
No, you shouldn't associate with people like that. It would be terrible if they dragged you into this mess.
Someone advised Huang Niuniu, then got up and left.
The Wu family is very strong, really strong, extremely strong. Offending them will not end well. The others left one after another. Soon, only Su Hao, Huang Niuniu, and Sun Ying'er remained. Brother Su, should I not have called you out? Huang Niuniu calmed down, feeling a little scared.
The matter has escalated. They've assaulted a direct descendant of the Wu family. This is definitely not something that can be easily resolved.
It's nothing, I just can't stand his attitude.
Su Hao continued drinking, not taking it to heart at all.
Brother Su, thank you for getting me out of that predicament. I'll return the money you gave me earlier. Please don't worry, Sun Ying'er said as she walked over. You seem to be very rich? Su Hao nodded. Sun Ying'er looked like the daughter of a wealthy family. She was only in the entertainment industry out of interest. By the way, if the Wu family causes you any trouble, you can also let me know.
Sun Ying'er exchanged WeChat contacts with him and promised.
Okay, he just nodded casually, not taking it to heart. As the two left the bar, Huang Niuniu told him about Sun Ying'er's background. She said her family was very wealthy, but nobody knew what they did for a living. What you said is as good as nothing, Su Hao laughed.
It seems so. Huang Niuniu thought about it seriously. Was that obvious? Sun Ying'er wouldn't even look at a 10 million yuan reward, so how could her family be short of money? But they were just classmates, and the other party had no need to reveal her entire background, right?
Let's go back, or Lao Huang will worry.
Su Hao hailed a car and rushed back to the Huang family home. When he got home, he received a message that Zhang Ying'er had returned the 10 million.
The next morning, Su Hao woke up. Girl, don't you have to go to school?
He asked, puzzled, after he finished washing up and saw that Huang Niuniu was still at home.
I'm busy practicing martial arts, why would I go to school?
Huang Niuniu didn't go to school much to begin with, and now she had an even more formal reason. Yesterday, Su Hao knocked several people away with a single punch, and she fantasized that one day she could have such strength.
Fine. What else could Su Hao say? Even her father couldn't control her. It sounds like someone's coming.
Su Hao's ears twitched as he heard the sound of a car in the distance. Soon a familiar car arrived. You could tell from the license plate that it belonged to the Bai family. Baiyan came down from upstairs and saw Su Hao upstairs. She shouted anxiously, "Brother-in-law, come down quickly, something happened to my dad."
Brother-in-law?
Huang Niuniu murmured to herself, still quite shocked to hear those words.
She's talking nonsense, I'm not even married.
Su Hao patted her but before leaving. Huang Niuniu wanted to protest, but the other person had already walked away. When they got downstairs, Baiyan's eyes were red, and she threw herself into his arms. Huang Nyo upstairs widened her eyes again. What was going on? It seemed like Bayanan was very dependent on him. Don't worry, your father is just unwell, he won't die anytime soon. Su Hao patted her back and comforted her. He won't die? Bayanan was stunned. She remembered that Su Hao had indeed said yesterday that he had 3 days left to live. Today is only the second day, tomorrow will be the most dangerous. But it doesn't sound like anything good. Any child would be unhappy to hear such words. Yes, he was just poisoned by a goo poison, Su Hao said with certainty. Okay, this is no problem for you. Suanan knew his capabilities and chose to trust him. It's not impossible for me to save him, but you have to agree to one request, Su Hao said. Brother-in-law, I know what you're thinking, but my dad can't do this. Bayanan's expression changed upon hearing this. Su Hao's request was simple, to unconditionally support his sister and demand the annulment of the engagement with the Nangong family. Even the head of the family cannot make a decision on this matter. Once the contract is terminated, no one can imagine how terrifying the Nangong family's wrath will be. He doesn't even care about his own life or death? Su Hao was dumbfounded. Sigh, you don't understand. Suanan sighed. My father is an extremely stubborn person. He values the family more than anything else, let alone sacrificing his daughter and himself. Even if we were to include all 4 of us, he would sacrifice everything as long as it could revitalize the family. This kind of person, a shadow popped into Su Hao's mind. That's his father. His whole face fell. These family heads all prioritize the interests of their families, completely disregarding the lives of their members. It's indeed difficult to deal with someone who doesn't even care about their own life or death. Brother-in-law, do you know, I've always approved of you, Bayanan suddenly said. You don't need to emphasize it, you're getting more and more comfortable calling me that, Su Hao said with a wry smile. I'm just not sure if you could give an answer if you had to choose between Lin Yao and my sister. Suanan had really thought about it seriously. Your question is really difficult for me. Su Hao had no choice. You want them all? Bayanan voiced his true feelings. You can't test me with this. Su Hao coughed to cover up his embarrassment. We're talking about your sister right now. You don't want her to die depressed for the rest of her life, do you? Bayanan nodded. That's the truth. My sister is very distressed now. If she marries him, even if it's just unrequited love, it could easily drive her crazy. No. We must save him. She thought for a moment and immediately said, I've got it, brother-in-law, our family is about to hold its annual meeting. The Nangong family said they will send someone over. As long as you cause a scene at the meeting and force the Nangong family to back down, things will succeed. Is it that simple? Su Hao said calmly. Simple, my foot. Huang Nyo heard everything clearly upstairs and exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Su, don't be fooled by the second miss. The Nangong family is so powerful. How could they easily break off the engagement? Getting them to back out is harder than climbing to heaven. Bayanan blushed. This is definitely not an easy task. There's no other way. We can't force my elderly father to his death, can we? The west side is dark while the east side is bright, so the only solution is to look to the Nangong family. Don't worry, I can come to your company's annual party tomorrow, but there's one condition. Su Hao said seriously, I must talk to Jiruo in person. I have to ask for her opinion no matter what. He had a bottom line, Bai Jiruo absolutely must not agree. If after all that fuss, Bai Jiruo is finally willing to get married, wouldn't she just be a clown? Okay, I can help with this little thing. Bayanan didn't force Su Hao to go back, but instead called Chen Bing directly to explain the pros and cons. 343, Chapter 343, Falling Ill. Can he really cure your father? Chen Bing asked, still somewhat skeptical. Mom, you've known Brother Su for a long time. Do you think he would lie to you about something like this? Bayanan said. That's true anyway, I'll trust him for now. If he can save her, I'll let Jiruo meet him. Chen Bing compromised. Suanan ended the call and relayed the message. Come on, I'll go back with you. Su Hao agreed. He missed Bai Jiruo very much after not seeing her for so many days. We'll have to see what the situation is like right now. Brother Su, our Bai family is just ahead.
An hour later, Bayanan pointed to the manor road ahead. Not bad, your house looks impressive.
Before them lay a vast estate, almost comparable to a palace.
The architectural style here is different from that of the Ouyang family, it leans more towards modern.
Upon entering the gate, you'll see all sorts of smart devices, with cameras densely packed together. He heard a sound in the air, looked up, and was surprised to see drones patrolling 24 hours a day. Every part of the manor is guarded by fully armed security personnel. He estimated that it would be 10 times harder to infiltrate this place than Ma Rulong's manor.
As expected of a powerful family in the eastern province, their background is completely different. Brother-in-law, are you nervous? Bayanan asked casually. Why are you nervous? Su Hao shook his head. That's good if my mom gives you a hard time later, try to bear with it, Bayanan said worriedly. I can't tolerate even a little bit, Su Hao shook his head again. The two shakes of the head have completely different meanings. The first one signifies relief, while the second signifies no compromise. Fine, as expected of you. Bayanan said helplessly. When the vehicle stopped, there were already quite a few people standing outside. I immediately spotted Chen Bing standing at the door, looking quite aloof. Su Hao, I never expected you would actually dare to come to the Bai family headquarters. Chen Bing's face was cold, and she was as unapproachable as ever. You were right, Brother Ziyuan is seriously ill right now. Could this be related to you? Gu poison? Hearing this unfamiliar name inevitably makes one think. Su Hao became her primary suspect. You're really something. I just saw your husband yesterday. How did you manage to cast a spell? Su Hao frowned. Even though Bayanan had given him a heads up, he couldn't help but retort. Anyway, I hope you can cure his illness, or I'll make you regret it. Chen Bing remained skeptical of him. If it's just casual talk, then it's too easy. Today, Bai Ziyuan's illness struck suddenly and he was immediately bedridden. Upon realizing something was wrong, the Bai family had also trained numerous doctors in preparation for any eventuality. Unexpectedly, none of them could diagnose the illness, they were all at a loss. Chen Bing had just given them a good scolding when Bayanan called, and he reluctantly agreed to let Su Hao take action. Don't worry, I never lie. Su Hao didn't continue arguing with her. I'm asking you, what is Gu poison? Chen Bing asked. This is something that most people have no access to. Gu poison is created by raising a certain poisonous creature, which can be controlled remotely or administered at close range, making it extremely difficult to defend against, Su Hao explained simply. Gu poison is far more complex than this. There are countless methods for cultivating it. The most evil Gu poison is actually extracted from corpse poison. That's a bit frightening to even mention. Can you really cure him? Chen Bing continued. If I said, I'm sorry, I'm helpless, would you feel at ease? Su Hao was exasperated by her endless nagging. Chen Bing was speechless. This kid was too impolite. Mom, let's go inside. Bayanan was also anxious. Time was of the essence. The sooner her father was cured, the less pain he would suffer. Come with me. Chen Bing said coldly, but agreed without hesitation. The Bai family is really big. Even the lady of the house, with Su Hao, still walked for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at their family ward. When I pushed open the door, I saw all sorts of professional equipment inside. To the uninitiated, it would seem like they'd stumbled into a VIP ward at a private hospital. Bai Ziyuan's condition looked terrible. He had various tubes inserted into his body, including an oxygen tube. Several doctors in white coats stood nearby, seemingly discussing the patient's condition, but their faces were filled with anxiety, clearly at a loss for what to do. Su Hao looked closely and saw that Bai Ziyuan's condition was dire. His forehead was dark, and his breathing was weak. Who could imagine that just yesterday he was full of energy, like an unfathomable master, now he was lying in a hospital bed, his life hanging by a thread? Once the Gu poison takes effect, no one can stop it. Brother Su, can you cure him? Bayanan was uncertain. Her father's illness was getting worse when she left. He could still speak, but now he was completely unconscious. This is a bit troublesome, more serious than I imagined. Su Hao frowned deeply. The poison had spread throughout his body, and it was almost impossible to completely eradicate it. The most urgent task was to save his life. Trouble?
Chen Bing was quite dissatisfied. Didn't you say you could cure it? Anyone can talk. BG, don't think you have any real ability, you're just trying to fool naive little girls. Damn it, if you really have doubts, I'm not willing to treat you anymore. Find someone else. Su Hao was furious. He had long disliked Chen Bing, and now that things were at their most critical moment, she was still finding fault. He immediately decided he didn't want to serve her anymore. Baianan was anxious. She couldn't say anything to her mother, but Su Hao had a strong personality, so she was caught in the middle and couldn't please either side.
You've been exposed, haven't you? Auntie, he's just a half-baked amateur, he doesn't have the ability, you know that. Bai Wuji walked in from outside.
Accompanying them were a beautiful middle-aged woman and a dignified middle-aged man.
Brother, sister-in-law, how did we disturb you?
Chen Bing seemed surprised. Old Master Bai had 4 sons in total. Bai Ziyuan was originally the 4th and the youngest. Bai Wuji's father, Bai Zhenyu, he was the old man's eldest son, but because of his various behaviors, he failed to win the old man's favor and lost his position as head of the family.
The two brothers didn't see each other that often.
If Bai Ziyuan hadn't been seriously ill, Bai Zhenyu probably wouldn't have set foot in this house. How could I not come? You hired a village doctor from the mountains to treat my 4th brother. This is ridiculous.
Bai Zhenyu shouted angrily. Uncle, that's not how it is. Brother Su is really capable. He just had a disagreement with Mom.
Baianan hurriedly explained. You're still arguing when you're treating and saving lives? Then you're even less trustworthy. Bai Zhenyu said, beckoning a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner to walk in from outside. If you're all untrustworthy, I have to personally go and bring in the best international surgeon from abroad.
Foreigner? Baianan was speechless. He's no good. Su Hao simply commented. No matter what, I'm still better than you, right? Do you think someone like you could even get a medical license?
Bai Wuji retorted disdainfully.
344, Chapter 344 Antidote. Get out of the way.
Chen Bing was overjoyed and immediately showed Su Hao a look of disgust.
Aunt Chen, you actually trust foreigners? Do they even know what goo poison is? Letting them do it will only make the illness worse.
Su Hao frowned deeply.
It's better than you.
Chen Bing pushed him away and smiled as she let the foreign doctor sit next to Bai Ziyuan.
Your talk about goo poison is fake, isn't it?
The foreign doctor John sneered. I've traveled all over the world and found many backward places that always believe in folk medicine, thinking they're amazing. In reality, they don't even understand basic medical principles. Even if they cure a disease, it's just a coincidence.
He speaks clearly, unlike a foreigner at all.
Su Hao suspected that he was the real fraudster, using the name of a top foreign doctor to elevate his status and earn exorbitant consultation fees. You should know that treating the rich is the most lucrative profession.
A single illness can easily net $1 million in less than a day.
If you encounter someone who is very generous, you can even earn tens of millions. Su Hao himself had swindled 100 million yuan from the Ouyang family, so he was well aware of the lucrative nature of this industry.
You foreigner, trying to talk to me about medical principles, do you even understand the value of the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation?
Su Hao said with great disdain. This person has rejected all the essence carefully selected by our ancestors.
What you're saying is just quack medicine without scientific testing. What illness can be detected?
John didn't believe it at all. He pointed at the patient, Bai Ziyuan, and said, take the current situation for example. Traditional Chinese medicine is completely helpless. Trusting Western medicine is the only right solution.
Are you sure you can understand the cause of his illness? Su Hao sneered. You're so confident you'll regret this.
If I don't understand, then no one in this world can. To be honest, I am the best doctor in the world. Even the descendants of foreign nobles have to see me.
John said proudly.
His most impressive resume was being received by the royal family of the Russian king, which propelled him to fame and skyrocketed his net worth.
So what? Eastern and Western physiques are different. Foreigners are all barbarians. How can they compare to us Eastern nobles? Su Hao said disdainfully. You brat, don't be so arrogant, John scolded. How about we have a contest to see who can cure Mr. Bai? If you can't, you can take down the signboard of your clinic and never mention traditional Chinese medicine again. If I can't, I'll tear up your medical license in public. He was very confident and wanted to completely denigrate traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. John, do you really need to go this far? Bai Zhenyu was stunned.
That's right, he's just a Chinese medicine doctor with no reputation, he can't represent a famous doctor. Bai Wuji advised, comparing yourself to him is actually beneath you.
It's alright, I just simply look down on Eastern medicine.
These words were spoken.
The faces of everyone present were grim.
Damn, this foreign devil's reach is too broad. Bai Ziyuan frowned. If he hadn't been begging Bai Ziyuan to treat him, he would have thrown the foreigner out.
You're so arrogant.
Su Hao was furious. Fine, I agree, you'd better bring your medical license, in case you lose and can't produce it.
Here, what's this? John took out a stamped document and placed it on the table. Everyone looked over. Wasn't this a certificate certified by an international medical organization? It did look rather intimidating. John chuckled coldly, thinking that these country bumpkins probably didn't know that foreigners could buy these kinds of documents for a little money. If he succeeded today, he could easily suppress Su Hao and raise his own status again. If Bai Ziyuan is cured, who in Dong province won't be eager to have him treat them?
How much does it cost to buy an ID card? He can earn it back thousands of times over.
Alright, if I lose, I'll smash the clinic's signboard when I get back.
Su Hao said in a deep voice. Pfft, your lousy signboard is worthless. Bai Wuji had seen it before. It was just a wooden sign with a few words written on it, not even a light board. The cost was probably less than 50 yuan.
A word is a word. John is fluent in Chinese.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Su Hao continued. Fine, I'll make sure you die knowing why.
John sat next to Bai Ziyuan, holding a stethoscope and studying it for a long time. He even drew a large tube of blood and used the Bai family's equipment to carefully test it on the spot. The doctors from the Bai family were completely taken aback by him. His procedures were flawless. It seemed he had at least received formal Western medical training. Could he really be quite skilled? Chen Bing's heart pounded, and she clenched her hands tightly. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I believe Mr. John will definitely be able to cure our fourth brother, Bai Zhenyu said confidently.
Chen Bing nodded.
After a lengthy examination, it was nearly noon when John finally declared with certainty, Mr. Bai has been poisoned by a very serious toxin.
After waiting for so long, this is all? Su Hao sneered. There was no need for testing. Anyone who wasn't blind could see the difference.
You're just relying on empiricism, you don't value science at all. Without testing, how can you analyze the toxins? Without analysis, how can you formulate an antidote?
John said earnestly. Can you prepare it?
Su Hao admitted that there was nothing wrong with what he said just now, but there is more than one type of poison in Gu poison, and his analysis may be wrong.
Of course.
John said, taking a transparent antidote from the medicine box while using the syringe, he confidently stated, this is a universal antidote I developed. Just one injection will be enough to eliminate this virus.
Wait a minute.
Su Hao shouted, looking coldly at Chen Bing, and said, do you really believe in foreign devils? Once it's injected into the body, no one can guarantee what the consequences will be.
Chen Bing was taken aback, not wanting to take responsibility at this moment. She looked at Bai Zhenyu and asked, brother, can Mr. John be trusted?
Of course.
Bai Zhenyu nodded. He's risking his entire career with this injection. There's no way there will be any problems. Yes, I believe him.
Chen Bing nodded in agreement.
Hey, you all agreed to this, don't regret it later. Su Hao tried to give one last piece of advice. Unfortunately, his words were ignored. John obtained permission from the family to inject an unknown drug into Bai Ziyuan's body. Just you wait and see, the moment of witnessing a miracle is coming soon.
Dr. John said with a confident smile.
As the antidote was injected, Bai Ziyuan's complexion improved.
It seems like the toxins in my body are being eliminated rapidly. What was most gratifying was that his fingers moved. I declare that Mr. John is the real miracle doctor. Traditional Chinese medicine is utterly pathetic, Bai Wuji immediately announced, giving Su Hao a disdainful look.
That's great, Ziyuan is saved. Chen Bing's heart finally relaxed. Don't be so happy yet, you'll be crying soon. Su Hao's words came out at an inopportune moment.
345, Chapter 345. Watching the surveillance footage myself. Su Hao, you're just jealous. Bai Wuji was quite dissatisfied. This guy was stubborn and still wouldn't admit defeat.
Ignore him.
Chen Bing ignored him and looked at Bai Jinyu gratefully, saying, Brother, you arrived just in time. Without you guys, tomorrow's annual meeting would have been a complete disaster.
Imagine what it would be like if the head of the household were not at the annual meeting.
If some people start making trouble, it will be impossible to control them. We are brothers after all. Saving him is the right thing to do. Bai Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. See that? This is the charm of top-tier international medical technology. No illness can hide from our detection. John boasted shamelessly. I think your language learning skills are top-notch, but your other skills are so-so, barely passing. Su Hao sneered.
Nonsense. John roared. I've already cured the patient, and you're still denying it? Oh, is it really cured?
Su Hao shook his head.
Could it be fake? John turned to look at Bai Ziyuan, his expression changing drastically.
The patient, who had been recovering, suddenly reverted to his previous state, his face turning ashen, indicating that the toxins had not been eliminated from his body at all, but were only temporarily suppressed. This is what Western medicine is all about. You only know a little bit, you have absolutely no ability to cure anything. Su Hao retorted mercilessly.
I understand.
John said unwillingly, it's all your fault. It was your interference that distracted me. Now, I'm going to show everyone what the highest level of medical skill really is. After John made excuses, he took out 2 more antidotes and injected them into the patient.
Soon, Bai Ziyuan's complexion improved.
But the joy didn't last long, and things returned to normal.
How could this happen? John was dumbfounded.
Isn't that simple? All you did was conduct tests and then prepare the antidote. You have absolutely no understanding of the nature of the virus. Let me tell you the truth, this virus is the legendary goo poison, and the toxins it contains are 10,000 times more serious than you imagine. In addition to the most common poisonous insects, there is also corpse poison. The person who cast the poison was malicious. They dug up the bones of ancient corpses from the tomb, which had been buried for thousands of years, and spent 81 days refining a colorless and odorless corpse poison, which they then injected into Uncle Bai's body. Now the poison has seeped into his very bones. How could you possibly cure him? It's already a stroke of luck that you didn't cause him further harm.
Su Hao said dismissively. Corpse poison?
What the hell, are you guys training zombies? John did learn a lot of Chinese, but his skills were not refined, and his understanding of zombies was inadequate.
Are you telling the truth?
Bai Jinyu was skeptical. He had never heard of such a claim before.
Su Hao, don't try to be mysterious. Chen Bing was a little flustered. If what he said was true, then wouldn't it mean that there was no cure?
I'm just stating the facts, Su Hao said, without any intention of alarming.
Anyone can talk big, right? Do you think you can cure it?
John said dismissively, there's no way to cure this disease.
Open your dog eyes and look carefully.
Su Hao shouted, solemnly taking out the golden needles, his face more serious than ever before. A full 12 gold needles were inserted into all the important acupoints of the body. In addition, he took out another box of silver needles and inserted them into various societies. In just a few minutes, Bai Ziyuan looked like a hedgehog, with a total of 108 medical needles stuck in his body. As the gold and silver needles were inserted, billowing black smoke rose from Bai Ziyuan's body, and toxins were being expelled frantically.
Not enough. Su Hao frowned, then suddenly pointed his fingers together like a sword and aimed at Bai Ziyuan's dantian.
With a loud bang, the patient stiffened and jerked, truly resembling a zombie. Then, his mouth moved, and something horrifying happened. One by one, venomous insects crawled out of his body, like corpse beetles from a movie, a truly disgusting sight. The goo worms die upon exposure to light, turning into powder.
As more and more goo worms appeared, a layer of ash covered Bai Ziyuan's body.
The whole scene looked increasingly bizarre. Everyone stared wide-eyed, astonished by Su Hao's miraculous medical skills.
This is the goo worm?
Bai Jinyu muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. The appearance of these things is not a good sign. It indicates that someone powerful is watching Bai Ziyuan, and even if he escapes this predicament today, the future is still fraught with risks. Superstition, you must never believe anything he says. John shouted, unwilling to accept this.
Idiot. Bayanin looked at him as if he were a fool. Who are you insulting?
John, who understood, asked, clearly displeased.
Shut up, don't disturb Mursa's treatment.
Chen Bing turned around, very dissatisfied with John. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll have someone throw you out.
John muttered a few words of resentment, but he didn't leave. He chose to stay and witness the final outcome. A sliver of hope remained in his heart. The virus within Bai Ziyuan was very strong. If it were to return, everything they had just done would have been in vain. He was disappointed. Bai Ziyuan's complexion improved.
Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes and was gradually regaining consciousness.
He's awake, my dad's awake. Su Anin exclaimed with delight.
Anin, don't make a sound, the treatment isn't completely over yet, Su Hao said seriously.
Oh. Su Anin immediately fell silent.
A few minutes later, no more goo worms appeared in Bai Ziyuan's mouth, and he slowly withdrew the needles.
I lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Surprisingly, John did not deny it.
He tore up the documents in front of everyone. This is where his cleverness lies. He discovered a new path to wealth, learning traditional Chinese medicine. If he could master this miraculous acupuncture technique, he could easily make money by conning unsophisticated wealthy foreigners. He wanted to bet on both sides, using Western medicine in China and traditional Chinese medicine abroad. Hearing that John wanted to study traditional Chinese medicine, Su Hao glanced at his blonde hair and secretly shook his head, thinking that he probably couldn't keep it.
Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and complex, even people from the East cannot fully understand it, let alone foreigners. It's good that he's saved.
Bai Zhenyu left with his wife and children. The people he brought couldn't help and had no face to stay, so they left dejectedly. Bai Wuji was quite unconvinced and looked at Su Hao with a strange expression.
Brother Su, is my dad completely recovered? Bayanin asked.
It's not that simple this time. The corpse poison has had a significant impact on him. Let him rest for 6 months and see if he recovers well. He can basically make a full recovery, Su Hao advised.
What's wrong with me? Bai Ziyuan felt extremely weak and completely lacked the vitality he had before his illness. Check the surveillance footage yourself. Chen Bing said, holding up the surveillance video on her phone. What are these things? Bai Ziyuan's scalp tingled when he saw the goo worms crawling out. He simply couldn't believe that these things had crawled out of his stomach. 346, Chapter 346 Meeting.
Dad, you've been poisoned by a goo curse. Someone wants to harm you. Without Brother Su, you'd be in grave danger.
Bayanin said happily. Goo poison, is this thing real?
As the head of a wealthy family, Bai Ziyuan was quite knowledgeable and had heard of this thing, but he never expected it to happen to him one day. Don't be too happy yet. Your condition has only improved slightly. To fully recover, you either need to rest for half a year or I will personally administer acupuncture treatment for you for 3 consecutive days. Su Hao said coldly.
Su Hao, thank you for your help. Bai Ziyuan smiled, then said, tell me, what exactly do you want? My demand is very simple, to annul my engagement with Nan Gongyu. Su Hao reiterated.
Young man, don't be so stubborn. This engagement cannot be dissolved. Even if you use your poison on me again and threaten me with your life, I will still give you the same answer.
Bai Ziyuan said resolutely. Su Hao frowned. This person is truly stubborn and inflexible. Even at the cost of my life, I must revitalize the family. This idea was completely at odds with Su Hao's. Speak, what else do you want? Bai Ziyuan didn't mention money, that would be too vulgar. Last time, he had given them gold and silver jewelry, but they refused to accept it at all. Trying again will definitely be futile. I want to see Bai Zhiruo.
Su Hao had no choice but to settle for second best. It's no use, your social statuses are too different. Even if you love each other, I will not agree to you being together.
Bai Ziyuan sighed. Su Hao is a good man. It's good in every aspect.
But his background is too ordinary, isn't it? He just runs a small clinic. Bai Zhiruo bears the responsibility of revitalizing the Bai family. family, and it's hard to say whether she can maintain the current situation of the Bai family by being with such a person.
Revitalization is still out of the question. You're wrong, we might not get engaged. Su Hao shook his head. I'm just supporting Ji Ruo as a friend. Brother Ziyuan, Chen Bing said, let's let them meet. I've already promised, and I can't break my word. Alright.
There was no need for Bai Ziyuan to stop him any longer, he said, and then, take him there and keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't cause any trouble.
Good. Bai Anin was overjoyed.
This was her promise, and it has finally been fulfilled. My sister has been looking forward to this for so long, and now she can finally see her sweetheart again.
The two left happily. Bai Ziyuan's face immediately turned ugly. Bing Bing, tell me, who in our family knows how to use witchcraft? His poisonous goo could not have appeared out of thin air. Only those close to you have the opportunity to make a move. It's hard to say. Our Bai family is too complicated. It's really hard to find out who in the family has designs on you.
But there is one person who is absolutely the prime suspect. Chen Bing said coldly.
You mean the poison witch master? Bai Ziyuan also thought of this person.
The poison witch master is the Bai family's greatest enemy, bringing them endless troubles with his mysterious and unpredictable abilities. This person is elusive, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. The Bai family spent a lot of time and effort, but they couldn't find even a trace of him. Since she is known as a poison witch, she must have some shady methods.
This person's too strong.
Chen Bing sighed. This was a thorn in their family's side. It's almost impossible for our family to protect Ji Ruo. Even I, as the head of the family, stay in the family compound every day, with so many surveillance cameras, but it's still useless. Only if the poison witch master wants to deal with Ji Ruo, no one can stop him. Only by entering Nangong's territory is there a glimmer of hope.
Bai Ziyuan's considerations were far beyond Su Hao's comprehension.
The Nangong family is too powerful, gaining their protection would be a good thing for the entire Bai family.
Brother Ziyuan, who could have imagined things would turn out like this? Just a time ago, Ji Ruo was your most beloved daughter. Now, you're like enemies. Chen Bing sighed. Parents, in fact, love their children unconditionally. They couldn't bear to see Bai Ji Ruo marry someone she didn't like. But what can be done then? With a formidable enemy in the world, the only hope lies in survival. Ji Ruo has had it too hard. Bai Ziyuan said with some guilt. What do you think of Su Hao?
Chen Bing suddenly asked. He's a good person, and I've heard he's very skilled in martial arts. There are some mysterious legends about him. Some people think he has a very powerful background, but he doesn't bother to return right now. He's basically fighting on his own. If he's willing to go back, I'd definitely be willing to marry Ji Ruo to him. But since he's fallen out with his family, then he can't blame me. Bai Ziyuan had investigated Su Hao and knew that he had some connection with the prestigious Su family. He didn't know that Su Hao was the heir of the Su family. He only thought that Su Hao was a branch disciple. Actually, he also has an ambiguous relationship with Lin Yao from Luo City. Chen Bing said with a headache. There's nothing we can do about it. It's too outstanding. It's normal for girls to like him. Take our family for example. I think Anan has a bit of a crush on him too. Bai Ziyuan sighed. Really? Chen Bing overlooked it and didn't pay attention. This isn't his fault. Bai Ziyuan privately had a good opinion of Su Hao. The best way to make amends is to avoid going against him as much as possible in the future. Okay. Chen Bing agreed, which was probably easy to do. In the pavilion in the backyard of the Bai family, Bai Ji Ruo was holding a calligraphy brush and writing intently. She's been staying home lately and can't go out, so she's been passing the time by practicing calligraphy. The neat and beautiful handwriting is very pleasing to the eye. She wrote the ode to the goddess of the Luo River. It's over. She put down her brush and looked up at the sky. A pair of birds were flying side by side, a normal natural phenomenon, but it stirred her emotions, and she murmured, even birds fly in pairs, why can't I be alone? A strange family, a strange father? Mom and dad? Sigh, they weren't wrong, it's just wrong to be born into such a family. Bai Ji Ruo understood that everyone had their own reasons for their suffering. She longed for freedom, but she couldn't completely disregard her family.
Sis, look who's here.
Bayanan's voice came from afar. She looked up and saw a handsome man standing next to her sister.
He's here? As promised, he finally appeared at the Bai family's residence. Su Hao, you finally arrived.
Bai Jiruo stood up excitedly and ran towards her beloved man. I stumbled halfway through and almost fell over.
Look at you, why are you so excited?
Su Hao rushed over and pulled her into his arms.
We.
Bayanan smiled. They had finally met again, a pair of star-crossed lovers.
I'm not late, am I? Su Hao put his arm around her waist and sat back down in the pavilion.
No, you've come at the perfect time. Sooner or later, I really will be getting married, Bai Jiruo said worriedly. Remember what I said, no one can force you if you don't want to. Even if you go to the Nangong family, I will bring you back. Su Hao said forcefully.
347, Chapter 347 Custom Order. Honey, you're so good to me.
Bai Jiruo hugged him tightly.
Cough cough.
Suddenly a shrill sound rang out. Bai Jiruo looked up and saw that it was Aunt Zheng, Chen Bing's maid.
What are you doing here? Bai Jiruo asked unhappily. Madam sent me to monitor you, so please don't do anything excessive.
Aunt Zheng said sternly.
Excessive things? What exactly do you mean?
Bai Jiruo retorted angrily. Aunt Zheng looked into the distance, not daring to meet his gaze. When Chen Bing gave the instructions, she emphasized that Su Hao and the young lady must not be allowed to sleep together if they were to have a child. How would they explain it to the Nangong family?
Aunt Zheng is a servant, so I can't say it so directly.
Bai Jiruo was so clever that she immediately guessed it, which made her extremely angry. Miss, I'm just following orders, please don't make things difficult for me, Aunt Zheng muttered softly.
Turn around, plug your ears, don't listen to anything, don't look at anything, or you'll lose your job.
Bai Jiruo threatened.
Oh. Aunt Zheng dared not disobey.
I had no choice but to turn around and try not to stare at them. Bai Jiruo was still unhappy, and the presence of someone standing next to her made her feel somewhat uncomfortable.
Let's go, let's get away from her. Bai Jiruo led Su Hao towards the bamboo forest. Okay, Su Hao nodded.
Hearing footsteps, Aunt Zheng immediately panicked and was about to chase after them.
Stop! Bayanan shouted. Second miss, are you trying to make things difficult for me too?
Aunt Zheng was about to cry. She was just a servant, and she was caught in the middle, facing two young ladies at the same time. You stay here and let them wait a while. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, Bayanan assured her.
That's more like it. Aunt Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hao, you were brought to Dong Province, Bayanan, right?
Although Bai Jiruo didn't go out, she was still very concerned about his whereabouts. Yes, I'll be staying at Lao Huang's house for now, Su Hao nodded. Old Huang, I remember his daughter is quite beautiful now, a young woman. You have to be careful, don't get too close to her. If she tries to seduce you, I'll have her killed. Bai Jiruo said.
Jiruo, you're not that kind of person, Su Hao smiled. I'm actually a bad person, you just don't know it, Bai Jiruo said, feigning fierceness. After a while, she couldn't keep up the act any longer and started laughing again. It feels so good to be by his side. You don't need to worry about anything. Let go of all the pressure, be a little woman, and laugh and talk with him. Alright, let's get down to business. Bai Jiruo changed the subject, saying, is my father's goo poison real?
Of course, his condition was very serious at the time. It was only through my treatment that his life was saved, Su Hao nodded. This matter is of utmost importance. You may not know, but my family has a most troublesome enemy. He is not from the Nangong family, but from the Poison Goo Master. This person is highly skilled and mysterious, and has brought countless troubles to our family. Bai Jiruo said with a worried expression.
So, according to you, as long as I help deal with the Poison Goo Master, I can stop this marriage alliance?
Su Hao's heart stirred. Yes, he is father's biggest worry, Bai Jiruo said firmly.
Leave it to me. Su Hao said. Give it to you, we don't even know who he is, Bai Jiruo shook her head. Su Hao was stunned.
So this is the most troublesome part. Poison Gu Master is just a nickname. The Bai family has no idea what his true identity is, whether he is male or female.
It's like the enemy is in the shadows, while they are in the open.
In that case, only the last resort remains, which is to get the Shangwan family to annul the engagement.
Bai Zhihua said. Ultimately, this is the most difficult part.
She would not have chosen this path if she had any other options.
Tomorrow is your family's annual meeting. Will the Nangong family be attending?
Su Hao's heart stirred. Yes, I refused Nangong Ling's betrothal gifts last time, and tomorrow will be their last attempt. I will do everything I can to refuse again no matter what. He will never have me.
Bai Zhihua said resolutely. You can't do anything to hurt yourself. Su Hao said with concern.
Alright, I'm happy to hear you say that.
Bai Zhihua smiled. This meeting was quite important to Su Hao. He already understood Bai Zhihua's feelings completely.
For other things, you have to be flexible and adaptable.
He did not leave the Bai family home. Instead, Bai An arranged a room for him, and he settled in. The next morning, it was bustling and noisy outside. Brother-in-law, get up. Bai An knocked on the door from the outside. Why are you up so early? Su Hao asked listlessly, yawning.
Look what I've prepared for you. Bai An took out an expensive suit from behind her back and stuffed it into Su Hao's hands.
I'm perfectly fine in this outfit. Su Hao frowned. He didn't like suits. Don't like it? Then I'll go change you into a tang suit.
Bai An was very clever. She took the suit back and soon returned with another one.
A formally tailored tang suit.
Su Hao had just finished washing up and changed his clothes, and his whole demeanor changed.
So handsome.
Bai An looked at him again and again, her face flushed as she said.
Did you order this, or did Zhihua order it?
Su Hao felt that this set was particularly suitable, as if it knew his height and measurements.
My sister asked me to order it. Bai An lied.
Thank her for me. Su Hao, dressed in new clothes, walked out with a dashing air.
The crowd outside was surging.
The huge estate was packed with people.
Su Hao didn't recognize any of them. He followed Bai An and finally found Bai Zhihua surrounded by a crowd. Your family has so many people? Looking around, I estimate there are at least 1,000 people here.
It's alright, it's only partially. Only the core members of the Bai family can attend. Besides direct family members, there are some senior executives of the family business, as well as some relatives and friends.
Bai Zhihua introduced. They're all after the Nangong family.
Bai An said unhappily, now everyone knows that Nangong Yu was about to marry my sister, and even distant relatives are coming to our door.
Su Hao smiled.
That's just how human relationships are. Even if you dislike it, there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh my, isn't this the country bumpkin from Luo City, dressed up so nicely? Does he think he's rich?
Bai Wuji appeared, followed by the beautiful woman he had seen yesterday.
What, do you have a problem with that?
Su Hao said coldly. Wuji, today is the most important day for the Bai family. Do not cause any conflict. The beautiful woman finally spoke, her voice full of magnetism.
Yes, stepmother.
Bai Wuji said expressionlessly.
Stepmother?
Su Hao immediately became interested. The woman was wearing a cheongsam and had a mature charm, especially her shapely buttocks and long legs, which were incredibly alluring.
348, Chapter 348 Poisoning. Mr. Su, you're staring at Mado. You notice something amiss?
This stepmother was about 30 years old, not much older than Bai Wuji, and spoke in a somewhat affected manner.
Sis, you're perfectly healthy.
Su Hao said casually.
Really, I don't believe you. Take my pulse, will you?
His stepmother took his hand and placed it on his waist.
If you're going to see a doctor, then go see a doctor. What are you doing?
Bai Zhihua said angrily.
Zhihua, are you jealous? I was just joking with Mr. Su. Why are you taking it so seriously? Stepmother let go of Su Hao, smiled smugly, and left. Are you still looking?
Seeing that Su Hao's gaze was still fixed on her, Bai Zhihua couldn't help but feel annoyed.
There's something wrong with this woman. Su Hao said. What's the problem? Is she too beautiful? Has she bewitched you? Bai Zhihua scolded angrily. Bai Wuji's stepmother is said to have a very loose moral compass, which often leads to arguments between Bai Jinyu and her. On one occasion, he even caught her with a fitness instructor, almost resulting in a divorce. That's not quite right, I'm not Cao Cao. Su Hao said with a smile. Is that so? Bai Zhihua still didn't believe it. There are practically no men who don't like married women. Su Hao shook his head and did not continue. There are more and more people around. Bai Zhihua had to attend to social engagements and couldn't take care of him. Su Hao took a glass of champagne and found a seat. Just as I was about to drink, I suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. The fragrance is so faint that ordinary people wouldn't even notice it. Zhihua, Anan, please don't drink alcohol. Su Hao shouted suddenly. What's going on? Bai Zhihua had just received the champagne. This is still our family's wine, what could be wrong with it? Bai Anan asked, puzzled. Their family owns many businesses, and the champagne is the Bai family's own brand, imported from abroad and then used to entertain family guests. Ah! Before Su Hao could explain, one of the guests, a bald executive, drank champagne and immediately vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. The women around screamed loudly upon seeing this. Quick, let's go check it out. Su Hao shouted at the two sisters. When the three rushed over, they only saw the man lying on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his death extremely gruesome. What's most bizarre is that as his blood flows out, the skin it touches is rapidly ulcerating. It's as if his blood has turned into sulfuric acid, possessing extremely strong corrosive properties. Champagne is poisoned. Su Hao frowned. Listen up, everyone, do not drink alcohol. Bai Zhihua suddenly announced. What? What's the point of a party if you don't drink? Miss Bai, are you serious? Are you expecting us to stand here and chat? The guests in the distance were still unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Thump, thump, thump. The guests who had drunk the champagne collapsed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the guests collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. The wine is poisoned. When everyone realized what was happening, they all threw down their glasses. Those who were poisoned panicked, unsure of what fate awaited them. The lively gathering suddenly lost its flavor. No one laughed or joked anymore. Those who had escaped the calamity looked at their fallen relatives and friends and were plunged into grief. Who is it who wants to wipe out our Bai family? Bai Zhihua felt her hands and feet turn cold when she thought of this. She couldn't understand how the other person had poisoned her. Their security is world-class, so how did the other party manage to evade detection? Her gaze swept across the scene, and when she saw the people lying on the ground, as well as her parents, her face immediately darkened. Dad, Mom. In panic, she had only taken 2 steps when her nose suddenly started bleeding, and she collapsed limply. Anan, you've been drinking too? Su Hao asked in surprise. I only drank a little bit. Bai Anan said weakly. Looking back, they found that those who thought they had escaped a disaster were now lying on the ground. Of the large family, only a handful of people were not poisoned. This scene is absolutely terrifying. It felt like being in hell, with thousands of people around me on the verge of death. Not good. Su Hao suddenly realized that as the number of people poisoned increased, poisonous gas was also spreading in the air. Bai Zhihua suddenly felt weak in her limbs and swayed unsteadily, almost falling over. Eat it. Su Hao took out an antidote pill and fed it to Bai Zhihua. No, save my parents and family first. Bai Zhihua wanted to refuse. Listen to me, take your medicine. Su Hao pinched her nose and put the pill directly into her mouth. Bai Zhihua still ate it. Was it done by the poison witch master? Chen Bing lay on the ground, weak and powerless. Of course, who else could it be but him? Bai Ziyuan's situation was quite dire. His body had not yet recovered, and he was poisoned again, making him feel terrible. Brother Ziyuan, are you alright?
Chen Bing asked in a panic as she sensed his breathing growing weaker and weaker.
Don't panic, I'm here for you.
Su Hao arrived just in time, took out an antidote pill, and fed it to Bai Ziyuan. He then took out all the remaining antidote pills, and everyone, including Chen Bing and Xiaonan, received treatment. Only Bai Wuji lay weakly on the ground, having received no antidote pills whatsoever.
You surnamed Su, how could you hold such a grudge? He said indignantly. Save your breath, I don't have any antidote right now.
Su Hao said coldly he carried some pills with him, including antidote pills and blood stasis pills, but not many of them.
What do we do next? Bai Ziyuan looked at the poisoned people all over the ground, extremely anxious.
These are all elites of the Bai family, they must be rescued.
Anan, didn't you mention that the Bai family has a pharmacy? Take me there immediately. Su Hao said. Okay. Bai Anan acted swiftly.
Zirua, tell everyone to stay still and lie down as much as possible, otherwise the increased blood flow will make it impossible to save them.
Su Hao instructed before going to the pharmacy.
He quickly found some medicinal herbs, crushed them all, and prepared a simple antidote. When he returned, he diluted the antidote with well water and fed it to the poisoned person. The two Bai sisters worked tirelessly alongside him until all the thousands of people had drunk the antidote, and only then did they stop. 2 hours have passed since I finished all this. Bai Anan lay exhausted on the ground, while Bai Zhirua looked pale and had a sense of relief at surviving a disaster.
Not bad. Su Hao was very satisfied with the result.
Except for a few severely poisoned individuals, the rest were saved. Su Hao, thank goodness you were here, otherwise our Bai family would have been wiped out.
Bai Ziyuan was moved to tears.
The situation just now was too dangerous, almost everyone was poisoned, and no one warned them the toxicity of the champagne alone was enough to ensure that no one could escape. The person who poisoned them must have used the maximum dose, clearly intending to leave the Bai family with no chance of survival.
349, Chapter 349 Accusations. Uncle Bai, you're welcome. It's what I should do, Su Hao said calmly.
Just then, Bai Wuji stared at him with a vicious look. This is the kid who deliberately didn't give him the antidote. Although he was given the antidote later, it wasn't nearly as effective as the pill now. Like most people, he's still weak and exhausted, close to collapse. He was determined to avenge this. His eyes darted around, and he came up with the best solution. Fourth uncle, dear relatives, and friends, I don't know if you've all noticed, but we've all been poisoned, except for one person who was completely unharmed.
Bai Wuji shouted. Bai Wuji, what do you mean? Su Hao frowned, very unhappy. It's obvious whoever has the antidote is the one who poisoned me.
Bai Wuji roared.
Impossible.
Bai Zhirua stood up for Su Hao. Don't listen to the slander of petty people. Su Hao saved you. No one can doubt him.
Doubt, this is not doubt at all, but a reasonable inference. I ask you all, have you ever seen the Poison Goo Master?
Bai Wuji said.
Never seen it before. Everyone answered.
That's right, the Poison Goo Master is very well hidden. No one has discovered him at all, whether he's dead or alive, male or female. Only a few people know. I have reason to believe that Su Hao is a disciple of the Poison Goo Master who infiltrated the group. He used this poisoning crisis to successfully infiltrate our ranks, gain our trust, and ultimately wipe us all out.
Bai Wuji continued to incite. That's right, that makes sense. The disciples of the Poison Goo Master are truly ruthless. I almost fell for his trick.
Arrest him, interrogate him thoroughly, and we must find out the whereabouts of the Poison Goo Master.
Many people sided with Bai Wuji.
They used public opinion to frame Su Hao.
You're all insane. The Bai family has never been ungrateful. Are you trying to ruin the Bai family's century-old reputation?
Bai Zhirua argued her case forcefully.
Zhirua, my cousin, you're still helping outsiders. Everyone knows what you're thinking, right? Many people may not believe it, but this woman actually wants to reject the Nangong family's marriage proposal for Su Hao, leading everyone into an abyss. Bai Wuji suddenly announced. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Zhirua retorted angrily. After I exposed you, you became enraged?
Bai Wuji said coldly, I hereby declare that Su Hao is not only a disciple of the poison goo master, but he also used a despicable goo poison on the eldest daughter of the Bai family to control her and achieve his goal of taking over the Bai family. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. When did Bai Wuji become so eloquent? I remember when I argued with him, he would explode after a short while, he's just a simple-minded person. He stared at Bai Wuji for a long time. Su Hao, what else do you have to say? Bai Wuji said coldly. Bai Wuji, let me ask you, back in Luo City, what caused the conflict between the Bai family and Ma Rulong? Su Hao suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Don't change the subject. Bai Wuji said coldly. Will you tell me or not? Su Hao suddenly walked up to him, grabbed his collar with his right hand, and shouted. Father, save me, this brat wants to kill me to silence me. Bai Wuji's voice suddenly became sharp, revealing his panic and fear. You surnamed Su, how dare you take a Bai family disciple hostage in front of so many clansmen? Bai Zhenyu roared angrily. Hostage, you're wrong. Su Hao said, releasing Bai Wuji immediately. You're smart enough to know your place, but I still have doubts about your identity, Bai Zhenyu said coldly. Is that so? Su Hao sneered. Did you all see that? This kid is about to die, and he still won't admit his mistake. Men, arrest him. Bai Zhenyu shouted. Dozens of bodyguards immediately appeared and surrounded Su Hao. Dad, aren't you going to stop him? Su Hao saved you twice, how could he target the Bai family? Bai Zhihua said anxiously. I also have a slight doubt about this matter. Bai Ziyuan shook his head. This is too strange, there is no indication of who poisoned him. Bai Wuji's suspicions were partly justified. The poison was definitely administered by an insider, Su Hao was an outsider, so there's a certain possibility of that. Once the investigation is thorough and it's found that he didn't do it, he can be exonerated. You're really getting senile, you can't tell right from wrong. Bai Zhihua said unhappily. Zhihua, how dare you speak to the patriarch like that? Chen Bing shouted angrily. Today is the family annual meeting. Bai Ziyuan represents absolute power, and there must be absolutely no slander against him. Even his daughter is not an option. Make your move, if he dares to resist, kill him without mercy. Bai Zhenyu roared. Dozens of bodyguards pulled out stun guns and rushed towards Su Hao. That's it? Su Hao sneered, leaping into the air to dodge all the bodyguards' attacks and landing in front of Bai Wuji. He's the real culprit. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hao punched Bai Wuji in the head. Boom! Bai Wuji's brain shattered, and he died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Su Hao, what are you doing? Bai Zhihua never expected that he would kill Bai Wuji without a word. This is my uncle's only son. A crucial member of the Bai family bloodline. It's over, Brother Su has been driven crazy. By and inside he was a tough man, but with so much suspicion, he gradually lost his mind. You actually killed my son? Bai Zhenyu roared in grief and anger, are you trying to make an enemy of the Bai family? Upon hearing this, dozens of Bai family disciples stood up and glared at Su Hao with hatred. Today, all those present were important figures from the Bai family. Su Hao, as an outsider, killed a family member in public, directly incurring the wrath of the crowd. Bai Ziyuan panicked. He didn't want anything to happen to Su Hao, he just wanted to find out the truth. But Su Hao went too far, directly killing Bai Wuji, turning what was right into what was wrong. You're wrong, I am not the Bai family's enemy, but their great benefactor. Su Hao said righteously. Nonsense, by killing Wuji, you are destined to become a major enemy of the Bai family, second only to the poison goo master. Bai Zhenyu slapped a serious charge on him. Bai Zhihua stood there, stunned. Even though she wanted to help Su Hao, she couldn't find a suitable reason for it. Su Hao, you may be impulsive, but you don't have to be this unreasonable. Bai Wuji was, after all, her closest relative. If Su Hao didn't have a good enough reason, even she wouldn't let him go. You father and son have taken sophistry to the extreme. Su Hao said disdainfully, let me ask you all, according to Bai Wuji, I am a disciple of the Poison Goo Master. You saved everyone to infiltrate the Bai family, right?
Yes, this is your conspiracy. Bai Zhenyu nodded.
That's right, young Master Wuji's analysis is correct, so you killed him to silence him. Several members of the Bai family accused him. 350, Chapter 350. A very sensitive nose.
A bunch of idiots.
According to your logic, let's assume I'm a disciple of the Poison Goo Master. Why would I save you?
Isn't it more worthwhile to just wait for you to die from the poison than to infiltrate the ranks? All of the Bai family's elite are dead. Isn't this the best outcome for Master Poison Goo?
Su Hao's few words left Bai Zhenyu and the others speechless.
Yes, if they are the enemy, why bother with so much effort?
Bai Zhiruo nodded. The logic behind these words was quite clear.
Don't try to deny it. It's true that you killed Wuji. There's no denying that.
Bai Zhenyu reacted quickly, immediately changing the subject and speaking in a questioning tone.
Yes, you are still our enemy. You were really brave to kill the eldest son of the direct line at the Bai family's annual meeting. Su Hao, don't try to argue. You'll be buried with young Master Wuji.
The others spoke angrily. Everyone, please don't get agitated. You're just being used as pawns, Su Hao said calmly. He picked up the headless Bai Wuji and threw him in front of everyone. He then took a bottle of champagne from the table, opened it, and poured some on the ground.
Everyone, take a sniff. Can you tell that Bai Wuji has the same scent as the ones you were poisoned with? Everyone who took a closer sniff felt dizzy and lightheaded. What's going on? Why would Bai Wuji have this poison on his body? Young man, are you saying that it was Wuji who poisoned you? Bai Ziyuan trembled and asked in astonishment.
Impossible, Wuji himself was poisoned. There's no reason for him to poison anyone.
Bai Zhenyu argued.
Uncle Bai, this poison could be said to have been administered by Bai Wuji, or it could be said that he didn't, Su Hao said coldly.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Bai Zhenyu was a little confused. The others were also completely baffled. Bai Zhiruo scratched her head, completely unaware of what he meant by his words.
Next comes the biggest shock.
Su Hao said solemnly, revealing the astonishing deduction. Bai Wuji was already dead before he even arrived at the annual meeting. The person he was afterward was merely a walking corpse controlled by Goo magic.
Upon hearing this, everyone thought it was a fantasy. Lies, all lies.
Bai Zhenyu didn't believe it at all. Wuji came with his stepmother. He was full of energy at the time. How could he be a puppet controlled by someone else? This person's Goo technique is extremely advanced. Through secret methods, he can control corpses that died within a day. Su Hao's deduction was increasingly beyond everyone's comprehension.
Impossible, you have no evidence. Bai Zhenyu was almost going crazy. He couldn't accept it. If this claim is true, what does it mean?
Bai Wuji not only died a tragic death, but was also subjected to inhuman treatment after his death.
Evidence? Su Hao walked up to Bai Wuji and ripped off his outer garment.
His body was exposed. Everyone looked over in horror and saw that his upper body was covered with countless corpse worms writhing wildly.
Vomit.
Many women who witnessed this scene vomited on the spot. Even the most daring person would feel a chill run down their spine.
Impossible. Bai Zhenyu was completely stunned. How could he accept such a reality? Brother, do you believe me now? This has nothing to do with Su Hao, it's all a conspiracy by the Poison Goo Master. Bai Ziyuan sighed.
Yes, this person is too ruthless and vicious. Bai Zhenyu recalled that Bai Wuji was indeed acting strangely today when he was arguing with Su Hao. His overall emotions were very calm, giving people the feeling that he was detached from the situation. Looking back, it turns out that I was being manipulated by others and speaking those words through ventriloquism. Father, uncle, the truth has come to light. The one Su Hao killed was just a puppet. He didn't kill any Bai family disciples. On the contrary, he saved everyone present. He's not the Bai family's enemy, but their great benefactor. Bai Zhiruo felt relieved. Everything had turned out for the best. Su Hao was cleared of suspicion and regained her trust. This Bai Zhenyu suddenly collapsed to the ground, looking several years older.
He's so pitiful. A parent outlives their child.
At this moment, Bai Wuji's head was severed, and even a complete corpse could not be pieced back together. No one dared to imagine what kind of treatment Bai Wuji received before his death. Patriarch, please mobilize all your forces to apprehend the poison which master. We cannot let Wuji die an innocent death. Bai Zhenyu said angrily. He could let Su Hao off the hook, but the poison goo master absolutely could not be let go. Don't worry, I watched Wuji grow up's a good kid, and the Bai family will never forget Hemas for the poison goo master. I swear to God, as long as I have a breath left, I will fight him to the very end. Bai Ziyuan said angrily. He is now basically certain that the goo poison in his body is also related to the poison goo master. With Bai Wuji's tragic death, the hatred between the Bai family and the poison goo master intensified. Su Hao, I believe everyone has the same question. Why were you able to tell that Wuji was acting strangely? Bai Ziyuan asked seriously. At first, I was just guessing, until I asked Bai Wuji a question. What was the grudge between the Bai family and Ma Rulong? Bai Wuji was involved in the whole thing, so it was impossible for him not to know today. Bai Wuji avoided answering, which gave me direct evidence. Su Hao said calmly. Is there any circumstantial evidence? Bai Ziyuan asked. Yes. Su Hao nodded. Bai Wuji wore strange cosmetics today to cover up the stench of a corpse. In fact, he didn't know that the stench of a corpse cannot be covered up. The stench of a corpse? Everyone shook their heads. In an open environment, not everyone has such a sensitive nose. Brother Su, your nose is even more sensitive than a dog's, Bai Anan suddenly said. Hey, are you praising me or insulting me? Su Hao flipped over. Roll your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Laughter returned to the party only then. Everyone, do you want to know who is controlling Bai Wuji? Su Hao's words brought all the laughter to an abrupt halt. You know who's behind this? Bai Zhenyu was overjoyed. Did this mean he could avenge his son? Su Hao, stop being so mysterious. Just say what you have to say. Bai Zhiruo was getting impatient. Yes, tell us who the mastermind is. As long as they're at the scene, the Bai family will not let them get away with it. This person is malicious. We must not let him go back to the mountains. Mr. Su, we believe what you say. Hurry up and decipher it. The others urged him on. Su Hao's gaze, however, fell on Bai Wuji's stepmother, sizing her up unabashedly. Bai Zhiruo frowned, wondering if he had really taken a fancy to a married woman. Bai Zhenyu's face was quite ugly. This was his second wife, and he felt very uncomfortable being looked at like that by another man. 351, Chapter 351. The Mastermind. Su Hao, just say what you have to say, or shut up. Are you staring at my wife because you want to mess with her? Bai Zhenyu said impatiently. Why are you so agitated? My meaning is already very clear, but you're such a fool that you can't understand. The mastermind behind this incident is none other than your second wife. Su Hao said decisively. These words were spoken. Everyone fell silent. It was her? All eyes turned to that direction. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful. How could she be the mastermind behind everything? But everyone would subconsciously believe Su Hao's words, as there was absolutely no reason for him to deceive them. Handsome young man, I just greeted you today. Why are you framing me? The stepmother's eyes were glistening with tears as she pitifully spoke. Su Hao, you have no evidence. Please don't make things up. Bai Ziyuan was a little angry. These were his family members. The eldest brother has already suffered enough, losing his son in middle age. Now that his wife is being criticized again, it's like adding insult to injury. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for what I say. Su Hao's expression was serious. I noticed it a long time ago. I don't know if everyone else noticed, but when everyone else was poisoned, she wasn't affected at all. The antidote I gave her, she just hid it on her person. Nonsense, where would I find an antidote? The woman's expression changed drastically, and she refused to admit it at all. No? Su Hao walked forward and suddenly reached into his chest, then pulled out a pill from his palm. Honey, he did it on purpose, he just wanted to touch me. The woman turned to Bai Zhenyu and said coquettishly. You bastard Su Hao, how dare you flirt with my woman right in front of me? Bai Zhenyu roared in fury. He flew towards Su Hao, as if he were about to fight him to the death. Su Hao, please show mercy.
Bai Jirua's expression changed drastically upon seeing this.
The next moment, a figure flew backward.
Who else could it be but Bai Zhenyu?
Bai Jirua understood clearly that once a fight broke out, no one here could be a match for Su Hao.
My uncle's anger and embarrassment were entirely self-inflicted.
You, surnamed Su, your evidence is utterly unconvincing. Bai Zhenyu, even after falling to the ground, remained unconvinced. Nobody saw clearly whether you had a pill hidden in your palm all along. This statement has been widely accepted. Yes, he didn't check at all when he reached out his hand. I've seen this kind of magic trick on It's not clever at all, it's become so common.
Produce new evidence, otherwise you won't be able to convince the public.
The Bai family members all stood up for their stepmother.
There's another way.
Su Hao said in a deep voice, since he is a master at controlling goo worms, then he must have a mother goo inside his body.
Brother-in-law, no, Brother Su, do you mean to capture her and force out the mother goo? Bai Yanin immediately asked. No need for that.
Su Hao shook his head. As long as this person has the mother goo, under long-term influence, she will emit a strange fragrance and possess blue blood.
A wonderful fragrance?
Several women leaned closer to smell it and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Su Hao is right, her fragrance is too strong, completely different from the perfumes on the market. I just made my own sachets, you're all making a fuss over nothing. The woman took out a sachet, and as it blew in the breeze, the fragrance it emitted was exactly the same as the one she wore. Stop with the tricks, Yuri, just using a sachet to cover up the stench. There's one thing you can't hide, and that's your blood.
Su Hao was speaking normally when he suddenly took out a silver needle and struck the other person's arm.
The sudden attack left the woman with no way to escape.
Laugh.
His clothes were torn, and a bloody mark appeared on his arm.
The blood that remained was indeed blue.
Sister-in-law, so it was you who did all this?
Bai Ziyuan said angrily. Wife, did you kill Wuji?
Bai Zhenyu felt like the sky was about to fall.
Who is your sister-in-law?
Who is your wife? The woman sighed, looked at Su Hao with a fierce gaze, and said in a cold voice, I never expected that you would see through my flawless plan.
Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. I advise you to surrender.
Su Hao said coldly.
Is that so?
The woman suddenly grinned maliciously, turned around, and appeared next to Bai Zhenyu, a sharp dagger in her hand held to his neck.
The chilling murderous aura sent a cold sweat down Bai Zhenyu's spine.
To his utter surprise, the woman he loved most turned against him and took him hostage.
Who exactly are you? Su Hao demanded.
Have you forgotten what I just said? The disciple of the poison master has already infiltrated them. The woman laughed loudly. The Bai family is truly a bunch of useless trash. They have no discernment at all.
Where is my sister-in-law? What have you done to her? Bai Ziyuan roared.
That bitch, of course she's dead, otherwise, how could I have such an exquisite human skin mask? After saying that, the woman removed the mask, revealing her true face. She was still a beautiful woman, but she looked several years younger than the face on the mask. Her oval face had become a round face, and her temperament was completely different.
I never expected you to be so vicious at such a young age, Bai Ziyuan sighed.
Enough with the nonsense, you all deserve to die for offending my master. Today's plan was perfect. If Su Hao hadn't been there, would you still be alive? A bunch of useless trash, a family of over 1,000 people, almost wiped out by me.
The female disciple of the poison master let out a mocking laugh. The entire Bai family felt ashamed. This statement is clearly true.
The most terrifying thing is when the truth comes out and you're proven wrong.
Guards, seize me. Bai Ziyuan could no longer tolerate it. The disciple of the poison master was also an enemy of their family. Stop, don't you want him dead?
The woman pressed a sharp dagger lightly against Bai Zhenyu's neck. With a slight slip, blood gushed out.
Never mind me, kill her.
Bai Zhenyu was going all out now that he had lost his wife and children. What was the point of living? If he could exchange his old life for the enemy's, he would accept it completely.
Big brother Bai Ziyuan couldn't bear it at all. Release them, or I won't spare you.
Su Hao said coldly.
Su Hao, right, I'll remember you anyway. Bai Jirua can't possibly marry you,
so why don't we find some time to discuss this important life event? How about you join my master's sect and we fly wing to wing together? This woman was grinning and flirting with Su Hao in public.
Dream on, Su Hao said, about to launch his attack.
Unexpectedly, the woman took out a smoke bomb with her right hand, fired out a cloud of smoke, and took the opportunity to escape. Everyone be careful, don't inhale the smoke.
Bai Ziyuan, terrified of the poison, shouted a warning.
Everyone retreated, and by the time everything calmed down, the disciple of the poison master had already vanished without a trace.
352, Chapter 352 Not Giving Face. Big brother, are you alright? Bai Ziyuan glanced around and saw Bai Jinyu lying on the ground with a pool of blood next to him. He rushed over anxiously. Don't move, let me take a look. Su Hao shouted, stopping him. When they rushed over, they found that Bai Ziyuan's throat had been slit, blood was gushing out, and he was barely breathing. Su Hao immediately took out his gold needles and quickly sealed the acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then he examined the wound and found that it wasn't deep at all. It was just a minor injury to a major artery. He took out some wound medicine and applied it to the wound. After a series of emergency treatments, he finally pulled through the cracks and came back from the brink of death. Su Hao, thank you for saving my brother. Bai Ziyuan said gratefully. You're welcome. Su Hao was covered in blood after doing all this. Fourth brother, what about that woman, have you brought her back? Bai Jinyu asked weakly. She got away. Bai Ziyuan sighed. With so many of us, why didn't anyone go after them? He seemed quite surprised. Brother, as you know, the successor of the poison master carries a lot of poisons. If our people rashly chase after him, we'll likely suffer a great loss. We need to reconsider this matter. Bai Ziyuan said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, but the enemy's strength was unknown, and there was a great risk involved. Bai Ziyuan took back control of the situation, first sending Bai Jinyu back to recuperate, then disbanding the gathering. In the end, only the core disciples of the Bai family remained. Everyone, as you've all seen, we all owe Su Hao a thank you today. After saying that, he turned directly to Su Hao and said, Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. More than 100 members of the Bai family expressed their sincere gratitude. Stop with the formalities, I don't need them. Su Hao shook his head calmly. If you really care, then declare the engagement invalid. I really can't help with this. Bai Ziyuan said with a wry smile. He had said it many times before, he had no say in the matter. Didn't we agree that if I helped you deal with the poisonous immortal, the engagement would be dissolved? Su Hao asked. Mr. Su, you yourself said you were dealing with the poison master, but you haven't even captured his disciple yet. Bai Ziyuan said. In short, I will get involved in this matter. Su Hao said coldly. Brother-in-law, let me take you to take a shower and change your clothes. Baianan used this phrase to protest her father's stubbornness. This girl Bai Ziyuan frowned, about to say something, when someone rushed over in a panic, saying, It's bad, the Nangong family is here. Quickly, invite them in. Bai Ziyuan's whole body stiffened. The inevitable had finally arrived. He reprimanded, Everyone, be on your guard, don't let the Nangong family look down on us. Outside the Bai family manor, several hundred people had already arrived in a grand procession. They arrived near the Bai family's residence in dozens of luxury cars, then disembarked and walked to show their respect for the Bai family. Everyone was dressed festively, and the two people leading the group were a man and a woman. The man was about 25 or 26 years old, with a powerful stride and a dashing appearance. He had sharp eyes and a handsome face. He was none other than Nangongyu, the young master of the most powerful family in the eastern province. Everyone who saw it had to call it a genius. Beside him was his younger sister, Nangong Ling, who had a beautiful face but was arrogant and disdainful of others. Brother, I have something to tell you. The marriage should have been finalized when I went to present the betrothal gifts last time, but Bai Jiruo was very disrespectful and returned the gifts directly, Nangong Ling said. What do you mean? Nangong Yu was focused on cultivation and hadn't paid attention to this matter. She has someone she likes. Nangong Ling said incisively. Really, that's not important. She just didn't see me, otherwise she would never have fallen for another man. Nangong Yu said confidently. That's true, what woman doesn't like my brother? Nangong Ling smiled with relief.
Upon arriving at the manor gate, one can see Bai Ziyuan and his men waiting for them.
Young Master Nangong, I didn't expect you to come in person. It's truly an honor for our Bai family. Bai Ziyuan said politely. Uncle Bai, you're too kind. Nangong Yu said calmly. Come on, let's go inside and talk.
Bai Ziyuan led everyone to the reception room, where they were seated in the host and guest seats. The Bai family disciples stood on both sides, providing the highest level of hospitality.
Please have some tea. Bai Ziyuan smiled faintly. Patriarch Nangong, I won't beat around the bush. I've come here again to present betrothal gifts, and I hope you won't refuse a second time.
Nangong Ling clapped her hands, and dozens of people entered carrying gifts. Before long, dozens of boxes were placed in the living room, containing various valuable paintings and calligraphy, as well as countless gold and silver jewelry.
Even though Bai Ziyuan was well informed, he was still shocked by the Nangong family's actions. Both are top-tier wealthy families in Dong province, but the Nangong family is much richer than theirs.
Patriarch Bai, I don't need to say anything, you must understand that this is definitely the highest level betrothal gift in the province. Nangong Ling said proudly, now we just need my future sister-in-law to agree, and then the marriage between our two families will be officially signed.
The Nangong family has put in a lot of effort, and I am personally very satisfied. Bai Ziyuan stated directly.
In that case, we will send someone over in a few days to welcome Miss Jirua to the Nangong family to marry my brother.
Nangong Ling said with a smile. No problem, we'll go with your schedule. Bai Ziyuan didn't object at all and accepted everything. I object.
Bai Jirua stepped forward and coldly announced.
Sister Jirua, do you know what those words just now meant? Nangong Ling threatened.
I made it clear to you last time that I have absolutely no interest in Nangong Yu. We will never like someone like him in my entire life. Take your gifts back, and go back the way you came.
Bai Jirua showed no mercy whatsoever. Is this your answer?
Nangong Yu slowly looked over, his eyes cold and arrogance evident in his voice. Miss Jirua, you are indeed a beauty, and you have captured my heart, but there is one. I hope you will always remember that no family dares to refuse the Nangong family. Your objections are unacceptable. You don't accept it. Marriage is a matter between two people. Your unilateral decision has no effect, Bai Jirua argued logically.
Woman, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm just informing you. Nangong Yu's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument.
Oh, you're such a pathetic wretch. You'll probably never win a woman's heart in your entire life. Do you think marriage is like buying something, where you can get whatever you like?
Bai Jirua sneered. Isn't that right? Who would object to the woman I, Nangong Yu, have chosen? Nangong Yu said proudly.
Idiot, didn't I already object? Are you deaf? If you're not feeling well, you should go see a doctor.
Bai Jirua showed no mercy whatsoever. Woman, can you really bear the consequences of offending the Nangong family? Nangong Yu roared in fury. 353, Chapter 353. Barefoot people aren't afraid of those wearing shoes.
Young Master Nangong, please calm down. Let us try to persuade Jirua. Qin Bing was stunned. She actually dared to break off the engagement, which was something she hadn't expected, so she took Bai Jirua's hand and patiently persuaded her. Daughter, a woman's life is just like this. Doesn't it matter who you marry? Look at how handsome young Master Nangong is. Countless women would kill to marry him. It's your good fortune that he values you. Whoever wants to marry him, then let them accept these betrothal gifts.
Bai Jirua refused to compromise.
Jirua, you are the future heir of the family. Don't you understand that as long as we marry into the Nangong family, we will have smooth sailing for the next few decades? For the sake of the family, you have no choice but to sacrifice yourself.
Bai Ziyuan roared.
I'd rather not have this status as heir, Bai Jirua said, refusing to change her mind.
Other elders from the Bai family began to offer their advice.
Bai Jirua frowned, already numb to such words. She abruptly pushed aside the crowd, went to Nangong Yu's side, and stared straight at him, saying, I don't care who you are or who you like, this engagement is absolutely not going to happen. If you have any shame, please take back your betrothal gifts, otherwise everyone will be embarrassed.
Woman, no one can threaten me. Nangong Yu roared. Is that so?
Bai Jiruo smiled coldly, deciding to use her trump card. Listen carefully, I already have a man I like, and my heart can no longer accommodate a second man.
It doesn't matter, I only want you as a person, and I only want you to carry on the family line.
Nangong Yu didn't mind at all. He didn't know how to manage relationships and marriage, he just wanted an excellent child-rearing machine. Bai Jiruo comes from a good family, is intelligent, and is beautiful. She is definitely the best candidate.
Do you enjoy being cuckolded? Do you enjoy raising other people's children? Bai Jiruo asked in a shocking way. What do you mean? No matter how engrossed Nangong Yu was in cultivation, he still understood the meaning of being cuckolded. That's right, I'm pregnant with the child of the man I love most. Bai Jiruo said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chen Bing hurriedly looked at Zhang Ma. Was this true? Hadn't she already instructed them to keep a close eye on them and not allow any intimate relations? Aunt Zhang was dumbfounded. Nothing had happened between the young lady and Su Hao, so how could she be pregnant? Could it be that they had already been living together in Luo City? If that's true, she's even more wrong than Doi, becoming a scapegoat. Jiruo, what are you saying? Bai Ziyuan was furious. How could he say such a thing in public? Pregnancy before marriage? This is not only a disgrace to the Nangong family, but also an insult to the Bai family. Who is it? Whose child are you carrying? Nangong Yu's face turned ashen. Here he comes, it's him. Bai Jiruo heard footsteps and looked at Su Hao, who had just walked in, with a smile. So it was him. Nangong Ling's face darkened. Is he Su Hao? Nangong Yu remembered something not long ago. His sister had mentioned that someone had bought their blood spirit flower at an auction and successfully snagged a bargain. Brother, should we kill him? Nangong Ling asked murderously, remembering that he was the one who had cheated on Nangong Yu. Su Hao was away just now and noticed that the atmosphere between the two sides was a bit strange. He couldn't help but wonder if the talks had broken down. That's fine, since Bai Jiruo refuses to marry anyway. What happened? Baianan asked around and was stunned after finding out what had happened. She was with Bai Jiruo almost every day and knew it was a lie. My sister and brother Su simply don't have the time, nor is it possible for them to sleep together. This was merely a last resort to strike at Nangong Yu. In this way, the fight will result in mutual destruction. While damaging Nangong Yu's reputation, she herself will also be despised by everyone. Sister, why are you doing this to yourself? Baianan sighed. To break off an engagement like this, how much pressure will they have to endure in the future? Bai Jiruo, you are a smart woman. I will take your words just now as lies, just trying to force me to break off the engagement. Nangong Yu did not target Su Hao, but looked directly at the most beautiful woman present. Nangong Yu, do you have a green fetish? Bai Jiruo said angrily. Shut up. I'm just giving you a way out. Don't provoke me again and again. Otherwise, your entire Bai family will suffer. Nangong Yu's face turned ashen. I've already said all this, and you still want to force me into marriage? Bai Jiruo found it unbelievable what a strong heart it must take to accept having a child for someone else. Bai Jiruo, don't force me. I must marry the woman I set my sights on, no matter what. So what if you're pregnant, your belly isn't showing at all, which means it's not long once you join the Nangong family, we'll definitely find someone to get rid of it for you. At that time, you will still only be able to carry my child. You were born a member of the Nangong family, and you will die a member of the Nangong family. No one can change that. 10 days from now, I will marry you. After finishing his sentence, Nangong Yu stormed off in a huff. This person was arrogant and domineering, and did not give Bai Jiruo any chance to speak. Sister Jiruo, my brother has already given you enough face. Any future misfortunes are entirely your own doing. Joining the Nangong family will only make you a baby-making machine. To continue our family line, don't even think about getting any of the rights of a young mistress. Before leaving, Nangong Ling said fiercely. Everyone from the Nangong family, leave. Daughter, what you just said was false, right? You're not pregnant at all. Chen Bing asked anxiously. Right.
Now that things have come to this, there's absolutely no need to lie to my family anymore. That's good. On your wedding night, you can serve Nangon Yu well. Maybe he will change his mind and not torture you too much. Chen Bing breathed a sigh of relief. He's not stupid. Your methods are completely useless. They only manage to provoke him and make things worse. The situation has just become more complicated. Bai Ziyuan sighed. Dad, Mom, don't worry, there are still 10 days. There will definitely be other ways. Bai Zhirua frowned, unwilling to give in. Zirua, you're right, there's another way. Su Hao suddenly said. I don't know what you're trying to say. Bai Zhirua frowned, as if she had thought of something but was unwilling to bring it up. What method? Chen Bing asked hurriedly. Since faking pregnancy won't work, let's face it head on. Su Hao's words were exactly what Bai Zhirua had expected. This is Su Hao's usual tactic. He will never back down, but will face difficulties head on and fight to the very end. Are you crazy? Even the Bai family is no match for the Nangon family. How could you possibly defeat him? The Bai family members said with deep concern. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have something to lose. It's such a simple principle. I believe everyone understands it, right? Su Hao smiled confidently. 354, Chapter 354. Not giving him any face. Easy for you to say. After Zhirua's outburst, the Nangon family must hate you to death. Chen Bing reminded him. What's there to be afraid of? As long as they dare to make a move, I have a legitimate reason to deal with them. Su Hao was optimistic and didn't care at all. Su Hao, will you hate me? This time you've gotten yourself into such big trouble? Bai Zhirua was a little nervous. This was not the outcome she wanted. Don't worry, this is nothing. Just stay home and try not to wander around. Leave this to me. After saying that, Su Hao left with a confident air. My brother-in-law is a real man. Su Anin exclaimed. Our Bai family is truly plagued by endless troubles. Bai Ziyuan sighed and took the butler to visit Bai Zhenyu. Isn't that right? Chen Bing once had a thought, why not ask his father for help? But considering the past grievances between the two families, they had no choice but to give up. The interior of the luxurious extended car. Nangon Yu closed his eyes and was meditating. Brother, I'm speechless. Things have already gotten this bad, and you still have the mind to practice your skills? Nangon Ling couldn't swallow her anger. Bai Zhirua said such nasty things in public, and her own brother actually said a few words and then ran away. This is not the way the Nangon family usually acts. When they encounter trouble, they always fight back immediately. What's wrong with practicing martial arts? If you were more diligent, you would be a master by now. Nangon Yu said coldly. Let's not talk about my business for now. Nangon Ling smiled awkwardly. Don't you want to get revenge on Su Hao? He stole your woman. No man could tolerate that. Stealing women, he's not worthy. Bai Zhirua is a perfect vessel. No one can escape the women I set my sights on. As for that brat surnamed Su, crushing him is no different than stomping an ant. Nangon Yu said calmly. Nangon Ling frowned. She clearly realized that as his strength increased, Nangon Yu was becoming increasingly strange. It was as if the 7 emotions and 6 desires were gradually disappearing. According to martial artists, this is the process of transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood. This means that the older brother's strength has reached a terrifying level. But it's really too difficult to get along with someone like that. It's impossible to perceive their true feelings. By the way, didn't you mention the blood spirit flower? Nangon Yu suddenly asked. Yes, this thing is in Su Hao's hands. Nangon Ling rolled her eyes. Did he just realize that? Take the stuff back. Nangon Yu ordered. Where is Su Hao? Nangon Ling protested. Do whatever you want with it, I just want the elixir, I don't care about anything else. Nangon Yu didn't care at all. Clear. Nangon Ling was overjoyed. She immediately contacted someone and gave the most direct order, kill Su Hao and retrieve the blood spirit flower. Su Hao was taking a taxi to the Huang family's house when his phone rang. Su Hao, what have you been busy with lately? I went to the clinic to look for you, and Zhang Xiaoyi said you haven't been back to Luo City for the past few days. Is that true? It was Lin Yao who called. The two hadn't seen each other for several days and missed each other very much. Yes, I have some things to take care of in the provincial capital, so I can't go back for the time being, Su Hao admitted.
The provincial capital, you wouldn't be pursuing Bai Jiruo, would you?
Lin Yao's intuition was accurate. She realized it must be related to her love rival.
Don't make wild guesses, I'm busy with other things. Su Hao denied it, saying he hadn't actively pursued anyone.
Okay, I believe you.
Lin Yao didn't press further, feeling it unnecessary. Guess where I am right now? Su Hao frowned. Is this being coquettish? It doesn't seem so.
Lin Yao should have taken over the Lin Group by now, so her current location is likely at a train station or high-speed rail station. In short, it's within the territory of Dong Province.
Have you come to the provincial capital? He asked with a smile. Congratulations, you guessed right.
Lin Yao was very happy. I just got off the plane, and headquarters sent a car to pick me up. I'd like to grab a bite to eat along the way. Could you come with me?
Of course, name a place. Su Hao agreed without hesitation. Yanyu Tower.
On the other end of the phone, Lin Yao heard the driver's voice as he inquired, and finally received a recommendation.
Good.
After Su Hao ended the call, he instructed the taxi driver to turn around and head towards Yanyu Tower.
Yanyulu is a high-end restaurant, and its food is featured in travel guidebooks.
Basically, when people from other places ask, they all recommend this place. When Lin Yao arrived, she had reserved a table, intending to catch up with Su Hao, but reality was unfortunate. Zhang Suihua and Lin Hao were also present. Since their house was bombed, Zhang Suihua set her sights on the provincial capital, thinking that once Lin Yao's job was stable, she would definitely buy a villa there. From then on, they were no longer residents of Los Angeles, but became a powerful family in the eastern province. Daughter, the provincial capital is so much better. The restaurants here are so much more impressive. Chen Chunhua was like a country bumpkin visiting the city, finding everything new and exciting. Is it really that bad? There are plenty of restaurants in Los Angeles that are more upscale than this. Lin Yao shook her head and smiled wryly. She couldn't trust her mother's words at all.
Mom, did you make plans with someone?
Lin Hao reminded her.
Oh right, I almost forgot.
Chen Chunhua took out her phone and sent a message, as if she were telling her date her address.
Mom, how about I set up a table by myself?
Lin Yao wanted a quiet environment. If this were added, the table would become too noisy.
No, your aunt and Xiaohong are coming later. How can you leave?
Chen Chunhua said with a smile.
Aunt? Lin Yao's expression changed. She doesn't welcome him.
Every encounter in the past has left an indelible impression, and today I'm going to suffer again. Within minutes, Lin Yao's aunt arrived with Chen Hong and a young man by her side. Sister, your family has finally moved to the provincial capital. That's wonderful. Zhang Meiting sat opposite her, smiling broadly. Lin Yao glanced at her after not seeing her for several years. Her aunt looked older than before, with noticeable crow's feet, but her attire had also become more tacky. She wore a large gold chain around her neck and gold and jade bracelets on her wrists, which made a particularly jarring jingling sound when she walked. We just got off the plane and are still unfamiliar with the place, Zhang Suihua said, then proudly introduced. Do you remember Yaoer? She's successful now, managing a conglomerate with assets worth tens of billions. Our family will definitely live a good life from now on.
Yaoer is so amazing, you have to help Xiaohong out in the future and find her an easier job.
Zhang Meiting said shamelessly. Auntie, I haven't started my new job yet. I am not sure if the company needs to hire a new person, Lin Yao said indifferently, unwilling to agree. A hint of displeasure flashed across Zhang Meiting's face. She felt that Lin Yao was not giving her any face at all.
355, Chapter 355 Hypocrisy. Mom, have you forgotten that your daughter is capable of earning money and doesn't need anyone to introduce her to a job?
Chen Hong said somewhat unhappily. Yes, you know what, a few days ago, Xiaohong made 50 million and even bought me a gold bracelet. I told her not to buy it, it's such a waste of money. As Zhang Meiting spoke, she showed off the bracelet on her wrist.
50 million? When did Xiaohong become so powerful?
Chen Chunhua asked in surprise.
Auntie, are you looking down on me by saying such things?
Chen Hong said unhappily that money was obtained by selling the gold Buddha, and she felt that it was her own skill and the result of her labor. She felt no gratitude towards Chen Chunhua. Look at what you're saying, I was just curious, Chen Shunhua quickly explained. In this world, as long as there's an opportunity, making money is easy. Don't even mention 50 million, I want to earn 500 million, even 5 billion.
Chen Hong said ambitiously.
If that's true, that's wonderful, our Chen family has produced someone successful.
Chen Shunhua was actually happy for her. Sister Hong, who is he?
Lin Hao noticed that the young man who accompanied Chen Hong seemed to be someone special.
Xiao Hao, you've come to the right place.
Chen Hong proudly took the hand of the young man beside her and said,
this is brother Zhang Yu. He's a department manager at Century Group and a successful businessman. I almost forgot. You're new here and don't know about Century Group yet, do you? It's a huge conglomerate with a market value of hundreds of billions.
A market capitalization of hundreds of billions? Chen Shunhua and Lin Hao were both terrified. As expected, the provincial capital is different from Luoyang. It actually possesses such enormous assets.
Just call me Xiao Yu if you need any help in the provincial capital, feel free to contact me.
Zhang Yu took out a name tag and handed it to Lin Yao. When he looked at her, he made no attempt to hide the desire in his eyes. Lin Yao is so beautiful, she's several levels above Chen Hong. If I could get a woman like that, I could kick Chen Hong to the curb immediately.
Lin Yao frowned, but since it was their first meeting, she didn't know what to say. Are you all hungry? Come on, let's order.
Chen Shunhua greeted him warmly, naturally handing the menu to Zhang Yu with a flattering smile.
Oh my, this restaurant is pretty good, with many famous dishes.
This meal will cost tens of thousands. Do you have the money? If not, borrow some from Chen Hong. We're all cousins, helping each other out is only right.
Zhang Meiting said.
Auntie, if I remember correctly, you owe my mom and me a total of about 10 million yuan, right? Now that Xiaohong has earned tens of millions, when are you going to pay back the money?
Lin Yao couldn't stand her attitude and demanded the debt without any politeness. Cousin, it's just 10 million. You're reacting like you've never seen money before. Asking for a debt the moment we meet is so unlucky. I'll keep it for you for now, and I'll pay you back with the interest when I make a lot of money.
Chen Hong said, pretending to be generous.
So, you're unwilling to pay back the money now?
Lin Yao asked directly.
Xiao Hong, is that really true? Zhang Yu frowned. What's the difference between this and a deadbeat?
It is despicable to have money but be unwilling to repay it.
I'll give it back to you right away. Chen Hong glared fiercely at Lin Yao.
He thought to himself, it's just 10 million, right? I earned 50 million from your family, and after paying off the debts, I'll still have 40 million left.
She contacted the bank directly to transfer the money.
A few minutes later, Lin Yao successfully retrieved 10 million.
Auntie, do you still think I can't afford to treat you to this meal?
Lin Yao smiled faintly.
You can afford it, you must be rich.
Zhang Meiting said sarcastically. Seeing that the group was about to order, Lin Yao said calmly, wait a minute, there are more people coming in a bit.
Who? You have friends in the provincial capital?
Chen Hong said dismissively. Lin Yao ignored her, simply stood up, and waved into the distance. Upon seeing this, the visitor walked over with delight.
So it was him.
Chen Hong recognized Su Hao and a cold smile appeared on her face.
Su Hao, what are you doing here?
Chen Shunhua was very unhappy. He was like a persistent ghost. They had already moved to the provincial capital, and she still ran into him.
Lin Yao, isn't there a bit too many people at this meal?
Su Hao was already annoyed when he saw Chen Shunhua, and seeing Chen Hong made him even more annoyed.
You're still complaining? Oh dear, don't you even look in the mirror? This is such a high-class restaurant, you usually don't even have the money to afford it, you should be grateful to have a meal here.
Chen Shunhua said sarcastically.
Mom, Su Hao is my friend, please show him some respect. If you don't want to be with him, we can eat separately.
Lin Yao was becoming increasingly assertive and no longer completely indulged her mother.
Fine, let him sit down and have a meal with us. Chen Shunhua had no choice but to compromise. Come on, sit here with me.
Lin Yao stood up, giving up her seat to Su Hao and blocking the way. In this way, Su Hao was alone, surrounded only by the walls, protected by Lin Yao. Zhang Yu's eyes burned with desire.
Damn, where did this country bumpkin come from? How did he manage to win the favor of such a beautiful woman?
Brother, you're from Luo City, right? The provincial capital is a gold mine. I wonder what kind of work you could do here. Zhang Yu said sarcastically. Work? That's hard to say. I don't currently have any plans to work in the provincial capital. Su Hao frowned. What do men think if they don't work? Do they want to be kept men? That's a dead end, Zhang Yu said coldly. Who lives off a woman? You. I don't think so. You don't have the means to do so. Su Hao retorted directly. I didn't expect you to have such a temper. Our company needs a security guard. Want me to introduce you? The salary is pretty good, 7,000 a month. With 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, it's better than doing nothing at all, Zhang Yu said condescendingly, as if introducing the job was a favor to Su Hao. Su Hao, don't be ungrateful. My boyfriend is a manager at a big company. If you follow him, you'll have your day. Chen Hong also chimed in with her advice. Young man, it's always better to work hard than to waste your time, Zhang Meiting advised. Su Hao was stunned. What exactly do they mean? Was Zhang Yu trying to find him a job? He was clearly looking for an opportunity to humiliate him. Once you join his company and become his subordinate, you can scold him however you want. Chen Hong and her daughter may not have been unaware of his intentions, yet they continued to cooperate in persuading him. Their motives are despicable. Su Hao, everyone means well, don't take it for granted. To tell you the truth, Xiaoyu is the manager of Century Group, which is a company worth hundreds of billions. If you don't seize this opportunity, when will you get another chance? Chen Chunhua also chimed in with her advice. Stop pretending. What job I do has nothing to do with the 4 of you. Su Hao said angrily. 356, Chapter 356 Complete Crackdown. I was just trying to be helpful, but you don't appreciate it at all. It's really disappointing. Zhang Yu didn't care what Su Hao thought, and still boasted. The actual revenue is huge. If you're really from Luo City, you should know about Qian Fugui, right? It's the company of the god of wealth, and I'm the manager here. Getting you a job here is a piece of cake, isn't it? Qian Fugui? Su Hao was stunned. This was an old acquaintance. Now you know how powerful I am. Zhang Yu said smugly. Indeed, I do know Lao Qian. Su Hao nodded. What, you actually know our boss? This time it was Zhang Yu's turn to be stunned. Qian Fugui spent more time in Luo City, so even he hadn't met him many times. As for talking to the boss, they are not even qualified. How could a poor doctor from Los Angeles possibly know Mr. Qian? What's so curious about that? Old Qian is a person too. When I'm sick, he has to ask me for help. Su Hao said proudly. Do you think I'll believe you? Zhang Yu sneered. What kind of status does old Qian have? When he's sick, he'll definitely go to Medicine King Valley, or the divine physician Jiang Xiu, or the immortal physician Sun Xuanxia. Why would he go to an unknown nobody like you? He's all bragging, brother. You don't believe him. You have no idea. His clinic is almost bankrupt. You hardly ever see anyone there. Chen Hong seemed very disdainful, as if she was about to expose Su Hao's true colors. Su Hao, everyone knows you inside and out. You can brag to other people, but to say such things at this table makes you a laughingstock, Chen Chunhua said, somewhat displeased. Isn't that right? His Qian Fugui is a figure of a certain caliber, not someone from Luo City who can be easily met. Zhang Meiting said disdainfully. Su Hao frowned. He didn't want to lower himself to their level. Why hasn't the food been served yet? He muttered. What, are you scared? Zhang Yu thought he had backed down and continued to taunt him. Who do you think you are, bragging in front of me? Do I need to brag? Su Hao frowned. Don't you know Mr. Qian? Do you dare to contact him in front of us? Zhang Yu said coldly. Old Qian, I don't think you know Qian Fugui at all. First of all, he's only in his 40s or 50s, very young. Secondly, even if I got in touch with him, what could I do? Su Hao said dismissively. As long as you can contact Mr. Qian, I'll pay for this meal. Zhang Yuhao said confidently. Is that true? Su Hao asked, and immediately dialed Qian Fugui's number. When I called, the line was busy. He frowned. It seemed the timing wasn't right. Qian Fugui was a very busy man and was on a call. You've been exposed, haven't you? How could you possibly know the god of wealth? Chen Hong laughed heartily. Oh, how pathetic. They have absolutely no resources, yet they still want to curry favor with our boss, Zhang Yu said sneer. Su Hao, forget it, There's no need to argue. Lin Yao couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of person is Sun Fugui? It's not shameful at all to not be able to contact him, as long as he admits it. What's the rush? Su Hao chose to end the call. He put his phone on the table, took a sip of water, and gave a mysterious look. The group looked at each other, wondering why he wasn't continuing to make the call. Unexpectedly, Su Hao's phone lit up quickly, and someone with the name Chen Fugui called back. It's fake. This person is definitely fake. You've only written his name. It doesn't mean the person on the other end is Mr. Chen Zhang. You didn't believe it at all. Really? Su Hao answered the call directly and chose to play it on speakerphone. Mr. Su, I was a bit busy just now. Sorry, is there anything I can help you with? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding particularly polite. I was in the provincial capital, having dinner with a manager surnamed Sun from your group. He made a bet with me, saying he didn't think I was worthy of knowing you, Su Hao said calmly. Mr. Su, don't scare me. You are my savior. How could I not deserve it? Give him the phone, I'll talk to him myself. Chen Fugui was very angry. He didn't expect the manager of Century Group to be so blind. Su Hao moved his phone in front of Zhang Yu. Stop pretending, you're not Chen Fugui at all. You're just colluding with Su Hao to deceive everyone. Zhang Yu didn't believe it at all. Damn it, what the hell is your name? How dare you question me? Chen Fugui cursed angrily, completely disregarding his image. Well, you've been exposed, haven't you? Mr. Chen is a refined person. How could he swear? Listen carefully. My name is Zhang Yu. If you are really Mr. Chen, you will definitely be able to find my information. Zhang Yu chuckled, with a hint of teasing. Fuck you, I can say whatever I want. What's it to you? Who the hell told you that the god of wealth can't swear? Is Chen Fugui a refined person? Even if he said such flattering words to his face, he wouldn't admit it. When Su Hao first met him, he had personally witnessed his dilapidated house. Hearing his curses again now, he found it amusing. Even a god of wealth is human. Does he have to maintain a facade when he's angry? Who the hell are you cursing? I've been putting up with you for too long. If you've got the guts, come to Dong Province and fight me one-on-one. Zhang Yu's temper flared up. Being insulted by a stranger was something no one, unless they were made of clay, could tolerate. Zhang Yu, right, department manager, right, I'm officially informing you now that Century Group has fired you. The HR department will send you the official document later. Take your severance pay and get the hell out of my sight. Chen Fugui roared in fury. You want to fire me? Are you kidding me? Do you think I have no connections? Even if it were the real Mr. Chen, he wouldn't have the authority to fire me, let alone a fake one. Zhang Yu keeps courting disaster. Su Hao grinned. Such an arrogant person was indeed rare. You have someone above you, interesting. I'll investigate. Kick him out too. Chen Fugui roared. Stop talking, I don't believe anything you and that guy surnamed Su go over your lines, and your chances of succeeding in lying next time will be higher. Zhang Yu said dismissively, pushing the phone back to him. Old Chen, it seems your influence in Dong Province is simply not enough. You can't even control the people inside the group. Su Hao teased. Mr. Su, how can you blame me? I have so many companies. It's normal that I don't know the department managers, but I won't let someone who's courting death get away with this. Tell him that starting tomorrow, he can't work in this industry anymore. As long as I say it, no company will dare to hire him as a manager again. Is Chen Fugui someone you can mess with? He wants to impose an industry-wide ban on Zhang Yu. I hope you keep your word. Su Hao hung up the phone. He looked at the group of people again and found that their doubts had not diminished. 357, Chapter 357. The Fatso. Ms. Lin, how could you make friends with this kind of person? When can we have a meal together? I can introduce you to some managers from Dong Province, which will make things easier for you in the future. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Yu tried to curry favor with Lin Yao, hoping to get to know her better and win her over. Cousin, we've warned you before not to associate with Su Hao, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. He's offended the Century Group. How will he ever establish himself in Dong Province again? And you're a prominent figure. If you bring this swindler to various events, won't that tarnish the reputation of the Lin Group? Chen Hong's words were seemingly persuasive, but in reality, she was relentlessly criticizing Su Hao. Sigh, it was supposed to be a family gathering. Everyone was having a great time. Who would have thought that one bad apple would spoil the whole bunch? Zhang Meiting said disdainfully. Yaoer, your aunt is right. Since we've come to Dong province, we need to make friends with some prominent figures. It's better for everyone if you cut off all contact with him. Chen Chunhua also advised.
Shut up. Who I befriend is none of your business. Now I am the president of the group, and I don't have to be responsible to despicable people like you. Eat this meal if you like it, or get out if you don't. Lin Yao had had enough and said angrily.
Chen Chunhua and the others immediately fell silent. Su Hao smiled. Lin Yao had indeed changed, increasingly displaying the demeanor of a wealthy heiress. Dealing with petty villains did indeed require using her status to suppress them. As the CEO, she didn't need to heed the opinions of relatives and friends. Following her own heart and establishing her authority was the most appropriate course of action. President Lin, you're becoming more and more domineering. He gave a thumbs up.
Right, now I order you to kiss the CEO. Lin Yao pouted, pushing her luck. What kind of talk is this? Chen Chunhua couldn't stand it anymore.
Looking at the alluring red lips, Zhang Yu thought that if those words were spoken to him, he would definitely kiss her without hesitation.
Nonsense.
Su Hao ignored him and just smiled. Humph. Lin Yao was a little unhappy he was actually so restrained in front of a lot of people. So you were here. A group of people rushed in through the door. The leader was a fat guy, none other than Wu Tianzi, with whom he had a feud at the bar. He led a group of thugs and acted arrogantly.
What's going on? You've caused trouble again. Chen Chuanhua's eyes flashed with disgust. A leopard can't change its spots. When has Su Hao ever not caused trouble? What's it to you? Su Hao retorted angrily. You need to know that this is Dong province, and no family here is one you can afford to offend, Chen Chunhua said disdainfully. Him? Su Hao looked at Wu Tianzi with disdain on his face. Damn it, what do you mean?
Wu Tianzi was very unhappy. He suffered a loss last time because he didn't bring enough men this time. He gathered a group of family experts, who would definitely be able to subdue him. As he spoke, he saw Lin Yao and immediately revealed a lewd smile.
In terms of looks, Lin Yao is even more beautiful than Sun Yinger. Kid, you've got some luck with women, managing to meet such a beautiful lady. Wu Tianzi walked over with a smile and said, Beautiful lady, locals don't even bother with this kind of food at this hour. Come with me, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the province. You fatso, where are you looking?
Zhang Yu, wanting to play the hero and save the day, scolded him directly.
Who are you calling fat? Wu Tianzi was furious. He enjoys eating, drinking, and having fun, and he can't seem to lose weight. He hates it when people say he's fat. Fat. So what if I scold you? For a thug like you, it's already being polite not to beat you up.
Zhang Yu said proudly.
Brother Yu, you're so handsome.
Chen Hong started clapping, feeling that her boyfriend was a real man and made her proud.
See that's a real man, unlike some people, who don't dare utter a word when someone comes knocking on their door. Zhang Meiting looked at Su Hao with sarcasm. You're talking about me again? That's not right. I beat up that fatso last time. Does Zhang Yu dare to do the same again? Su Hao sneered. Since he wants to show off, let's add fuel to the fire and test his strength. Hitting someone, only a barbarian like you would do such a thing. For us civilized people, simply stating our status is enough to scare them away, Zhang Yu said disdainfully. Identity? What identity do you have? Wu Tianzi asked with a hint of disgust. Listen up, this will make you laugh. I am a department manager at Century Group. If you know what's good for you, take your people and get out of here right now. Zhang Yu snapped. He gained a lot of respect because of this identity. I believe that in this situation, Wu Tianzi would be scared off. You little punk! Wu Tianzi slapped him across the face. If it were Qian Fugui, he would have to give him face. How could anyone tolerate a mere department manager swaggering around in front of him? Zhang Yu was stunned. Why didn't it work this time? Could it be that the other party has an even stronger background than him? Are you deaf? You dare to hit even the god of wealth's men? Zhang Yu stood up, covering his face, his eyes bloodshot. You bastard, you're not the god of wealth's son. Why should I give you face? Besides, the god of wealth can't even have kids. Wu Tianzi winked. A tall thug walked out and slapped Zhang Yu several times. Zhang Yu fell to the ground,
tears welling up in his eyes from the pain.
Go on, as long as no one dies. Wu Tianzi said fiercely, still feeling unsatisfied.
The thug was very obedient. He grabbed a stool and smashed it down on Zhang Yu.
Boom!
The stool shattered, and Zhang Yu was bleeding from a head wound. The surrounding diners were so frightened that they stood up and moved away from the table. The hotel security guards rushed over and shouted, "Stop, this is a place to eat, fighting is not allowed."
What, it's none of your business. Wu Tianzi suddenly stood up and said disdainfully.
Oh, it's young master Wu, then it's alright, you can continue, we'll take care of cleaning up the floor later. The security guard recognized Wu Tianzi and said respectfully. Chen Hong and Zhang Meiting were stunned. Zhang Yu was their prospective son-in-law, and they had hoped to use his status to make themselves look good, but they never expected this to happen. The root of all the trouble was Su Hao.
Su Hao, you should stand up and help Zhang Yu out of this predicament. Zhang Meiting said angrily.
Yes, you caused this, so you should be the one to suffer this beating, Chen Hong said unwillingly.
What's it to me? If he's incompetent, he shouldn't show off, fatty. Why don't you continue? You'd better kill him, anyway, your family can get you out of trouble. Su Hao not only didn't help, but also took the opportunity to fan the flames. Damn it, why should I listen to you? Wu Tianzi shouted angrily. Whatever, if you don't have the guts, don't make a move.
Su Hao said coldly.
No guts, go over there and help him. Wu Tianzi was furious and sent another person over to attack Zhang Yu. 358, Chapter 358. Using the same trick again.
Seeing Zhang Yu being brutally beaten by two burly men, Chen Hong's face contorted with heartache. She took out her phone to call the police. Woman, I advise you to hang up the phone, or I'll have my men have a good time with you all night.
Wu Tianzi grinned maliciously.
Chen Hong dared not speak her anger.
That's enough if this keeps going. People will die. Lin Yao stepped forward and looked at Su Hao, saying, after all, you caused this, don't drag innocent people into this. President Lin, you want me to help him? Su Hao was very reluctant. Do you intend to watch someone die without offering help? Lin Yao was stunned.
I'll help him, but give me a kiss first.
Su Hao seized the opportunity to make his request. Great.
Lin Yao chuckled inwardly. She was more than happy to accept this offer. Ignoring the others present, she wrapped her arms around Su Hao's neck and gave him a big kiss.
Everyone else was completely stunned. Are these two showing off their affection in public?
Zhang Yu regretted it. Why did he stand up for her? This woman was just a looks-obsessed person. She only liked pretty boys like Su Hao. Wu Tianzi was incredibly envious how wonderful it would be if that kiss were for him. After receiving his payment, Su Hao slowly stood up and walked towards the two thugs. With a flick of his wrist, he grabbed their collars and tossed them several meters away, directly rescuing Zhang Yu from his predicament.
After landing, the two tried to steady themselves.
Unexpectedly, a powerful force suddenly appeared within their bodies, directly destroying all their internal energy. With two thuds, they fell to the ground, staring at Su Hao in horror.
This guy is too abnormal.
The two felt that today's events seemed to have become somewhat troublesome.
Barbarians.
Zhang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, speaking indignantly.
You didn't even say thank you?
Su Hao's eyes flickered, clearly displeased.
Thank you.
Zhang Yu was so frightened by that sharp gaze that he instinctively thanked her.
That's more like it. Su Hao turned around, looked at Wu Tianzi, and said, how exactly do we resolve the feud between us?
Don't be arrogant, everyone listen to my order, kill him. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility.
Wu Tianzi roared in fury. Good.
All the thugs revealed fierce eyes and rushed towards Su Hao.
Court death. Su Hao poured a glass of water, which Fei placed in his palm. It instantly froze into ice, which he then gently flicked away.
The ice shattered, scattering like petals from a fairy's shower, striking the thugs' vital points.
Ah! All the attacking enemies fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The entire battle seemed to end in a second. Damn, what's going on? Wu Tianzi couldn't understand it.
These are elites trained by the Wu family, they can even defeat ordinary assassins one-on-one.
So many people are completely helpless against Su Hao? What are Su Hao's methods? Water freezes instantly? He couldn't even comprehend such strength.
It was only at this moment that he realized that when they met at the bar, the other party had held back and had not used their full strength. He gives the impression that he only gets stronger when faced with a strong opponent, and he has never been serious.
Has he gotten stronger again?
Chen Hong couldn't believe it. Su Hao's fighting style was too artistic.
It seems that he can always use different methods to defeat various powerful enemies.
Whether it was the arena battle in Los Angeles or the current skirmish, he could win with ease.
Damn, so he's a trained fighter, no wonder he was so arrogant. Zhang Yu was very dissatisfied.
He felt that Su Hao did it on purpose. The person who could easily defeat Wu Tianzi only made his move now, clearly wanting to see him humiliated.
This kid is good for nothing except fighting. Chen Chunhua snorted coldly, still looking down on Su Hao.
Wu Tianzi, I let you off last time, but I certainly won't let you off easily this time.
Su Hao sneered, how about this, you cut off your own arm, and I'll let you go back.
He. Wu Tianzi sneered and said disdainfully, you underestimate the young master of the Wu family too much. Do you think these are all the helpers I've invited? You're sorely mistaken.
Oh, do you have a backup plan? Su Hao couldn't help but become interested.
Of course, otherwise how would I dare to come in?
Wu Tianzi shouted. 2 more experts walked in from the doorway.
These are twins with identical expressions, their faces are devoid of any smiles, exuding an aura of killer.
Who are they? Su Hao asked calmly.
Scared now, these 2 are the Feng and Lei brothers, ranked in the top 20 on the dark list. The elder brother is called Linghu Feng, and the younger brother is called Linghu Lei. They are of one mind, and dealing with a weakling like you is a sure thing.
Wu Tianzi said with relief.
Fortunately, they didn't put all their eggs in one basket. Since they couldn't rely on the Wu family's experts, they had to depend on outside help.
A master of the dark list?
Lin Yao and the others looked at each other, somewhat confused about what it meant. Only Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically. The so-called dark list was actually an assassin list. The Feng and Lei brothers committed numerous crimes in Dong province and were wanted by the authorities. The combined bounty on their heads exceeded 1 million. These 2 ruthless individuals had somehow appeared here.
It's clear how much effort Wu Tianzi went to in order to deal with Su Hao.
Interesting, but not many of the people you hired are still too weak. If the Wu family can only send experts like this, I have to wonder if your family's strength has declined.
Su Hao remained calm and composed, a faint smile on his face.
Make your move. As long as you kill him, I will pay you a huge commission as agreed.
Wu Tianzi said.
Clear.
The Linghu brothers took direct action.
The 2 coordinated perfectly, combining fists and palms to unleash their full power. The moment they struck, a surge of energy rippled through the air, demonstrating their combined strength was sufficient to reach the innate realm. Their palm strikes, imbued with powerful true energy, were determined to eliminate their enemy.
It's useless.
Su Hao resorted to the same old trick. Water droplets turned to ice again, and using a hidden weapon technique, struck 2 people in the knees. Build. The 2 experts instantly knelt down with a thud, and he swept his palm across them. The Linghu brothers tumbled several times in the air before landing on top of each other, each seriously injured.
That's it? Lin Hao blurted out. I thought he was some kind of amazing person, but he's nothing special.
Lin Yao was also disappointed. It wasn't that the Dark Gang's assassins were incompetent, but rather that Su Hao was too strong.
Wu Tianzi was stunned. When he found the Linghu brothers, wasn't he told they were invincible? How come they were instantly defeated by Su Hao today? He paid so much money to hire 2 useless people.
You, surnamed Su, you've got guts today. We'll fight again later. Knowing he couldn't win, he turned to run away.
Trying to leave, do you remember what I just said?
Su Hao sneered.
Are you really going to cut off my income? Wu Tianzi asked, unable to believe it. Certainly.
After Su Hao finished speaking, he rushed to the man's side and punched him in the right arm.
Bang!
In an instant, a mist of blood appeared, and the entire right arm was severed at the shoulder and disappeared.
359, Chapter 359 Compensation.
Remember this lesson: if you dare to do it again, the punishment will be doubled. Su Hao said coldly.
You surnamed Su, I won't let you get away with this. Wu Tianzi left in pain and astonishment.
The others looked at him with a hint of fear.
Barbarian, how can I sit at the same table as you? Zhang Yu made up an excuse and left in a hurry. You surnamed Su, you'll get into trouble one day, don't be so arrogant. Chen Hong stormed off.
Anyone who gets involved with you will be in trouble. You've offended the Wu family, and disaster will befall you sooner or later. Zhang Meiting seemed to be cursing him as she left. Chen Chunhua wanted to say something, but met Lin Yao's stern gaze, so she left with Lin Hao, which also made it clear that she didn't want to sit at the same table with him at all, and was afraid of getting into trouble.
Great, finally no one's bothering us. Su Hao said calmly. Everyone is afraid of you, and you're still so happy? Lin Yao was impressed. Come on, let's eat.
Su Hao was hungry, and this table full of delicious food couldn't be wasted. He said with some regret. According to the agreement, Zhang Yi should have paid, but it seems that he won't be coming back.
It's okay, I have money.
Lin Yao said with a smile. It's just a meal, after all she was the one who treated them, so paying for it is no big deal. The two of them ate with great relish and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Lin Yao agreed with Zhang Yu. The food here wasn't very good and could only fool tourist. Su Hao, on the other hand, wasn't so picky. He had fought 2 matches and was starving, so he ate 3 large bowls of rice.
Su Hao, I have a job for you.
Lin Yao said finally.
What kind of job, tell me? Su Hao said calmly.
Here's the thing, I've just taken over the Lin group and haven't built my own team yet, so I'm worried about potential trouble. You're very capable, so why don't you be my security chief? With you around, no one will dare to cause trouble.
Lin Yaodao.
She had 2 objectives. First, Su Hao was indeed capable enough to handle the job. Second, keeping him by her side meant they could see each other every day and cultivate their relationship. Once the time was right, they would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage and resume their status as husband and wife.
It's a win-win situation, so why not?
Is this appropriate for you? Having your ex-husband as the security chief will likely cause a lot of unnecessary misunderstandings. Su Hao frowned. He valued his freedom and didn't want to be controlled by anyone.
What's inappropriate about it? I'm the CEO. If they dare to gossip,
they'll all be fired, Lin Yao said unreasonably.
You want me to manage other people? This has never happened before. Aren't you afraid that I'll lead them to pick fights every day?
Su Hao said helplessly. Su Hao, I believe you're a man of principle. You would never act unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yao remained completely calm. Please, just agree. The situation in the provincial capital is complicated. I am new here and have no one to protect me. Might offend someone I shouldn't, get tied up, and thrown into a dry well.
The last words already carried a threatening tone. A dry well? Su Hao laughed. What a lame excuse.
Just agree, okay? When threats didn't work, Lin Yao started to whine and beg. Alright, I'll be your temporary security chief. I'll step down as soon as a suitable candidate comes along. Su Hao had no choice but to reluctantly agree. That's more like it. Lin Yao smiled with satisfaction. She was quite adept at manipulating Su Hao.
I feel like you're trying to trick me,
Su Hao said with a wry smile.
Okay, I'll make it up to you. Lin Yao walked over and pouted. That's more like it. Su Hao didn't hesitate and kissed her directly. Twice a day, Lin Yao was satisfied. She felt that even Bai Jiruo couldn't do that.
Su Hao was busy all day, and it was already evening when he returned to the Huang family home.
Lao Huang isn't home?
He was a little hungry, but he didn't see Huang Youji, which he found very strange.
Just as I was wondering what was going on, my phone rang. Brother Su, something's happened, my dad's in the hospital. Huang Yonyo said anxiously. What?
Su Hao exclaimed in shock. Don't panic, I'm coming right away.
After getting the address, Su Hao hailed a taxi and headed straight to the hospital.
In a regular ward, Huang Youji lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds, as if he had been beaten up.
Brother Su, what should we do? Is my dad going to die?
When Huang Niu saw him, she immediately threw herself into his arms. She is usually very willful, but she was terrified and at a loss when faced with this situation. She always felt that if her father were to die, she would hate herself for the rest of her life.
It's nothing, just an injury, nothing life-threatening.
Su Hao patted her shoulder reassuringly, then looked at Huang Youji and said, "Tell me the truth about what happened." "Mr. Su," Huang Youji began, his voice hoarse as if he were in great pain, "I am truly innocent. This afternoon, I was preparing ingredients for dinner when a group of people suddenly came and asked me where you were. I told them I didn't know, but they wouldn't listen and still attack me."
"Who are these people?"
Su Hao's face was terribly gloomy. "I'm not quite sure, but I think someone called out young Master Ouyang Jing."
Huang Youji tried hard to recall. It was him. Su Hao was furious. Ouyang Jing is Ouyang Jun's cousin, and their feud has somehow spilled over into Lao Huang's hands.
Mr. Su, it's my fault for causing you trouble." Huang Youji was honest and kind, and full of self-reproach. "No, it's my fault. Ouyang Jing came for me. If I had been home, you wouldn't have suffered like this."
Su Hao felt extremely guilty.
"Mr. Su, how could you be wrong? They are just bullying others by taking advantage of their power,"
Huang Youji said.
"Don't worry, I will definitely avenge this," Su Hao solemnly promised. Seeing the severity of his injuries, he then took out his unique healing medicine and personally fed it to him. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Huang Youji felt a warm current spreading through his body, and the pain instantly disappeared. The injured areas were rapidly healing, scabbing over, then peeling off, and new skin was growing.
"Mr. Su, what kind of medicine is this? It's so amazing."
Huang Youji was overjoyed at this rate. He could be discharged from the hospital tonight. "Take good care of yourself and I will give you justice," Su Hao said as he walked out of the ward.
"Mr. Su."
Huang Youji tried to stop him, but it was too late. "The other party is a direct descendant of the Ouyang family. If he goes alone, he is likely to suffer a great loss." "Dad, I feel like Brother Su is a bit mysterious. I can't see through his strength at all." Huang Niu watched his departing figure and ultimately chose to stay in the ward to take care of the patients. "After all, he's someone by family values, he must be extraordinary," Huang Youji muttered to himself.
360, Chapter 360 is yours. The gate of the Ouyang family's residence was brightly lit. The two guards stared intently ahead, not daring to relax their vigilance in the slightest.
Even when no one is causing trouble, they still choose to perform their duties diligently.
"Who?"
The two suddenly noticed a handsome man standing at the door, his expression cold, as if he had come seeking revenge.
"Where is Ouyang Jing? Tell him to come out here." The newcomer was Su Hao, who roared in fury.
"Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just see young Master Ouyang whenever you want?" The guard said coldly.
"This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, call him out right now."
Su Hao said coldly.
"What if we refuse? Do you expect to break in?" The guard sneered.
They didn't know Su Hao, but they thought he was too arrogant. After all, with old Master Ouyang still alive, their family remains a super rich clan and will not compromise with anyone.
"That's exactly what I was thinking."
Su Hao didn't hide his thoughts.
"Is that so? I'll see what you're capable of."
Both guards were skilled in martial arts. Suddenly, a person stepped forward, seemingly unwilling to bully the few with numbers. The man clenched his fist and punched Su Hao.
Bang!
Before it even got close to the enemy, it was sent flying backward and crashed into the gate.
"How dare you hurt Brother Chang!" Another person roared in fury and charged forward as well. "Get out of the way!" Su Hao roared in fury, kicking the man away and slamming the door shut. The commotion immediately drew out a group of guards. The leader looked at Su Hao and said coldly, "Mr. Su, you are an honored guest of our Ouyang family. Why did you attack the guards?" "Get Ouyang Jing out here," Su Hao said in a deep voice. "You want to see young Master Ouyang? You'll have to get past me," the man said in a deep voice. "Are you all Ouyang Jing's lackeys?" Su Hao retorted angrily. "What did you say?" The guards' expressions changed drastically, and they all rebuked them. We're just following young Master Ouyang Jing. Is it as bad as you make it sound?
Nonsense, young Master Ouyang is a very good person, and we are absolutely loyal to him.
Several people were defending Ouyang Jing. Let me ask you, did you go out today, to old Huang's house?
Su Hao's heart stirred. So what if you went? That lowly commoner refused to reveal your whereabouts. He deserved to be beaten. The leading guard sneered. Su Hao's gaze turned icy. He had finally found the right person.
Die.
He angrily threw a punch, instantly smashing the man's head off.
You, surnamed Su, are simply outrageous. Don't hold back, everyone, fight him.
The remaining guards, enraged, unleashed their full power.
Su Hao's idea was simple. He didn't want to let any of Ouyang Jing's lackeys go. After a few moves, he entered the Ouyang family home.
The corpses behind him lay scattered about, and even with all the guards working together, they couldn't stop him.
Ouyang Jing, get out here! Su Hao shouted. The sound drifted out and echoed in every corner of the family. Who's causing trouble at the Ouyang family's house?
Before long, Ouyang Jing arrived with several hundred guards, looking very menacing. Upon recognizing Su Hao, he coldly smiled. I didn't expect that instead of finding you this afternoon, you'd deliver yourself to my doorstep. Ouyang Jing, you have no grudge against Lao Huang, so why did you treat him so cruelly? Su Hao questioned him directly. Why, just because he refused to reveal your whereabouts. I knew I hadn't made a mistake. If I had known you would come looking for me, I should have killed him back then, Ouyang Jing said frantically.
Very well, I like your unreasonable behavior.
Su Hao sneered, since you're being unreasonable, I won't be polite either. Today I'm going to break both your legs and drag you back to apologize to old Huang in person.
Ha 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 ha.
Ouyang Jing laughed wildly, his face full of disbelief. Have you figured this out? This is the Ouyang family. Even if our family has declined, we are not someone you can mess with.
Is that so? In my opinion, the Ouyang family is no match for us.
Su Hao coldly shook his head.
Vulnerable, I'll make you regret saying that. Ouyang Jing snapped his fingers.
Hundreds of guards, armed with weapons, charged forward in a frenzy.
In the blink of an eye, Su Hao was overwhelmed by the enemy.
Ouyang Jing stood at a distance, coldly observing. With so many people attacking together, if he were hit by even one move, the subsequent attacks would be enough to crush him into dust. Su Hao stood in the middle of the encirclement, not in a hurry at all. He waited for someone to make a move before retaliating. His fist swept across the room, turning more than a dozen enemies into a rain of blood. There were more than a dozen weapons lying in the air. Now without their master, Su Hao grabbed one and threw it straight ahead.
Call out.
Infused with powerful true energy, this weapon sliced through the enemy ranks, killing more than a dozen people in a row. Su Hao's body was instantly stained red with blood, but he continued to rampage, killing the Ouyang family's guards. In just over 10 seconds, more than half of the hundreds of guards had fallen.
The entire battlefield turned into a living hell.
His eyes were bloodshot, and his murderous aura was so palpable that it made the enemies around him tremble in fear.
So arrogant, so powerful.
Ouyang Jing had to admit that Su Hao's displayed strength made him somewhat wary. But the battle has already begun, and we must hold on to the end. Whoever wins has the right to live.
What do you think of Su Hao's abilities? Ouyang Jing asked his trusted confidant.
Estimated to be above the innate realm, seemingly very strong, but actually quite vulnerable. The trusted black bear, true to his name, looks like a bear, but is incredibly powerful. He serves as the captain of the guard and has entered the innate realm. Su Hao's battle never stopped. Hundreds of guards were all defeated and killed.
His aura did not weaken at all. Su Hao, I must say, you are the second best young master I've ever met, after Nangang Yu and Wu Junbei. It's a pity you've met me. Black Bear walked over. Oh, you think I'm inferior to them? Su Hao said with amusement. Nonsense, the entire eastern province, they are ranked first and second in strength, and everyone else can only stand aside. Do you really think you can challenge the two of them? Black Bear said disdainfully. I haven't met them yet, so I can't comment on their strength. Su Hao said conservatively. You won't see them again, because tonight is your death day.
The Black Bear said coldly.
Get out of my way, I only want to find Ouyang Jing.
Su Hao shouted angrily.
Have you made enough of a scene? Do you really think the Ouyang family has no experts if I don't make a move?
Black Bear roared, blocking the way between him and Ouyang Jing.
You, surnamed Su, are already a dead man. Did you have any last words before you died? Ouyang Jing said in a deep voice. No.
Su Hao shook his head.
Can't even think of a single word?
Ouyang Jing sneered, thinking this person was probably scared out of their wits.
Because there's no need for it, I can't possibly die here.
Su Hao said dismissively. Black Bear, it's up to you, go all out and tear him to pieces.
Ouyang Jing gave the final order, a smug smile on his face. 361, Chapter 361 Nonsense. I have never met anyone like you, surnamed Su.
The Ouyang family is not weak at all, only those who are not smart enough would dare to cause trouble.
Today I'll show you what true mastery looks like.
The Black Bear stood there, like a drawn blade, its aura icy and filled with murderous intent.
You think you're that strong? Bring it on.
Su Hao revealed a disdainful smile.
Court death.
The Black Bear suddenly attacked, its punches as swift as the wind. Ouyang Jing sneered, thinking that with this expert on the case, they would definitely be able to take down Su Hao.
But the result was completely unexpected. Su Hao tapped the ground with his right foot, and his entire body vanished from the spot like a ghost. His speed was so fast that Black Bear and Ouyang Jing couldn't even see it. When it reappeared, it had already reached behind the Black Bear and with a single powerful strike, it killed the man. Is he even human? Ouyang Jing was stunned.
Everything happened so suddenly, without any prior warning.
That kid went way too far.
They thoroughly toyed with their experts.
Now you. Su Hao stared coldly at Ouyang Jing. What do you want? Ouyang Jing felt uneasy. It's simple, I'll take your life.
After Su Hao finished speaking, he continued to make his move.
With one punch, almost all the bones in Ouyang Jing's body shattered, and he fell to the ground, struggling to breathe.
Before he could utter any harsh words, the second wave of attacks arrived, smashing his head open.
Ouyang Jing, die.
His fate was sealed the moment he chose to confront Huang Youji.
How dare you!
With a loud shout, Ouyang Tian led a large group of elites and rushed over at top speed.
However, it was too late. Su Hao was ruthless, he practically killed Ouyang Jing right in front of them. You're insane, how dare you kill a direct descendant of the Ouyang family? Quickly, surround him. This person is already an enemy of the Ouyang family, we absolutely cannot let him go. Su Hao glanced around and couldn't help but admire the Ouyang family's resources, they could still mobilize hundreds of people. Among them was Ouyang Jun. Mr. Su, what exactly happened? Ouyang Jun frowned. How could things have turned out this way?
I don't want to say too much. Ouyang Jing's fate is entirely his own doing. He injured my friend this afternoon, and I was just here for revenge. If he hadn't fought back, I would have just taught him a lesson, but he's so unrepentant, so there's nothing I can do.
Su Hao said ruthlessly. Lesson? Do you think you're God? My son made a mistake, and it's your place to interfere? Now that you've killed him, how are you going to explain this? Ouyang Tian was furious.
This matter is easily resolved. I'll give you 3 days to reflect on your actions. Once the time is up, come and apologize to my friend with sincerity, otherwise, I will visit you again to catch up.
Su Hao said coldly. Reminiscing? When those two words were uttered, the expressions of everyone in the Ouyang family changed drastically.
This kid is too arrogant, he actually threatened people in public. The so-called reminiscing is nothing more than an excuse to take advantage of the situation.
He killed Ouyang Jing without any remorse and even uttered arrogant words. The entire Ouyang family found it hard to swallow this insult.
Mr. Su, you're putting me in a very difficult position, Ouyang Jun sighed.
This matter has nothing to do with you as long as you don't interfere. I won't target you, Su Hao said coldly. He wasn't someone who acted indiscriminately, he believed in reason. Since Ouyang Jun wasn't an enemy, he would naturally let him go. Everyone, listen to my command, we must capture this man today. You must avenge my son. Ouyang Jing roared angrily. The family's elite forces were all mobilized. Hundreds of people tried to completely drown Su Hao.
Ouyang Jun sighed after this attack, looking across the entire eastern province. Probably only Nangong Yu would survive, but the man before him didn't bear the surname Nangong at all, and was completely different from that genius youth. What a pity! Ouyang Jun sighed. He clearly admired Su Hao, but he never expected him to perish here.
Etc. Something seems off.
Su Hao stood in the middle, completely unharmed.
On the contrary, he is taking strong action and is defeating one Ouyang family elite after another.
Whether they were at the peak of internal strength or at the innate realm, their fate was the same when they encountered Su Hao.
Hundreds of people fell one after another without even being touched.
10 minutes later, only Su Hao stood proudly.
Is this his strength? Ouyang Jun didn't know whether to be happy or sad.
Fortunately, he had a good eye for people and knew that Su Hao was someone he couldn't afford to offend.
Sadly, the Ouyang family suffered heavy losses and successfully offended him. What kind of monster is he? Is this level of strength comparable to Nangong Yu's? Is it possible that he has already surpassed Nangong Yu?
It's not that bad. Nangong Yu is still the pride of our Dong province. No one can compare to him. The core disciples of the Ouyang family were abuzz with discussion.
Who else? Su Hao raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully. You surname Su, I'll let you go for now, Ouyang Tian said helplessly, his face grim.
Very well, you know my address. If you want revenge, you're welcome anytime.
Su Hao turned and left. No one could stop him anymore. Ouyang Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, and he roared, staring at Ouyang Jing's corpse. He remained unsettled for a long time. I want revenge.
He grinned maliciously. I'm afraid it will be difficult. This kid is too strong. The others looked troubled.
Uncle Tian, Mr. Su is too powerful. Please do not act rashly. Ouyang Jun frowned and advised.
You still call him Mr. Su? This man is already a major enemy of our family, Ouyang Qing said angrily.
In truth, this matter is ultimately Ouyang Jing's fault. Ouyang Jun said.
Nonsense, even if it was my son's fault, he shouldn't have been so cruel as to kill him, Ouyang Qing said directly. Since no one is willing to take action, I have no choice but to use my secret guards.
Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically.
Uncle Tian, calm down. The secret guards are our family's last trump card according to ancestral teachings. Only the family head has the authority to mobilize them.
Ouyang Jun argued forcefully.
I don't care, call a meeting immediately. I want Su Hao to see blood. After saying that, Ouyang Qing left.
Soon, Ouyang Jun's alarm bell rang, and everyone headed to the council hall. What happened? Why have you gathered everyone here so late at night? Some people were still confused and asked in surprise. Gentlemen.
Ouyang Qing stood in the middle and clapped his hands. 2 guards then entered with a stretcher. After placing it on the ground, the white cloth was lifted, revealing Ouyang Jing's corpse.
That's why you called in such a hurry. Ouyang Jing, my son, a direct descendant of the Ouyang family, was tragically killed by Su Hao, who came to our door. Tell me, should we seek revenge? Ouyang Chang said angrily. 362, Chapter 362. No forgiveness. Was this really done by Su Hao? Ouyang Cheng frowned. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be wrong?
If this person dares to kill someone at the Ouyang family today, he'll dare to wipe out our entire family tomorrow. Regardless, please agree that we should mobilize the secret guards and go all out to deal with this person.
Ouyang Tian stated his demands. Well said, the whole family must unite. Solve Su Hao once and for all. It's best to act now, before he sees the sunrise tomorrow. Many people were indignant upon witnessing Ouyang Jing's tragic death. Gentlemen, please hear me out.
Ouyang Jun was anxious. If things continued like this, things would only get more out of control.
Please speak.
Everyone still gave Ouyang Jun face. After all, he was his eldest grandson. Please don't believe Uncle Tian's one-sided story. The whole thing was caused by Ouyang Jing. He was filled with jealousy towards Su Hao, came to his door seeking revenge, and stirred up trouble in various ways. In the end, he seriously injured Su Hao's friend, which led to the other party's revenge.
Although the matter has caused a great stir, the culprit is still Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jun said sternly. Is that what happened? Ouyang Qing looked at his younger brother, feeling somewhat disappointed in him. So what if it is? Are we just going to stand by and watch our family's descendants be murdered? Won't this approach dishearten everyone? If any of you were in this situation, would you just stand by and do nothing? The Ouyang family is a unified entity. If any member is injured, everyone will stand together against a common enemy. Ouyang Tian retorted evasively. Are you really going to use the secret guards? Ouyang Qing asked in a deep voice. That's right, only the dark guards can deal with Su Hao. Ouyang Tian said decisively. Can you make the decision on this matter? Ouyang Qing frowned. No, but father is unwell. If we all get together, we can decide whether to use the secret guards by voting. Ouyang Tian said. Nonsense, what you're doing is no different from undermining your father. Ouyang Chang would never agree. He is the eldest son and absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Ouyang Tian's actions completely violated ancestral precepts. You're right, I am just an old father who wants revenge. I have no intention of fighting for power. Ouyang Tian shook his head. Nonsense. Suddenly, a serious voice came from behind. Ouyang Ku was also alerted. He hadn't fully recovered, and everyone was surprised when he came out. Father, why are you here? Ouyang Tian's expression changed drastically. Can I not come out? If I continue to hide behind the scenes, who in the family will listen to my orders in the future? You're actually willing to use the secret guards for Ouyang Jing's sake? That is the foundation of our family. If it is lost, the entire family will be doomed. Ouyang Ku was furious. Father, with the strength of our secret guards, dealing with this person is more than enough, and there will be absolutely no losses. Ouyang Tian argued logically. Shut up. Among the third-generation disciples, your son is the most useless. I can pretend I don't know about his usual misbehavior, but I can't just sit idly by and do nothing about this. Mr. Su is incredibly powerful, far beyond what our family can afford to offend. If you continue down this path of delusion, you will only lead our family to destruction. I've decided that you will come to Mrsa's house tomorrow to apologize and do everything you can to get his forgiveness. If you fail to do so, you will be expelled from the family and your surname will be revoked, lest you bring utter destruction to the clan. Ouyang Ku's expression was solemn. Father, Ouyang Tian wanted to argue. My mind is made up. Ouyang Ku turned and left. The others looked at each other, not daring to offer any opinions. In the ward, Huang Niu held her head in her hands, unable to open her eyes. It was already past midnight. She had been taking care of the patients all night and was now exhausted. But she had no complaints. Everything is as it should be. I often make my father angry, and now seeing his serious injuries makes me feel very sad. Are you tired? Eat something first. Su Hao walked in, carrying breakfast, which consisted of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Brother Su, will my father be alright? Huang Niu couldn't eat, she only drank some soy milk. Don't panic, let me take a look. Su Hao took Huang Youji's pulse, a look of joy appearing on his face after a day of rest. His condition had stabilized with yesterday's healing medicine, the problem was no longer serious. Don't worry, he'll be discharged soon, Su Hao said, handing him another medicine. Brother Su, your medicine seems really effective. Where did you buy it? Huang Niu asked curiously. This medicine isn't easy to buy outside, I made it myself. Su Hao smiled. You're also an alchemist? Huang Niu blinked, finding it unbelievable. How could he know everything? Everything. I know a little, Su Hao said casually. As the two were talking, hurried footsteps came from outside the ward. The Ouyang family has arrived. Ouyang Tian walked at the front, followed by Ouyang Chang and Ouyang Jun, and then some remaining elite troops. Mr. Su, so you really are here. Ouyang Jun was overjoyed. They received news that Su Hao had been spotted at the hospital, so everyone rushed over, only to find that it was actually true. Is there something you need? Su Hao asked casually.
You surnamed Su, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me now, and I might spare your life.
Ouyang Tian looked at him angrily and said the words reluctantly. What did you say?
Su Hao sneered. If you're not here to apologize, get out now. This is a hospital, outsiders are not welcome here.
Ouyang Tian, you'd better listen to Mr. Su. Ouyang Qing came along entirely because he was afraid that Ouyang Chang would do something reckless.
Yesterday, father gave a stern order. If it is not carried out, they will actually be kicked out of the house.
Damn it!
Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. He looked at Su Hao and managed to squeeze out 3 words. I'm sorry.
What did you say? Who can hear me? Su Hao was completely dissatisfied. I'm sorry. Ouyang Tian shouted.
What, is this your attitude towards apologizing? If you're not sincere, get out now.
Su Hao said. What exactly do you want?
Ouyang Tian was stunned. He had already made a great concession.
Kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Lao Huang's family, otherwise, this matter is far from over. Su Hao said.
Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and had no choice but to kneel on the ground, saying to the injured Huang Youji, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching Jinger well and causing you so much trouble. It's all our fault.
Nyo, are you willing to forgive him? Su Hao handed the decision over to the girl beside him. I won't forgive. Huang Nyo shook her head. Unless what? Ouyang Tian glared angrily, looking as if he wanted to kill someone. 363, Chapter 363 Parachute Arrival. Smack! Huang Nyo didn't say anything, but slapped Ouyang Tian hard across the face.
She used all her strength, and her palms turned red from hitting.
5 clear claw marks appeared on Ouyang Tian's face. Everyone was stunned. Ouyang Tian is no ordinary person. He is a second-generation direct descendant of the Ouyang family, possessing immense power, yet he actually slapped a little girl? Ah, interesting, Nyo, well done. Su Hao nodded appreciatively. Huang Nyo was indeed fearless and would settle scores on the spot. How dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I'll arrest you and sell you abroad. Ouyang Tian was furious. Today was so embarrassing. Being lectured by someone like that is just laughable. What, you're still not convinced? Su Hao shouted. Nyo, don't be afraid, with me here, he definitely won't dare to do anything to you. Yu Ouyang was furious, his eyes bloodshot, but he dared not make a move. Once he lost the protection of the Ouyang family and faced Su Hao alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the sake of his current identity, he secretly told himself that he must endure it. Keep going, keep hitting until you're satisfied. Su Hao encouraged. Huang Nyo nodded, grabbed Ouyang Tian's collar, and slapped him wildly. Smack, smack, smack.
After practicing martial arts for a few days, her attacks became faster and faster, eventually swelling Ouyang Tian's face. She only stopped when the old man's head turned into a pig's head.
That's awesome! She exclaimed with a loud laugh. Mr. Su, are you satisfied now? Can you forgive Ouyang Tian? Ouyang Qing asked, seizing the opportunity.
That's enough. Remember, don't cause trouble for the Huang family father and daughter again, otherwise, I will massacre the Ouyang family and wipe you out.
Su Hao threatened coldly.
I wouldn't dare. I was wrong in this matter, and I would never dare to have any thoughts of revenge.
Ouyang Tian promised on the spot. Get out, you're not welcome here. Su Hao waved. Ouyang Qing led the group away quietly.
The other patients in the ward were completely dumbfounded. Was the Ouyang family very powerful? They were said to be one of the 5 most powerful families, yet they didn't dare to utter a sound in front of Su Hao. This was really too strange.
Brother Su, what exactly is your identity?
Huang Nyo was also suspicious, feeling that he must be much more mysterious than he appeared.
Stop asking around, just take good care of your father. Su Hao patted her head. Yes. Huang Nyo nodded. This was her father, of course she would take good care of him. At the hospital entrance, Lin Yao arrived in a brand new Rolls-Royce, rolled down the window, and said, "Come on, get in." Wow, Mr. Lin, you've really made something of yourself now, having such a nice car. Su Hao said with a smile. So what, it's not my own car, it's registered under the group's name, so I can only borrow it temporarily. Lin Yao said seriously. As agreed by the two, they were to report to the group headquarters today. Su Hao seemed relaxed, but Lin Yao appeared very nervous. What are you afraid of? If anyone dares to disobey, I'll beat them up for you. Su Hao comforted him. Are you trying to drive me crazy? I'm the CEO, not the boss of an organization. Not everything can be solved with force. Lin Yao sighed. Her situation was far from good. She was promoted from Los Angeles and had no help at headquarters. She went straight there, nobody knew her. Managing such a large group is no easy task. If you touch someone else's interests, you'll definitely be targeted. How much do you know about the group now? Su Hao asked. I don't know much, just some information from the sidelines. It said that the previous person in charge was named Hui Tong, who was the adopted son of the matriarch. Although the president's position was vacant, he, as the vice president, always held the power of the president. Lin Yao sighed. This was the biggest problem. She arrived out of nowhere and seized power from Hui Tong directly. How could she not incur resentment? Don't worry unnecessarily, you are the future head of the family. Even if the matriarch herself were present, she would still have to show you some respect, let alone your godson, Su Hao advised. I hope everything goes well. Lin Yao said quietly. Guided by the navigation, they arrived at the headquarters of the Lin Group. This is a skyscraper several hundred meters tall, formerly a landmark building. It was only after the emergence of the Century Group that it gradually surpassed it, significantly diminishing the influence of the Zero Group. Excuse me, do you two have an appointment? The two arrived at the top floor office, but before they could even enter, they were stopped by the secretary. An appointment? What do you take me for? Lin Yao roared in anger. Remember this face, I'm your CEO. Excuse me, so you must be Ms. Lin Yao, the CEO. The secretary was taken aback, assuming the other party was there to discuss business. Who would have thought that Lin Yao was such a beauty as you? When will the board meeting begin? Lin Yao asked coldly. It's already started. The secretary said hesitantly. What, I wasn't even there, so who can convene a board meeting? Lin Yao seemed very angry. It's Uncle Hu. The secretary dared not hide it. Damn it. Lin Yao frowned. Trouble was brewing. Lead the way, I need to get to the conference hall. The secretary nodded and led Lin Yao and Su Hao to the group's conference center. When I pushed the door open and went in, there was some kind of discussion going on inside. Distinguished board members, please pause for a moment. This is Mr. Lin Yao, the new president of our group. After the secretary finished the introduction, she left the room. She sensed something was off about the atmosphere in the meeting room and was afraid of getting into trouble. Wow, Ms. Lin is so beautiful? Is that President Lin's husband next to you? If not, does that mean everyone has a chance? Damn it, it's a woman. What right does she have to manage this company? Everyone cast questioning glances their way. The Lin Group is a ship, a giant aircraft carrier, and no one could have imagined that a woman would be parachuted in. Sister Lin, you've come at the right time. The board meeting has already started, and there are still plenty of empty seats. Just find a place to sit down. A bald man sat in the chairman's seat, speaking in a disdainful tone. Even though Lin Yao had arrived, this person showed no intention of getting up. He was Hui Tong, who cast a provocative glance at Lin Yao. Who's your sister? Lin Yao asked, suppressing her anger. You are a member of the Lin family, and I am the adopted son of the first mistress. We are family. Is it alright for me to call you my sister? Hui Tong said coldly. Don't try to curry favor. This is a company from now on. Please call me chairman. Lin Yao said sternly as he slowly walked over. Get up, this is my seat. It's just a position, is it worth fussing over? Hui Tong said indifferently. He looked down on Lin Yao to some extent and was full of hatred. Even without her, he would still be the invisible power holder of the group. 364, Chapter 364. High chance of victory. If you don't care, why don't you stand up? Lin Yao followed his logic. Hui Tong was very displeased and said coldly, don't try to talk your way out of this. To be honest, I don't consider
Consider you the chairman at all. Everyone here feels the same way. You're just a woman, and you have absolutely no qualifications to manage such a large company. I'll give you a piece of advice. Go back to where you came from. This is not a place for you.
Thank you for your advice, but unfortunately I can't use it.
Lin Yao pulled out a contract, slammed it on the table, and said, "This is the decision of Clan Chief Lin Changqing. If you have any objections, you can go to him personally from today onwards. From this moment on, I am the de facto controller of the Lin Group."
Ridiculous, you think you can just say that? Of all the people here, which one do you recognize?
Hui Tong slammed his fist on the table and said angrily.
Don't you recognize them?
Lin Yao walked slowly to the right. This is Lin Li, the manager of the company's investment department. Next to him is Lin Hua, the former head of the security department, and behind him is Lin Jun, the company's chief financial officer.
Lin Yao read out their names and positions one by one.
Everyone's expression changed drastically. They had originally planned to take advantage of the fact that everyone was still unfamiliar with each other today to make things difficult for her. If successful, they could kick her out. If they failed, they could pretend nothing had happened when settling scores later. Now it seems that this is impossible. Lin Yao had clearly looked through the company's personnel files and memorized all the faces.
This ability alone is something that most people can't match. Lin Yao, that's enough. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to threaten everyone?
Hui Tong was quite dissatisfied. Threat? Not really. I am just here to deliver a message. The company is currently facing huge losses, a situation that's difficult to reverse, and reforms are imminent. I advise everyone that if you've used your position to obtain any improper benefits, please have them all confiscated by this month. No exceptions. Will settle accounts later when the investigation is complete. Lin Yao's methods have never been weak. Especially in business, their skills are no less than those of men.
When this decision was announced, many people's expressions changed drastically.
They were more familiar with the Lin Group than Lin Yao was with it. Many of its members had embezzled a great deal of money. If investigated, the problems would be quite serious.
Little girl, are you trying to wipe us out? These are all your elders. You're being disrespectful and going too far. Who will support this group for you in the future?
Hui Tong launched a direct attack.
That's right, we are the backbone of the company. Without us, the company simply cannot operate.
There's absolutely no way to investigate the company's accounts. Let bygones be bygones. As long as everyone fulfills their duties in the future, no one can hold them accountable.
Lin Yao, if you want to secure this position, you need our help.
These senior managers, relying on their seniority, made direct threats. Does the company really need you? Ask yourselves honestly, are you capable of doing your jobs well? If you continue to leech off others, don't blame me for being ruthless. The market has no shortage of professional managers. I'd rather spend money to hire professionals than keep parasites around. Lin Yao said coldly.
What do you mean? Hui Tong was greatly alarmed. Lin Yao is actually this difficult to deal with. Just a few words were enough to make many managers tremble with fear. Please stand up.
Lin Yao said coldly.
Fine, I wish you a secure position as chairman.
Hui Tong had no choice but to relinquish his position. Vice President, there's something I don't understand. Why can I collect dirt on the other directors, but not on you? Does this mean you're secretly gathering dirt on everyone else to blackmail them? Lin Yao had just sat down when he spoke calmly. These words were spoken.
Su Hao was stunned.
What a clever divisive tactic.
She's new and doesn't have any trusted confidants yet. The best approach is to sow discord among these people. As long as there is a conflict of interest, it will not be a solid block, and people will be able to find flaws.
Hui Tong, is this true?
So it was you who betrayed us. Damn, haven't you done enough bad things? More than all of us combined.
Several people immediately glared angrily at Hui Tong.
You idiots, her divisive tactics are too childish.
I stand with you all. How could I betray you?
Don't believe a word she says.
Hui Tong loudly persuaded him. Alright, we won't settle scores about the past today. Lin Yao tapped the table and said coldly, the company is facing many difficulties right now, but as long as everyone works together and comes up with ideas, we can still become core shareholders in the future.
It's easy for you to say. Who knows if you have the ability to steer the ship?
Hui Tong, representing the others, was full of doubt.
Oh, then tell me, what should I do to gain everyone's approval?
Lin Yao looked at him with great interest.
It's very simple. As long as you do the following, everyone will approve of you. Hui Tong said. What time? Lin Yao asked.
First, you can't just fire anyone. Second, our company has a lot of outstanding debts, with the Red Dragon Gang being a prime example, owing a total of 90 million and showing no intention of repaying. Once we recover those debts, our company will no longer have any cash flow problems. Furthermore, the company needs new projects to boost everyone's morale. Currently, Century Group has a deal worth 500 million yuan. If we can secure it, the company's crisis will be completely resolved at that time. Even if we don't acknowledge it, the company's stock price will rise, and external recognition of you will also increase. Hui Tong spoke up and stated 3 conditions.
Okay, I will fulfill these conditions one by one. Lin Yao decided to agree to them first.
No, right, you really want to go to the Red Dragon Gang to collect debts? That's like throwing good money after bad, a one-way trip. Cooperate with Century Group. Do you think you can talk to the God of Wealth? He's not even in Dong Province, nobody knows where he is.
The various voices of doubt will not be eliminated at all. Today's board meeting was completely unable to proceed. Lin Yao directly announced the disbandment and issued 2 personnel orders. The first item is the appointment of Su Hao as the director of the security department. The second item is the appointment of Chen Hong as the chairman's secretary.
The other directors had no objections. It was just a matter of appointing 2 of their own people, which was considered a small personnel change, so everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Hui Tong also adopted a wait-and-see attitude, waiting for the hidden dangers within the group to surface, at which point he could seize the opportunity to take over and obtain supreme power.
Just wait and see.
Everything has only just begun, and Hui Tong feels that he has a great chance of winning.
365, Chapter 365. I must endure it. Chairman's office.
So I wasn't mistaken, this company is now. Lin Yao had just received the ledger and couldn't wait to look at it. The numbers on it were incredibly shocking. The company not only had no money, but also owed the bank hundreds of millions.
The entire Lin Group is a complete mess. Cousin, I'm here.
Just then, Chen Hong, dressed beautifully, walked in. When she saw Su Hao, her expression changed drastically. She said, "Pretty boy, what are you doing here? You don't know anything. Are you just a kept man?" "What a joke, I'm the head of security." Su Hao rolled his eyes.
"I see. It seems my cousin was right. You really can't do anything except fight," Chen Hong said disdainfully. "Chen Hong, don't call me cousin anymore from now on, call me chairman or president, understand?"
Lin Yao's expression changed. This was Chen Hong's first formal job, and she had absolutely no manners.
"Yes," Chairman Chen Hong agreed. "Furthermore, you're the chairman's secretary, so you must be on time for work. What kind of behavior is this, coming to the company so late? Remember, if you come at this time again tomorrow, I'll consider it absenteeism and deduct your bonus," Lin Yao said angrily.
She didn't want to bring Chen Hong along at all. It was only because 2 elders in her family forced her into the relationship. "I never expected my cousin to behave so badly. Deduct my bonus, that won't do. I definitely won't be late tomorrow." Chen Hong was very frugal and seized on her weakness. "Very good, let's get right to work. Go and try to connect with the Red Dragon Gang." Lin Yao assigned the task directly. "The Red Dragon Gang, cousin, you must be mistaken. They're not people we can afford to mess with. They're thugs, a bunch of scoundrels." Chen Hong felt that her cousin didn't understand the importance of the matter and continued, "The Red Dragon Gang commits all sorts of evil deeds, bullying men and women, and doing all kinds of atrocities. How can our company get involved with them?"
"The Red Dragon Gang's reputation is really that bad?"
Su Hao was somewhat embarrassed.
"Of course, they're the kind of organization that everyone in Dong Province hates. They're more detestable than rats in the street,"
Chen Hong said with disgust, then asked, "Cousin, why should we contact them?"
"They owe us 90 million, and we have to get it back.
The company is in dire financial straits right now, and this money can help them get through the bankruptcy crisis temporarily."
90 million, that's so much. Can we even get it back?"
Chen Hong muttered to herself. Then, seeing that I wasn't working, she said, "Cousin, of course, debt collection should be handled by the company's security department."
"You mean, you want me to go and collect the debt?" Su Hao laughed. "Yes, if it's not you, who else could it be? If you can't do it,
just get out of here, Chen Hong said, clearly annoyed. According to her understanding, the chairman's secretary should be second only to the chairman, responsible only to the chairman, and everyone else should accept her leadership. The change in her status made Chen Hong look down on Su Hao even more. I'm afraid that won't work. Su Hao shook his head. Why, are you scared? I knew it, you're a coward when you encounter a tough opponent, all you can do is run away, Chen Hong said disdainfully. You're wrong when I said it wouldn't work, I meant that there's no Red Dragon Gang, Jianghu, organization, in Dong province right now, Su Hao said. Impossible, they still owe money. Lin Yao was stunned. If the Crimson Dragon Gang no longer existed, who should repay this debt? The Crimson Dragon Gang no longer exists, they have now changed their name to the Kunpeng Gang. Su Hao said. How did you know? Although Chen Hong is a local, she is still unaware of these changes. Because I came up with this idea, and I also named it, Su Hao said proudly. Don't joke around, the Red Dragon Gang is so powerful, do you really think you can subdue them all? You're just trying to make yourself look good. Trust your cousin's sharp eyes, she'll definitely see through your lies. Chen Hong sneered, thinking it was just bragging. If you don't believe me, we can go to the Kunpeng Gang. Su Hao said nonchalantly. I'm not going, they'll eat me alive. Chen Hong's face was pale, she was terrified at the thought of the Red Dragon Gang. Alright, leave this to me and Su Hao. If you're scared, stay at the company and don't run around. Lin Yao was worried, but there was nothing she could do. We're short of money right now, and we can't afford to lose 90 million. Cousin, you're the CEO now, how can you go to such a dangerous place? Wait a minute, let me see if brother you can help. Chen Hong still trusted her boyfriend and made the call. Soon, she said with a smile, cousin, it's all settled. Brother you said he's willing to communicate with the leader of the Kunpeng Gang. Communicate with me? Su Hao asked doubtfully. If that were the case, why hadn't a phone call come in? You're still bragging, of course it's not you, it's Yilong. Chen Hong said. Su Hao nodded, thinking that this was indeed correct. Yilong usually managed the Kunpeng Gang, so if Zhang Yu could get on Yilong's good side, it would be considered that he had some ability. Kunpeng Gang. Yilong was handling some business when his subordinate came in and reminded him that Hu Yitong had arrived. What is he doing here? Yilong didn't really want to see him. Vice Chief, this man is here to deliver money. The subordinate said. Really, let him in. Yilong put down what he was doing and saw the overweight Hu Yitong in the office. Chief Yi, it's been a long time. You've risen to a higher position than before the last time we met. You were the strategist, but now you've transformed into the second in command. Hu Yitong greeted him with a smile. His intention was to please Yilong, but to Yilong, these words were undoubtedly a harsh sarcasm. Get to the point if you have something to say, otherwise get lost. Yilong was very unhappy. Chief Yi, please calm down. Hu Yitong smiled, took out a gold card from his pocket, and said, here is 5 million, please accept it. Is that so? Yilong said calmly. That's right. Soon later, someone claiming to be the chairman of the Lin Group came to collect a debt, asking you to help teach them a lesson. You'll be handsomely rewarded afterward. Hu Yitong sneered. Aren't you from the Lin Group? Yilong asked, sounding surprised. That's right, you just need to treat her as my rival. Besides, this chairperson is very beautiful. If you can win her over, that would be a great thing. Hu Yitong urged. Is that really true? Yilong's eyes lit up with surprise. He had been very busy lately and definitely needed to relax. He then shook his head and said, no, I'm not interested in women, I'll help with this. Go back and wait for news. Great. Hu Yitong left happily. Yilong sighed. Of course he liked beautiful women, but his current position was far from secure. As long as Su Hao remained in Dong province, he would always be second in command. If he acted recklessly, he would be ruining his future. Tolerate. He had to hold back and avoid making a mistake. 366, Chapter 366. Transferring from left hand to right hand. Chief Yi, the person I spoke of has arrived. Hu Yitong hadn't gone far when he saw Lin Yao appear, so he immediately turned back to inform Yilong. Oh, the beautiful woman you mentioned really came? Yilong's expression changed.
Chief He, you're making it too easy. Don't you know that Lin Yao is here to collect a debt? Your gang owes our company a whopping 90 million, Hui Tong said tentatively. He is paving the way for the future. If he ousts Lin Yao, he'll have to take over the mess and the heavy responsibility of collecting debts will fall on his shoulders. Yi Long's attitude is now extremely important. The money was owed by the previous gang leader, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Long chuckled, completely denying it, and said, let's go out and meet this so-called President Lin. Yi Long clapped his hands and led a few of his gang members out. Kunpeng Helper Living Room. The three people standing there were Lin Yao, Chen Hong, and Su Hao. Su Hao rarely came to the Kunpeng gang, and he admired the calligraphy and paintings on the wall with his hands behind his back. Cousin, why don't we go back? This is a gang, and if they don't listen to reason, we won't even be able to get back. Chen Hong said tremblingly she had come along, but she couldn't stop thinking about going back. I'm going to try no matter what. I can't sleep or eat if I don't get this money back. Lin Yao refused. Just then, Yi Long led his men out menacingly. Boss Yi, I'm the CEO of the Lin Group. Don't you owe us 90 million, it's not good to delay paying this money any longer. Our group is currently experiencing financial difficulties, and we hope you can repay the money today. Lin Yao looked at him and said firmly. Pay back the money, you're dreaming. Have you ever heard of gangs having to pay back money? How about this, your group is short of security, right? I'll send people to protect you, and I won't charge too much, just 5 million a year. Yi Long smiled coldly. Propose new solutions. Lin Yao was stunned. He had turned against the Heavenly Gang and, instead of collecting the debt, was being blackmailed. With 5 million, he could hire the top security company. Allowing these people into the group will only cause endless trouble. You mean you don't want to pay back the money? Lin Yao asked with a stern face. That's right, I won't pay it back. Yi Long laughed. In that case, we have no choice but to go through legal proceedings. Lin Yao frowned. Trying to scare me, men, leave those two beauties here and have their company pay a ransom. Yi Long hardened his heart. Immediately, several thugs rushed over menacingly, wielding batons. Ah! Chen Hong turned pale with fright and screamed. Shameless! Lin Yao was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she subconsciously moved closer to Su Hao. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Long noticed someone standing behind him. When he saw that it was Su Hao, his expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed over, stopped all the thugs, and slapped each of them across the face, scolding, Who told you to start this? You have no respect for your elders. Since President Lin has come to collect his money, we have to pay someone. Go and get 90 million. Several of his men cried. They never intended to take action, it was all on his orders. Now things have turned around, and Yi Long is teaching him a lesson. They had grievances they couldn't express. The group couldn't understand why the second in command of the Kunpeng gang would be so frightened, like a coward. Give me the money, didn't you hear me? Yi Long was so frightened that he punched and kicked them away. After saying that, he walked towards Su Hao and said tremblingly, Mr. Su, I did not expect you to grace us with your presence today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly. Chief Yi, you're so powerful, beating up anyone you see. Is this how the Kunpeng gang operates? Su Hao said coldly. I wouldn't dare, I was just confused for a moment. The Kunpeng gang has always been kind to people and never argues with anyone. Yi Long's back was covered in cold sweat. Goodness gracious, who would have thought that Boss Lin and the gang leader are friends? If Lin Yao had been injured just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Hong was stunned. Is this the arrogant Yi Long? There are many legends about him in the martial arts world, and none of them do not mention his gentleness, like that of a cat. Ha! When Lin Yao looked at Su Hao, her eyes held a complex expression. It turns out that what he said earlier was actually true. What does Yi Long's respectful attitude towards Su Hao signify? This person is the real leader of the gang. Yi Long is just a manager of the Kunpeng gang. The real power is still in Su Hao's hands. Shortly afterward, someone returned, carrying a bank check. Yi Long took the check, glanced at it, and was very satisfied. He respectfully walked to Lin Yao's side, presented the check with both hands, and said, President Lin, please check the accounts to see if the entire amount has been paid off.
Lin Yao smiled and took the check. Looking down, she saw that it said 100 million. She counted it twice to make sure there were no mistakes, and said directly, Chief He, did your people fill in the wrong number? There's an extra 10 million here. That's right, this is the sincerity of our Kunpeng gang. We feel really bad that it hasn't been paid off for so long. It's only right that we give some interest now. Yi Long said respectfully. He thought to himself, this is all the gang leader's money. If the gang leader is willing to flatter a beautiful woman, what else could he possibly be unhappy about? Of course, we should cooperate. In that case, I'll gladly accept it. Lin Yao thought it was reasonable. After so many years of debt, paying 10 million in interest was no problem. Yi Long, remember your words, be kind to others, keep your subordinates in check and don't let them cause trouble, Su Hao warned. Understood, Musa's instructions will be followed. Yi Long assured him directly. Su Hao left with Lin Yao and the other person. Hui Tong came down after a while, and after hearing everything clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. Chief Yi, why did you chicken out just now? There are so many of you, and the other side only has 3 people, so, are you scared? Yi Long's face turned ugly, and he slapped him. Grass. A bad seed who knows nothing. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Do you know who that handsome guy next to President Lin was just now? Yi Long still felt a lingering fear as he recounted this. Isn't it just Su Hao? The group's new security chief has no real power, so why are you afraid of him? Hui Tong was somewhat stunned by the beating and said defiantly. Security chief? Is this his new identity? Identity? If you really think so, you're sorely mistaken. Did you know that before leader, there's a deputy in my gang? Yi Long roared angrily. Could it be that he is the leader of the Kunpeng gang? Hui Tong wasn't stupid. After being reminded, he immediately understood. His face was ashen. He hadn't suffered the slap just now, and he had finally figured out Su Hao's identity. He suddenly felt that this debt collection was pointless. It was originally Su Hao's money, and now it was being handed over to Lin Yao, with interest being paid in a pretense. Was it really necessary? 367, Chapter 367. I don't know what to do. On the way back in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Hao looked out the window. Su Hao, so you really are the leader of the Kunpeng gang? Lin Yao finally voiced his thoughts. Impossible, this is fake. He is Su Hao, we've known him for a long time. Chen Hong simply didn't believe it. Xiao Hong, your prejudice is too deep. Su Hao is far more capable than you think. Lin Yao frowned. This cousin of hers was unconvincing like her mother. She was stubborn and rarely changed her mind. According to you, you haven't been in the provincial capital for very long, so why did the Crimson Dragon gang become the Kunpeng gang, and why did the position of gang leader fall into your hands? Of course it's because I have good character. Su Hao said with a smile. Not because of his strong fists? Lin Yao didn't believe it. He was sure he had snatched the position of gang leader. You already know, why are you asking? Su Hao continued with a smile. Okay, I just want to know the answer. Lin Yao smiled, knowing it was one thing, but confirming it with him was quite another. Men probably don't understand this. They always think women are just making trouble for no reason. She suddenly sighed and said, the Kunpeng gang matter is settled. Now it's time to deal with the Century Group. This time it's more difficult, not so easy to resolve. That place is all about money and wealth. It's incredibly difficult to secure an order from them. If you mishandle the situation and offend the god of wealth, you could be blacklisted, making future financing virtually impossible. Leave it to me. Su Hao smiled confidently. Why should I hand it over to you? Chen Hong was displeased. He was just the security director. Why was he taking over everything? Do you think you can do it? Su Hao retorted. Of course. Chen Hong smiled confidently. Don't forget, I'm Zhang Yu's girlfriend, and he's the manager of Century Group. With him around, this matter can be handled. Cousin, do you think I'll get a commission if I help you close a deal worth hundreds of millions? The next sentence is the key point. No one gets up early for nothing. Chen Hong was only thinking about making money. Have. As long as you get it done. I'll give you a big red envelope, at least $1 million. Lin Yao promised. That's great, cousin, you've become more and more generous since you became CEO, Chen Hong said with a smile. Lin Yao laughed along. Wasn't their status different now? He now controlled a multi-billion-dollar group, which was completely different from the previous Qingxing group.
Don't be too happy yet. Zhang Yu is in dire straits himself, he definitely can't help you. Su Hao suddenly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Yu is perfectly fine, how come he can't even protect himself? Chen Hong said angrily, feeling that this guy was clearly jealous. Don't forget, when I spoke to Qian Fugue yesterday, he completely offended the boss. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be fired today. Su Hao reminded him. You're talking nonsense. I think you just want to grab the million-yuan red envelope.
Chen Hong held onto Lin Yao's arm, clearly saying that the red envelope was hers and no one could take it from her. Red envelopes, what's the use of taking things? A mere million is nothing to me. In short, no one but me can handle this matter right now. Su Hao explained carefully.
Yeah? I'll contact Brother Yu right now and see what you have to say.
Chen Hong was unconvinced, so she took out her phone and dialed Zhang Yu's number directly.
Brother Yu, where are you now?
She turned on the speakerphone, as if trying to prove something.
Of course I'm at work, what else would I be doing? Zhang Yu said impatiently. It was during working hours, so what was the point of this call? Su Hao just made some arrogant remarks, saying that you can't handle business.
Chen Hong explained the situation of the Lin Group. It's just a business deal worth a few $100 million, come on over, I'll have someone take care of you. Zhang Yu laughed, thinking it was something serious, but it turned out he just wanted to cooperate with the company.
Okay, we'll get there as soon as possible. Chen Hong hung up the phone, her arrogance written all over her face. See, this is Brother Yu's network. He still has a say in Century Group, and what about you? All you do is talk big, you can't do anything.
Really, I hope he can stay calm, Su Hao said indifferently.
Jealousy, you're just jealous.
Chen Hong emphasized repeatedly.
Alright, let's go to Century Group, and we'll understand.
Su Hao was too lazy to explain. Instead of returning to the company, the group turned around and headed straight for Century Group. The building looked very luxurious. After entering, the group successfully passed identity verification and arrived outside the business manager's office.
Is your manager here?
We're here to discuss business, Chen Hong said casually.
Name?
The female secretary working here asked without a smile. Lin Yao, Lin Group, Chen Hong announced. The woman glanced at the memo, which didn't include Lin Yao's name, and coldly said, please leave, the manager is too busy to see you today.
Impossible, Brother Yu has made all the arrangements. You think you can just refuse to see him? Chen Hong shouted loudly. In her mind, Zhang Yu was omnipotent. Century Group was his headquarters, so wouldn't securing investments be the simplest thing for him?
Of course, I handle all of the manager's appointments unless I give my approval. No one can see the manager, the beautiful secretary said coldly. You don't want your job anymore. If you offend me, Brother Yu will definitely not let you off.
Chen Hong felt embarrassed. She had already come all this way, and if she couldn't even see the business manager, wouldn't that be incredibly humiliating? What Brother Yu? He's not in our department, he has no say in my affairs. You're causing trouble, I'm calling security.
The beautiful secretary said coldly.
As they were talking, a man walked in from outside. It was the business department manager. He frowned and asked, what do you do? Manager, they didn't have an appointment. Trying to break in.
The beautiful secretary said.
No appointment, get out of here.
The manager's face darkened. He was busy with work and had just seen off a distinguished boss. Looking at these people, he felt that something was missing.
Manager, do you know Zhang Yu? I'm his girlfriend.
Chen Hong introduced herself and said, we're all from Century Group, so we should look out for each other.
What do you mean? Are you telling me how to do things? The manager was very unhappy. Each department was independent, and he didn't need to report to Zhang Yu at all. They were on the same level. Even if Zhang Yu came in person, he might not give him any face. I was just making a suggestion, and you're being completely unreasonable. Chen Hong was very unhappy.
I'm being unreasonable. Today's schedule was already set. Who has time to meet with you? If you don't leave now, I'll call security. That would be awkward for everyone. The manager said angrily.
Chen Hong was still young and didn't know what to do. 3 368, Chapter 368 Returning Empty-Handed. Roll. Did you hear me?
The manager shouted angrily. Chen Hong blushed with embarrassment. She had originally planned to close the deal and get a big red envelope, but instead, she ended up being slapped in the face.
Lin Yao frowned and looked at Su Hao, as if to say, "You think you can handle this? If you don't act now, when will you?"
The next moment, Zhang Yu stormed over angrily and said, "Lu Zifei, you're something else, aren't you? You don't even give my girlfriend any face."
"Why should I give it to you? You're not from our department. What right do you have to say that?"
Lu Zifei said coldly.
"We're all colleagues, haven't you ever asked someone for help?" Zhang Yu retorted angrily.
"Ask for help, of course, I also need help sometimes, but not from you."
Lu Zifei sneered.
"Don't be arrogant with my connections in the company, you can't compare. Cooperating with me will only broaden your future prospects," Zhang Yu said confidently.
"Your idea is certainly good, it's just a pity that you are no longer a company employee." A minute ago, the company issued a public statement dismissing Zhang Yu and forbidding him from using any related titles to swindle people in the future.
Lu Zifei said calmly.
"What?" Zhang Yu didn't believe it at all.
He took out his phone and, sure enough, saw the official statement.
"So, he's no longer the group manager?"
He turned pale and collapsed to the ground.
"This can't be real. I've given so much to the company, and now I'm just being kicked out?"
Zhang Yu muttered to himself. Even now, he still can't figure out which part went wrong.
"Brother Yu, what's going on? Aren't you the manager of Century Group now?"
Chen Hong looked embarrassed. If that were true, her boyfriend's status would drop significantly, and he would no longer be the object of her affections. Without the title of manager of Century Group, Zhang Yu was nothing.
"Those two clowns."
Lin Yao smiled coldly.
"Their positions weren't high at all, they were managers at best. Even if they weren't fired, Lu Zifei wouldn't hand over the business to Chen Hong.
Not to mention that he's now jobless, and there's almost no chance of closing a deal today."
"What are you so smug about? Did you secretly report me and take the opportunity to steal my position?" Zhang Yu was like a mad dog, biting anyone he saw. "Nonsense, I have absolutely no connection with the company's upper management." Lu Zifei sneered. "Besides, the HR department is a mess, how can it be as good as the sales department?" "Don't be too happy yet, this announcement will be taken down soon," Zhang Yu proudly declared. "You all don't know, do you? My second uncle is the company president. With him around, no one can fire me." No wonder. Lu Zifei suddenly realized.
Zhang Yu is utterly incompetent to be a manager. The entire HR department is in chaos, it's all his fault.
"Now you know how powerful I am, right? Apologize to Chen Hong now," Zhang Yu said solemnly.
Chen Hong coughed, preparing to say a few polite words. A flash of anger crossed Lu Zifei's face, but he said righteously, "You want me to apologize? No way."
"Brother Yu, why are you only telling me now? Is this a surprise for me?" Chen Hong said happily.
"It turns out there's still a chance. With this connection, the deal should be done."
"Whoever reveals all their cards," Zhang Yu said calmly.
"That's true." Chen Hong laughed. "Yes, truly mature people don't reveal all their cards, they're always prepared for any eventuality." She looked at Lu Zifei arrogantly and said, "Apologize immediately, and remember to kneel down, otherwise, if Brother Yu gets angry, you'll lose your job."
"Are you two trying to destroy the Century Group?" Lu Zifei stomped his feet in anxiety.
He had no connections. He rose through the ranks to become a key member solely through his abilities. After years of hard work and finally making it to the top, is he about to be thrown back to square one?
"Hurry up, I'm busy, I don't have time to stay here,"
Zhang Yu urged casually. Lu Zifei's face was grim. He couldn't lower his head. Just as he was struggling with this, another internal company message came through. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and immediately smiled.
"Zhang Yu, what did you just say? Who is your backer?" Lu Zifei asked. "Ma Tianhua, our company president. Did you hear me clearly?" Zhang Yu shouted.
I understand perfectly, but I have bad news for you. Ma Tianhua and you have both been fired. Let's see how you manage to cause trouble now."
"Impossible."
Zhang Yu took out his phone and checked. Sure enough, his uncle's name had appeared in the new announcement.
He was completely dumbfounded. What should we do now?
The powerful backer behind them has also fallen.
Brother Yu, is someone framing you? Chen Hong wondered. Ma Tianhua is the president, who can fire him? She thought of someone. Could it be Sun Fuguwei himself?
It seems that apart from the company owner, ordinary shareholders have no way to resolve the issue. Just then, a man walked out. It was Ma Tianhua, whom they had mentioned. He looked particularly angry, and upon seeing Zhang Yu, he immediately started punching and kicking him, saying, "You brat, I told you to keep a low profile. Who did you offend this time? Now your second uncle has lost his job too."
Second uncle, is this true? You actually fired him? Zhang Yu asked in surprise.
That's right, this order was personally given by Qian Fuguwei. Tell me, who exactly did he offend?
Ma Tianhua was very unconvinced. He's the only one left.
Zhang Yu's gaze fell on Su Hao, recalling the bet from yesterday. I was joking with someone who called himself Sun Fuguwei, and the other person said he would fire him.
Now I realize it's true. Su Hao actually knew the god of wealth, Qian Fuguwei. Zhang Yu's face turned pale. It was completely over. He directly insulted Qian Fuguwei. Who else in the entire company could do that besides him? I initially thought it was a prank and my words went a bit too far. Looking back, I was adorably silly back then. You beast, come with me. Go apologize to old Qian now. Ma Tianhua was furious and dragged Zhang Yu away. Serves him right. Lu Zhaifei was very pleased and turned to go into his office.
Chen Hong's face was pale. Her lover had collapsed. However, it was all Su Hao's fault. Without that prank, everyone would be fine, and no one would have lost their job.
Su Hao, I think you're the one who should apologize. It's better for everyone without you, she said unreasonably. Your personality is something you'll never change in your entire life. Su Hao said, clearly displeased. Forget it, stop arguing. We've already arrived at Century Group. Are we going to leave empty-handed?
Lin Yao said with a sullen face. Now that Zhang Yu was unreliable, who else could knock on Lu Zhaifei's office door?
Su Hao, Lin Yao looked over, anticipating his next move. Cousin, give up on that idea.
Chen Hong said sarcastically.
369, Chapter 369 Crimes.
Don't worry, I'm here. We can close any deal today, Su Hao said confidently.
Stop dreaming, who do you think you are? Chen Hong didn't believe it.
Lin Yao also felt awkward, since they had no appointment and it was almost impossible for them to talk to manager Lu Zhaifei. The other party is very busy and simply cannot spare the time to meet with them. You guys are too pessimistic. I just need to make a phone call to Qian Fuguwei, and he can definitely solve it. As Su Hao spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Qian Fuguwei's number.
Hey, Lao Qian, I need your help with something.
Su Hao said, getting straight to the point.
Mr. Su, please speak.
Qian Fuguwei seemed busy. I could hear a woman's panting on the phone, but my call was undoubtedly the most important, and he dared not neglect it. I'm working at the Lin Group now, and the company needs some help. Tell Lu Zhaifei, the manager in the business department, that we'll be waiting for him outside, Su Hao instructed directly.
Okay, this is a small matter, I can take care of it right away.
Qian Fuguwei covered the phone and called Lu Zhaifei on the landline. After giving instructions, he replied on his cell phone, Mr. Su, everything is taken care of. If you need any other help, please feel free to ask.
No need for now, you go ahead and do your work.
Su Hao smiled faintly. Not long after, business manager Lu Zhaifei opened the door and looked around in a shocked tone, saying, "Who is Dr. Su? Please come in, let's discuss work matters."
Let's go inside and talk. What are you all standing there for? Su Hao took the initiative and went inside first.
Chen Hong and Lin Yao exchanged a glance, both finding it unbelievable. When they followed them inside, they discovered the music was played very smoothly. Lu Zhaifei immediately reached a cooperation agreement with Lin Yao, signing a contract worth 500 million yuan. He didn't even haggle, he accepted the entire price.
After the group finished their business, they left the Century building. Go back.
Lin Yao and the other two returned to the car.
Su Hao, you really know Qian Fuguwei? I thought it was a prank before, but now it's become a reality.
Lin Yao exclaimed, this is really great news. The actual group has a very large influence in Dongsheng, and it would be a good thing for her to cooperate with them.
How did you meet? Chen Hong asked curiously. It's simple, just treat the illness. Su Hao said calmly, I'm a renowned doctor, there shouldn't be any problem with me curing his difficult and complicated illness, right? Just for treating the illness, he trusts you that much?
Lin Yao found it unbelievable. You don't understand, rich people value their lives more, Su Hao said. So you just got lucky. Let's see if they'll agree to your request next time you're in trouble, Chen Hong said, her voice a mixture of jealousy and disdain.
The $1 million prize she was hoping for was gone. Su Hao snatched the order and completed it successfully. Definitely, Chen Fugue is a trustworthy person. Su Hao nodded. Anyway, thank you for your help. Lin Yao smiled sweetly. Now you can make a request, and I'll grant it. Any request is acceptable?
Su Hao smiled knowingly.
Any request. Lin Yao blinked.
Never mind, there's a little kid here, I'm afraid it might have a bad influence. Just remember to pay me back later. After thinking about it carefully, Su Hao realized that there was nothing he particularly needed.
Okay, Lin Yao was a little disappointed. Why didn't he just be a bastard and take the opportunity to grope her?
Chen Hong frowned, displeased. Who's the little brat? It's just about things between men and women, isn't it? She has more boyfriends than Lin Yao, she won't hang herself on one tree. Back at the Lin group, Su Hao had just gotten out of the car when his phone rang. The call was from Bai Zhirua, who said anxiously, Su Hao, come quickly, something has happened to our family.
Okay, I'll be right there. Su Hao hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yao with a hint of apology. No need to apologize if it's urgent, you'd better go there immediately.
Lin Yao shook his head and had the driver take him directly to the Bai family's residence. I sensed something was wrong as soon as I arrived. Outside the Bai family compound, several hundred people stood, each holding a weapon, as if they were about to rush in.
Hand over the murderer, or don't blame us for being impolite.
A middle-aged man revealed a cold smile.
Stop daydreaming, there won't be any results today, you should go home as soon as possible.
The speaker was Bai Zhantong, the second son of the Bai family. He had rushed over as soon as he heard about the trouble at home.
Mr. Su, you finally arrived.
The Bai family's butler pulled Su Hao inside as soon as he saw him.
Upon entering the living room, I found everyone already there.
What was most surprising was that Bai Ziyuan was lying on the ground, breathing weakly, as if he had fainted.
What exactly happened? Su Hao asked in a deep voice. How should I put this?
Bai Zhirua frowned, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated.
Let me explain.
A beautiful woman stepped forward and said coldly, this is all the patriarch's fault. When he went to the Wang family for drinks yesterday, he somehow managed to take advantage of the Wang family's daughter, and then cruelly murdered her after forcing her.
Bai Yufan,
don't make baseless accusations, this matter hasn't been investigated properly yet.
Bai Anan exclaimed angrily.
Bai Yufang is Bai Wuji's younger sister. She returned after their family's misfortune, carrying some resentment now. Seeing Bai Ziyuan in trouble, she couldn't help but slander him.
Zhirua, is your father such a person? Su Hao frowned. Forcing a young girl was a very serious crime. If it were proven true, the Bai family's reputation would be ruined.
Impossible. I believe in my father. She is upright and incorruptible. She would never do such a shameful thing.
Bai Zhirua shook her head.
What's the use of your belief? They've come knocking on our door, demanding the person directly. If we don't hand over the family head soon, our entire family will all suffer. Are we going to have to fight the Wang family? Bai Yufang said coldly.
Stop arguing, weary family. What kind of behavior is this?
Bai Zhantong said seriously, then looked at Su Hao and said, Mr. Su, could you please wake up the head of the family? The matter is quite urgent, and we need him to explain it to us personally. Is this a good idea? Uncle Bai's breathing doesn't seem very stable. He's probably been through some kind of shock. If he falls into a deep sleep, it will be good for him. Waking him up abruptly could threaten his lifespan.
Su Hao looked troubled. Things have already come to this, are there any other options?
Bai Zhirua smiled bitterly.
Brother Su, please do it. Su Anan was also willing to accept it. Su Hao nodded, took out 3 silver needles, and inserted them into the vital acupoints. Wake up!
With his last needle, he inserted it into the Tianmen acupoint, infusing it with true qi, instantly waking Bai Ziyuan.
370, Chapter 370. Even a god can't save you. What happened?
Bai Ziyuan woke up groggily, looked around, and was a little confused as to why so many people had suddenly appeared.
Dad, what exactly did you do yesterday?
Bai Zhiruo asked directly.
I was just drinking, what else could I be doing?
There were many people from the Wang family at the time, and I got so excited that I drank myself into a stupor.
Bai Ziyuan said. Have you met the Wang family's daughter?
Bai Zhiruo asked helplessly, surprised that she would ask such a question. Of course we saw it, everyone saw it, this question is meaningless, Bai Ziyuan said helplessly.
Patriarch,
I never imagined you were this kind of person, Bai Yufang said bitterly. Aren't you putting the Bai family in an unjust position? Giving you the position of patriarch was clearly a mistake. Bai Yufang pondered that if her father were in power, her current status would be similar to Bai Zhiruo's.
I believe Uncle Bai has an upright man. He must have been framed.
Su Hao looked into his eyes, which were filled with confusion and bewilderment, and this was not an act at all. What happened last night was very strange, even those involved had no idea what really happened.
The Bai family is currently going through a turbulent period and has probably been set up by someone. What's the point of your belief? Hey Su, do you think the Bai family isn't chaotic enough already?
When Bai Yufang looked over, her eyes were filled with anger.
That madman.
Su Hao was stunned. The two had only just met, yet the other was targeting him like this. Behind Bai Yufang's beautiful face lies a mischievous heart. She truly lives up to her brother's reputation as Bai Wuji's sister. Both are reckless and impulsive.
Shut up. My contributions to the Bai family far exceed yours.
Su Hao was annoyed and shouted directly.
How dare you yell at me?
Bai Yufang was unhappy, her eyes filled with tears of grievance.
So what if I'm mean to you? If you keep causing trouble, I'll hit you again. Su Hao waved his hand, making a gesture as if to strike.
Bai Yufang was so frightened that she hid behind Bai Zhantang. His sudden attack distracted her from her thoughts of causing trouble.
Sai, how did the Bai family get into such a mess?
Bai Zhantang sighed. The current situation was becoming increasingly difficult to control.
Oh no, they've broken in.
The Bai family steward said in alarm.
They dare.
Bai Zhiruo shouted angrily, do you think our Bai family is easy to bully? Mobilize everyone immediately and stop them.
Wait.
Bai Ziyuan stood up unsteadily and said, Zhiruo, and everyone here, let's not cause any conflict today. I am innocent, and there's absolutely no need to clash with them tomorrow. Let them in, I will confront them directly. Dad, you need to think this through. If they dared to come to our door, they must have evidence you were drunk yesterday, and the situation is very unfavorable, Bai Zhiruo advised.
Don't worry, I haven't done it, what's there to be afraid of? Bai Ziyuan smiled faintly.
Others tried to persuade him, but to no avail.
Alright, let them in.
Bai Zhantang had no choice but to release the person.
Soon, the entire Wang family poured in.
Their faces were etched with endless grief and indignation. The Wang family is also one of the most powerful families in the provincial capital, and the two family heads have a good relationship. It's truly regrettable that things have turned out this way.
Bai Ziyuan, we really trusted the wrong person. They actually invited you to the Wang family's banquet. You're a beast in human form.
No, you're even more disgusting than an animal. A middle-aged man stepped forward. He was one of the direct descendants of the Wang family, named Wang Muba, and spoke in a grief-stricken tone. Wang Muba, let's talk this out. It's not right to label me like this right away, Bai Ziyuan said coldly.
I'll ask you one more time, did you harm my niece yesterday? Wang Muba shouted. Impossible, this is fabricated out of thin air. Bai Ziyuan said coldly. Yes, our clan leader is not that kind of person. Why isn't the Wang family looking for the real culprit? Why are they causing trouble for our family head?
Don't falsely accuse the head of the family, or you'll never be allowed to leave this house. Other elders of the Bai family also spoke out angrily.
Slander?
Our Wang family has no enmity with the Bai family, and we would never stoop to framing you.
We now have enough evidence to prove that you are the culprit. Wang Muba replied decisively, is that so? Produce evidence, otherwise it's all fake and has no credibility whatsoever. Bai Ziyuan said coldly. Wang Muba sneered, took out a USB drive, plugged it into his laptop, opened it, and played it for everyone. This is surveillance video, the image quality isn't particularly high definition. However, it is clear that the image shows a man and a girl. Ultimately, the man murdered the girl. What does this have to do with my father? Baiyanan asked angrily. Don't worry, everyone, we'll see the results soon. Wang Muba sneered. In the footage, after the man finished his brutal killing, a cold smile played on his lips as he turned to leave. He noticed the security camera. He stared directly at the camera and smashed it to pieces with a single punch. Even so, the surveillance footage still clearly captured the killer's face. The final still frame left everyone stunned. They looked at the screen, then at Bai Ziyuan. Wasn't this exactly the same? Brother Ziyuan, you're actually this kind of person. Chen Bing was stunned, her eyes were filled with disappointment. Bai Ziyuan was hiding his true nature too well. He actually made a move on a young girl. Was it just drunken indiscretion, or did his true nature finally come to light? Impossible, this must be fake. Baiyanan was unwilling to admit it, her face turning pale. Brute! You're a beast. I never expected that our Bai family would have someone like you. How can you face the Bai family and the Wang family with what you've done? Wang Muba angrily rebuked. This sigh. Bai Zhiruo wanted to explain, but the facts were undeniable, and there was no way to deny it. What can be done? Could it really be me? Bai Ziyuan banged his head, trying to recall his past memories. The man in the picture looks so much like him. Almost identical. Is it really me? How could something like this happen after someone got drunk? I can't accept this. Bai Ziyuan suddenly stepped forward, reached out his right hand, and snatched the broadsword from Wang Muba's waist, holding it to his own neck. He said, this matter is unclear for now. I can only atone with my death if the truth comes out later. Please apologize to the Bai family. He was heartbroken and swung his long sword at his neck, wanting to end it all and exchange his life for another. Bai Zhiruo was watching the Wang family members when she was surprised by her father's unexpected move. Almost everyone else made the same decision, and by the time they realized it, it was too late. With the broadsword aimed at his neck, a single blow would be fatal. 371, Chapter 371 Disguise. No! Chen Bing was terrified. Once her husband died, the influence of their branch of the family would be greatly diminished. Snap! In the blink of an eye, Su Hao made his move. He held the long knife between two fingers, exerted force, and destroyed it all. Even so, due to the suddenness of the incident, Wang Muba still suffered a cut, and blood dripped from the wound. You're being ridiculous. Chen Bing was quite dissatisfied. In this era, black could be portrayed as white. Uncle Bai, if you want to die, now is not the time, Su Hao said coldly. Su Hao is right. You are the head of the family, how can you just die like this? Please live well until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Bai Zhiruo was terrified. If she had acted even slightly later, her father would have been dead. I was wrong. I was too impulsive just now. Bai Ziyuan realized that his suicide earlier was nothing. Did he commit suicide out of fear of punishment? Even if he dies, his influence on the family will be indelible. He had worked hard for his family for most of his life. If he destroyed the Bai family today, he would never forgive himself, even if he went to hell. Bai Ziyuan. It's better that you didn't commit suicide. Come with me back to the Wang family. I must take you with me today. Wang Muba said coldly. Fine, but you can't threaten my family. Bai Ziyuan did not resist and chose to comply. Take away. At Wang Muba's command, two disciples of the Wang family stepped forward and bound him. Dad, don't worry, if you've been wronged, we will definitely get you out of trouble. Bai Zhiruo solemnly promised. Okay, I believe you. Before Bai Ziyuan could say anything more, they were carried away. After Bai Ziyuan's incident, the Bai family was thrown into chaos and leaderless.
Sister, Dad is definitely innocent. We must investigate this thoroughly, Bai Anan pleaded.
Clear.
Bai family, listen to my command, mobilize all resources and investigate this matter.
No matter the cost, we must clear the patriarch's name.
Bai Zhiruo stepped forward to take charge. She usually controls the family group, so her words carry a lot of weight, and she is temporarily acting as the head of the Bai family.
After the order was issued, everyone got busy. In the lobby,
the core members remained preoccupied.
Everyone, please speak freely and express your thoughts.
Bai Zhiruo gave them a chance when she saw that they were hesitant to speak.
First of all, father was wrong. Secondly, father was wronged. Finally, father was wronged.
Bai Anan trusted him unconditionally.
What you said is useless. How do you explain the surveillance footage? This matter is very strange and will not be easy to investigate.
Bai Yufang said coldly, offering a new perspective.
The most serious problem is the surveillance footage. Was that computer generated?
If so, we must find evidence.
If it's not a composite image, then it really happened. Finding favorable evidence is really difficult.
The Bai family members were arguing incessantly.
Su Hao, what do you think? Bai Zhiruo had no choice but to ask him. Uncle Bai has been wronged, Su Hao said firmly. You mean the surveillance footage is fake?
Bai Zhiruo thought to herself if that were the case, she would have to analyze it frame by frame to find the problem, which would greatly increase her workload.
No. Su Hao shook his head. The other party doesn't need to access the surveillance footage, they just need to wear a mask. As far as I know, ancient disguise techniques can change any appearance. What the eyes see may not be the truth. No way? Several people found it absurd and didn't quite believe it. Gentlemen, have you all forgotten?
Just 2 days ago, the woman who disguised herself as Bai Wuji's stepmother was also wearing a mask, wasn't she? She looked exactly like the original person she was disguised as. This shows that if the poisonous real person wants to deal with you, they can use any means necessary.
Su Hao, your analysis makes perfect sense. Chen Bing was overjoyed. So, this is the method of the poison master? Bai Zhiruo's face darkened.
That poisonous person is truly a persistent ghost. He almost wiped out the Bai family a few days ago. Today they've framed my father again, putting him in a terrible situation. It's utterly awful. Zhiruo, we can't assume the real culprit right now. That would lead the investigation astray and cause us to overlook more important clues. Su Hao immediately thought of someone. Everyone must not forget that you rejected Nan Gongyu's engagement, which made him lose face. He may very well find an opportunity to retaliate.
Impossible, right? Nan Gongyu actually resorted to such despicable means? Bai Anan was stunned. This was poisoning and brutal murder. She couldn't believe that the most powerful family in Dong province would do such a thing.
Nothing is impossible. We need to make reasonable assumptions. Su Hao sneered. He had a very low opinion of Nan Gongyu, thinking that the other party was extremely gloomy and capable of doing anything.
Okay, we'll investigate from these two aspects.
Butler, have you heard Mursa's analysis clearly? Immediately gather the men and start collecting evidence.
Bai Zhiruo gave the order directly.
Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly came from outside, and a white light rushed precisely toward Su Hao.
He raised his hand and gently pinched it. It's actually a silver needle?
There was also a small piece of paper attached to it.
Handsome boy, did you miss me? 9 o'clock tonight, Tianxiangju, see you there.
Su Hao turned it over, and on the back was a red plum blossom with 2 words written on it, Main Yang. His tone and skill in throwing hidden weapons reminded Su Hao of an old friend.
Su Hao, who is Main Yang?
Bai Zhiruo immediately became jealous.
Don't misunderstand. I don't know who it is either.
But based on the analysis, we can basically guess correctly. She is the disciple of the poison master, disguised as your mother's woman.
Most the following words were clearly addressed to Bai Yufeng. It was her?
You surname Su, once you see this, you must help us avenge ourselves. Bai Yufeng spoke in a commanding tone.
Who would agree to help you when you're begging like this?
I don't have any deep-seated hatred for Mei Yang. If she hadn't provoked me, I might have just let her go. Su Hao shrugged, saying indifferently. How could you let her go? Aren't you going to avenge the Bai family? Or rather, you and she are in cahoots, conspiring to harm our Bai family. She really is Bai Wuji's sister, they have the same thought process. Su Hao has already answered this question, so there's no need to pay attention to her anymore. Su Hao, are you really going to keep the appointment? Bai Jiruo asked with some worry. This woman is dangerous. She's in the shadows, and you're in the open. If anything happens to you, it will be too late to regret it. It's okay, I can protect myself, Su Hao said confidently. In short, I'm very worried about her. Bai Jiruo shook her head. If you really want to go, I'll send a group of shadow dancers with you. 372, Chapter 372 The Mastermind. Taiyangxiangju. It's a poignant name, yet it was used to name a restaurant. Su Hao arrived at the place and found that no one was around. He chose a comfortable spot, sat down, and leisurely sipped his tea. Come out. They followed me the whole way. No need to hide anymore. He suddenly said something. A dozen or so thugs suddenly appeared. They brandished machetes, pointed them directly at Su Hao, and said rudely, "You brat, hand over the stuff, and we might spare your life today." Things? What things? Su Hao was a little confused and couldn't figure out which group they belonged to. Of course it's the blood spirit flower. I'm warning you, don't try anything funny, or you'll die here. As he spoke, the man brandished his machete. With a flash of light, the knife sliced the table in front of Su Hao in two. Clang! Teacups and other utensils were all shattered and scattered all over the ground. Aren't you afraid the hotel owner will cause trouble for you, acting so aggressively? Su Hao still had a teacup in his hand. After finishing his drink, he smiled and said, "The landlady? If she's good-looking, we'd want to be close to her, so why would we be afraid?" The man sneered. Yeah? You've ruined everything, and you don't even feel a little remorse? A figure flew down from the second floor. The woman was wearing a white dress, which vaguely revealed her perfect figure, especially her slender waist and full breasts. No one would have thought that these two adjectives could appear on the same person. Is this the proprietress? It's so beautiful. Forget about Su Hao, let's take the proprietress back. The henchman started to get cocky. He started drooling as he looked at the beautiful woman. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their entire lives. I'll ask you one more time, are you really not going to apologize? The proprietress in the white dress said with a cold laugh. Apologize? Ha ha, come home with me, and I'll apologize to you then. As he spoke, the man brandished his machete and smashed the table next to him. Court death. The proprietress frowned, then waved her hand. A pink smoke billowed out and flew towards the group of people. These people had just sensed something was wrong and tried to escape, but it was too late. Thump thump. Everyone fell to the ground. They were choking, in great pain. In no time, they all turned into bones. Such a poison is simply terrifying. Handsome young man, you don't seem afraid? The proprietress dealt with all the people in the way and looked at Su Hao with a smile. The latter remained expressionless, accepting everything that was happening before her eyes with equanimity. You are Mei Yang? Su Hao asked directly. What, am I not alluring enough? The proprietress tugged at her clothes, revealing her large breasts underneath, exuding a seductive charm. Charming. Su Hao nodded indifferently. Has no one ever told you that you are truly heartless? Mei Yang shook her head. This person was like a block of wood, he hadn't reacted at all to the scenery he had just seen. Being ruthless is better than being skilled. I have absolutely no trust in you. Su Hao said warily. Alright, let's get back to business. Do you want to know the truth about the murdered girl? If you do, you have to agree to my conditions. Mei Yang said earnestly. What are the conditions? Su Hao frowned. Take care of my illness. If you succeed, I can be yours too, and you can do whatever you want with me. Mei Yang's every sentence was filled with seductive charm.
Are you sick?
Su Hao glanced at her and, judging from her appearance, there was nothing wrong with her.
I'm not sick. But there's one thing I'm sure you can guess.
My master, the poison goo master, planted a goo poison in my body to control me. As long as the handsome young man can help me get rid of the poison, everything is negotiable.
Poisonous goo? Su Hao became interested.
He took out his silver needles and began the treatment. Mei Yang sat motionless in the chair, watching Su Hao rapidly insert the needles, a smile playing on her lips. Su Hao's artistry was truly divine. No one could compare. As a descendant of a master of poisonous goo, she understood the dangers of goo poison better than anyone else. In an attempt to break free from control, she secretly sought out many people, but all her efforts ultimately failed. It wasn't until she met Su Hao that she saw a glimmer of hope.
Sizzle!
After 2 soft sounds, she felt a powerful force stirring within her dantian.
Receive! Su Hao shouted. A powerful surge of true energy flowed through the silver needle into the Qihai acupoint.
Before long, a snake-shaped goo worm crawled out of the chest cavity, and upon contact with the air, it turned into powder.
Thanks! You are truly my savior. If you need me, I can do it right now.
As soon as Mei Yang finished speaking, her white dress split open automatically, revealing her fiery body inside.
Stop!
Su Hao frowned, picked up a piece of clothing from the ground, and directly covered Mei Yang with it. It's not that I'm not tempted, it's just that this woman is too dangerous. His whole body was poisonous. Calling her a femme fatale is too lenient. She was a ruthless and wicked demon.
Boss lady, now you can tell me who killed the Wang family's daughter.
Su Hao said in a deep voice.
You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? The answer that followed left everyone baffled. You're kidding me.
Su Hao realized that she had seized the best opportunity, using the excuse of helping to find the murderer to get rid of the goo poison in her body.
No, I just think you're a good person. Mei Yang smiled. A good person?
Su Hao lunged forward, attacking her. She deliberately puffed out her chest, offering no resistance. Su Hao's attack was forced to retreat. He hardened his heart and grabbed her by the neck with his hand.
Do you still think I'm a good person? He said coldly. Yes, you're a good person. If you're not, then go ahead and kill me.
With that, Mei Yang closed her eyes. Su Hao's grip strength increased with her eyes wide open. Mei Yang felt short of breath, but after a few minutes, Su Hao's strength was only enough to make her have difficulty breathing.
Even though he could have easily killed Mei Yang with a casual attack, he didn't make a move. So you're a really good person. Mei Yang laughed heartily. Shameless. Su Hao doesn't like killing women, as long as the woman doesn't pose a threat to him or the people around him. Handsome boy, don't be angry. Sister, lower your expectations. Just give me a kiss and I'll tell you, okay? Mei Yang continued. Real? Su Hao took her hand and gave it a light kiss. Then some pale yellow powder appeared on his lips.
Just as Mei Yang was about to rejoice, she realized that this thing was highly poisonous, and Su Hao would surely be doomed if he came into contact with it. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and Su Hao was still unharmed.
Aren't you afraid of poison? Mei Yang blurted it out. Of course I'm not afraid, otherwise why would I dare to come here to find you? Su Hao said coldly. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this murder? 373, Chapter 373. Are they really going to take action? You're immune to all poisons?
Mei Yang immediately concluded that, as the saying goes, skill breeds daring, and Su Hao's actions had exceeded her comprehension.
Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Ruthless. Su Hao said with a stern face, not wanting to waste any more words.
You're all fierce, who are you trying to scare?
If I don't tell you now, are you really going to kill me?
As she spoke, Mei Yang took off the coat she was wearing. Su Hao had no choice but to help her pick it up and put it back on, saying, Alright, I won't make things difficult for you anymore.
That's more like it.
Mei Yang said with a touch of arrogance. To be honest, this whole thing was orchestrated by the Nangong family. Ive already found the culprit who harmed the girl. As she spoke, she placed another piece of paper on the ground, which smelled intoxicatingly sweet.
It says an address. Is this real news or fake news? Su Hao asked. It's absolutely true. I've also planted someone in the Nangong family.
Mei Yang said confidently, but you have to get there quickly, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen if they move.
Okay. Su Hao nodded and was about to leave. Wait a minute.
Mei Yang called him back and continued, your little lover is in danger now too. The Nangong family is preparing to deal with Bai Jiruo.
You don't need to tell me, I already guessed it, Su Hao sighed.
Although I guessed it, it's difficult to defend against, right, let alone the fact that the Nangong family has enough strength to force their way in and take her away, even if they use other underhanded tactics, such as luring the tiger away from the mountain, it's simply impossible to defend against them.
Mei Yang analyzed. Are you saying all this to help me take care of Bai Jiruo's safety? Su Hao asked with a smile. If you agree to marry me, I will help you.
Mei Yang said with a half smile.
Nerve.
Su Hao had no idea which of her words were true.
I'm not lying to you, I'm truly sincere towards you. You know what, no one has ever seen what you're wearing under your clothes. Mei Yang followed her over, her manner full of allure. Ahem, I didn't mean to look. Su Hao's mind still held the image from just now. It was absolutely stunning, but now was not the time to discuss it. He took out his phone and called Bai Jiruo. 3 calls were made, but the other party did not answer at all. Could something have happened during the time he was out? She's been arrested?
Mei Yang frowned, seemingly surprised that the Nangong family had acted so quickly.
It's hard to say right now.
Su Hao looked at the cards in his hand and clapped his hands. Mosa, the leader of the Shadow Warriors Group 3, appeared respectfully with several of her subordinates. Go to this place and make sure you catch the person suspected of being the murderer.
Su Hao ordered. Understood. Mosa led her people away quickly. Handsome young man, see you later.
Mei Yang put on her coat and leisurely went upstairs.
Su Hao glanced greedily at her graceful back, then abruptly turned around and walked straight out of Tianxiang residence.
After he got out, he immediately contacted Baianan.
Anan, has something happened to your sister?
No, right, she went out on her own. Someone made a phone call and hurriedly took the shadow dancer away. Baianan said subconsciously, then immediately realized something was wrong. Brother Su, have you heard something? If something happens to my sister, please, you must save her.
Did Jiruo say where she was going? Su Hao asked.
She said she's going to the White Dragon Pavilion, and she really wants to attend some kind of ball.
Baianan said.
Does the Bai family have any more experts? Send them all out to help, Su Hao immediately said.
Understood.
Baianan trusted him completely and immediately gathered her people to head to Bailong Pavilion.
Su Hao immediately flagged down a car and rushed over. White Dragon Pavilion. This is the Nangong family's secret base. It looks very formal on the surface, but the real highlight here is the underground dance party.
Following the man's instructions, Bai Jiruo started from the underground parking lot and arrived at the center of the dance floor. I felt incredibly embarrassed when I arrived. It turned out that this place was a filthy and disgusting place. Everywhere, men and women were screaming wildly, their voices intertwined, a sight too painful to bear. In the center of the ball sat a haughty young woman. Bai Jiruo frowned, considering whether or not to go over.
Sister Jiruo, you actually came.
The girl stood up, walked over, and greeted him with a half-smile.
Nangong Ling, what exactly is your purpose in coming here? Bai Jiruo's face darkened. Didn't I tell you on the phone that I know who killed the Wang family's daughter? If you want to know now, then you'd better listen to my orders. Nangong Ling said arrogantly.
Ever since Bai Jiruo rejected the marriage proposal twice, she completely disliked this woman and regarded her as an enemy of the Nangong family. Inviting her here today was a way to thoroughly humiliate her and take the opportunity to get revenge.
What do you want to do? Bai Jiruo frowned. It was really hard to calm down in this environment. Kneel down first.
You have no right to stand here and talk to me.
Nangong Ling said arrogantly. Impossible.
Bai Zhihua exclaimed angrily.
Oh, is it really impossible? You don't want to save Bai Ziyuan? Do you think he treats you badly and want to take this opportunity to kill him? Nangong Ling burst into laughter.
Bai Zhihua's face turned extremely ugly. That's his biological father. No matter how bad things get between them, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die.
You better keep your word.
Bai Zhihua gritted her teeth, knelt down, and looked up at the other person with angry eyes.
You're not convinced? I'm still not happy now. Take off your clothes. Obedient. Otherwise, Bai Ziyuan will surely die. Nangong Ling spoke slowly and deliberately, threateningly. Nonsense.
Bai Zhihua ignored her and stood up.
Grass. Why aren't you cooperating at all?
If you take it off clothes, I can make other men humiliate you.
Nangong Ling blurted out, clearly displeased. Are you stupid? Your brother wants to marry me. What if he succeeds? If you treat your future sister-in-law like this, aren't you cheating on him? Or is it that your brother just enjoys being cuckolded?
Bai Zhihua was quick-witted and sharp-tongued, and when she clashed with her, she immediately gained the upper hand.
You dare to mock me?
What kind of woman my brother likes is none of your business. Don't even think about setting foot in my house.
Nangong Ling grew increasingly angry. Who cares? Bai Zhihua turned around and strode away. Men, stop her. Nangong Ling was furious. Her plan hadn't worked at all since Bai Zhihua wasn't cooperating. The charade couldn't continue. She figured it was better to resort to force, simple and direct. Two tall female bodyguards immediately stepped forward and blocked Bai Zhihua's path in a few steps. Are you really going to do it? Bai Zhihua turned around and stared at Nangong Lingshi with a resolute gaze. 374, Chapter 374 almost sold. If you want to fight, then fight. Are you afraid of me?
Nangong Ling sneered, and as soon as she finished speaking, several thugs walked towards her.
Court death. Bai Zhihua sneered.
She didn't come alone, she brought shadow dancers with her. With a clap of her hands, several shadow warriors instantly appeared, blocking her way and engaging the charging enemies in fierce combat. The battle has begun, and Bai Zhihua is looking forward to the fall of the enemy before her. Surprisingly, it was the shadow dancer who fell. The opposing team is clearly stronger.
In less than a minute, she was all alone. That's it? The martial artists trained by your Bai family are not strong at all.
If you need help next time, come to the Nangong family. Oh, by the way, you have already rejected the Nangong family and become our enemy. Even if they cry for help, we will pretend we can't hear them.
Nangong Ling burst into laughter. Hateful. Bai Zhihua frowned. Someone, hold her down.
Nangong Ling shouted, and two female guards stepped forward. They grabbed Bai Zhihua's hands tightly and knocked her down with a little force. The former walked over coldly and slapped Bai Zhihua across the face. That'll teach you to reject my brother.
You'll regret this today. Tie him up.
She shouted sternly. Immediately, a subordinate handed over a packaging bag to two female guards, who then bound Bai Zhihua tightly.
Come with me.
Nangong Ling led the way, and Bai Zhihua was dragged along to the center of the stage.
Beauty.
Someone saw her and immediately shouted.
Everyone quieted down and looked over in unison.
It was only at this moment that Bai Zhihua realized that these people, who were wearing masks and doing shameless things, were actually worried about being recognized.
Gentlemen, who is this? Does anyone know? Nangong Ling lifted Bai Zhihua's chin to show everyone. It's Bai Zhihua, the future successor of the Bai family, the most beautiful female entrepreneur in Luo City. I wouldn't say she's the prettiest, but she's about the same beauty as Lin Yao. It's so beautiful. Miss Nangong, did you bring her up here to auction her off? Everyone started to get excited. That's right. This little bitch rejected our family, she's already our plaything. Before killing her, let's give everyone some fun first. She has never slept with anyone before. Has anyone offered a high price for her virginity? Starting bid, 10 million.
Having been exposed to it from a young age, Nan Gongling also knew the rules of the auction and shouted them out loud.
Only 10 million? The people present were all wealthy and influential. Who wouldn't want Bai Jiruo? Even if it's just once, that's enough. It's definitely more fulfilling than keeping other women as mistresses. 12 million. TCH, who do you think you are? What good is this little bit? I'll bid 15 million. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million.
More and more people are bidding, and the price is getting higher and higher. Bai Jiruo's face was pale. She never imagined that one day she would be auctioned off like livestock.
30 million once, are there any other bidders?
Nan Gongling sneered. It was amazing that this woman could sell for such a high price.
40 million.
In the crowd, a person wearing a turtle mask shouted.
Damn, you want to take my money? 50 million.
The person who just bid 30 million, wearing a stove mask, continued to raise the price, clearly unhappy.
50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times. Deal made. Pay first, then you can do whatever you want with it. Nan Gongling said happily.
The man took out a check for 50 million, handed it over, then sneered and walked towards Bai Jiruo.
Hey, big brother, don't hog all the food, let us all see. She's Bai Jiruo, don't you want to show her off in public? Some people started to incite others. Even if you can't have it, it's still worth it to feast your eyes on it. You really want to see it? That works too. All you need to do is pay the entrance fee. One ticket costs 100,000.
The man gave a cold laugh, saying with a keen business sense.
2 have 100,000.
It's just 100,000, that's nothing.
I'll offer 10 million. Can I get in line and come a second time? Ha, you're really cunning, you can even do that?
Bai Jiruo was stunned by what happened next. She had just sold her for 50 million, and then this person resold her in a queue, making a profit of more than 50 million. Within just a few minutes, 50 or 60 people were already waiting to try it.
Interesting. Bai Jiruo, this is what happens when you offend us. It's too late for you to regret it now.
Nan Gongling clapped his hands and said, Someone, take this woman to the private room for our esteemed boss to enjoy. Immediately, the entire venue became lively, with everyone waiting to see what would happen next.
Stop. Just then, a figure walked in from outside.
With his striking eyebrows and bright eyes, he was exceptionally handsome. It was none other than Su Hao.
Who the hell are you? Don't ruin my good time.
The stovemaker, who had acquired ownership through auction, said angrily. This matter has nothing to do with your release, Jiruo, and I won't hold it against you.
Su Hao said in a deep voice. Release them, you're dreaming. So many brothers are waiting for my live broadcast, who do you think you are? If you leave late and manage to squeeze in, I won't charge you admission. The man shouted loudly. Court death. Su Hao frowned and shouted. Someone, beat him up.
The man shouted to his bodyguards, thinking that the other party was just one person and couldn't cause any trouble. He was just asking for death. Several bodyguards rushed over, but before they could get close to Su Hao, they suddenly heard a scream from behind. Looking back, on the stoveman's head, there was a tiny silver needle was used to end this person's life.
Great, you're finally here.
Bai Jiruo breathed a sigh of relief. With him here, no one could possibly run into him today. Upon seeing that someone had died, the others scattered in sorrow. Several bodyguards without employers, thinking that a few thousand yuan a month wasn't worth risking their lives, also dispersed. Su Hao leaped lightly onto the stage, and with a squeeze of his right hand, the packaging bags instantly tore apart.
Jiruo, are you alright? Su Hao asked anxiously. Thank goodness, I only got slapped.
Bai Jiruo looked angrily at Nan Gongling. It was all her fault.
Brilliant, what a hero saving the damsel in distress. Your courage deserves praise, but this foolish behavior will surely make you regret it.
Nangong Ling clapped her hands, and immediately the Nangong family's secret guards came out. Their auras were powerful, and their strength was enough to defend against the reflection dancer. They subtly surrounded Su Hao and his companion.
Be careful, these people are quite strong.
Bai Jiruo's expression changed. Seeing this, the others gloated, thinking, is this guy an idiot? How could he offend the Nangong family?
375, Chapter 375 The Dawn of Revenge. Is this Su Hao?
Some people say that Bai Jiruo rejected Nangong Yu's marriage proposal because of him. I have to say, he is indeed handsome, just as good-looking as me. What's the use of being handsome? He's so stupid, making enemies of the Nangong family. He'll die here today. The Nangong family's secret guards are quite strong, some even possess the strength of those on the heavenly ranking.
Some mocking voices came from all around.
Su Hao, I'm giving you one chance. Give up on Bai Jiruo now. Let her see what it feels like to be betrayed.
Nangong Ling seized the opportunity to stir up trouble.
She wouldn't let either of them go, but breaking them up would be a great experience.
Give up, you son of a bitch. Su Hao said without any politeness.
Very well, you're asking for it. Even Jesus couldn't stop you. Nangong Ling clapped her hands, and a dozen guards, exuding murderous intent, headed towards Su Hao.
Su Hao.
Bai Jiruo's expression changed drastically. These were secret guards, the elite of the Nangong family, capable of silently eliminating shadow dancers. With so many of them, he would likely have a hard time dealing with them. You go quickly, don't worry about me. As long as you escape with all your might, no one can stop you.
Don't be afraid, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I can hold it up.
Su Hao said coldly.
Really, I'm just a burden to you.
Bai Jiruo said guiltily.
Don't worry, I can handle them with one hand. Hold me tight and don't let go. Su Hao said, placing her hand on his neck. Is that really true?
Bai Jiruo hooked her arm around him, suddenly finding this moment incredibly romantic.
What does it matter if I become an enemy of the whole world for you?
Su Hao smiled coldly.
Okay, I believe you.
Bai Jiruo hugged him tightly. She could hear his heartbeat, firm and strong, without any sign of panic.
You adulterous couple. How dare they be so dissolute in front of us? Especially you, Bai Jiruo, you don't even respect my brother. You're utterly blind and deserve to die. Nangong Ling was so angry that her face turned pale. Your brother? How can he compare to Su Hao? Your brother has absolutely no feelings. He's not even as good as a robot. Don't you think Su Hao is more handsome and charming than him?
As Bai Jiruo spoke, she rewarded him with a kiss on the cheek, giving him direct encouragement.
Grass. Gulang, kill him. Nangong Ling couldn't stand it anymore.
Give the order directly to the head of the secret guards. Gulang, holding a large sword, coldly looked at Su Hao, then walked out and swung his weapon, slashing directly at him. Countless flashes of blades immediately surrounded the two men, filled with intense killing intent, determined to tear them to pieces.
Innate realm? Good. But they followed the wrong person. Su Hao gave a brief evaluation.
He clenched his fist and punched at the flashing blade. One punch, and the blade's light vanished. The fist struck the tip of the knife squarely, and the force exploded forth.
Gulang's weapon shattered.
With a few hissing sounds, the other guards were hit and fell to the ground, dying instantly.
Gulang's face was pale.
I never imagined that Su Hao's strength was so terrifying. He went all out, but his opponent was unharmed. Instead, all of his men were killed.
You look down on me?
Gulang immediately understood that this was a strong expression of contempt.
These are the Nangong family's secret guards? Aren't they supposed to be experts? How come they have no chance against Su Hao? You guys don't understand, do you? So far, Su Hao has never lost a game in Luo City, and he's maintained a perfect record in the provincial capital as well. This man is too arrogant. Who can stop him? Everyone sighed with emotion. I'll fight you to the death.
Everyone else had been killed, but Gulang didn't want to live alone, so he recklessly charged forward.
What a pity!
Su Hao kicked out, finally unleashing some of his skills, and the power he poured in caused Gu Lang to explode instantly. All the bodyguards died suddenly, and judging from Su Hao's expression, he hadn't used his full strength at all.
Nan Gongling was stunned.
The bodyguards were all personally trained by their elder brothers and were known as the strongest guardians in the eastern province. Who would have thought that all of this was a lie? As long as Su Hao was around, the Nangong family's secret guards were a joke.
Next, it's your turn. Didn't you beat up Jiruo? I'll pay you back tenfold.
Su Hao said coldly.
You're dreaming. I am the young lady of the Nangong family, who dares to touch me? Looking across the entire eastern province, is there any force capable of standing against our family? If you want to leave here alive, you must hand over Bai Jiruo today. Nan Gongling threatened. Smack.
Su Hao's answer was a slap in the face.
Nan Gongling's face immediately turned red, and 5 bloody marks appeared on her face. You dare hit me?
She found it incredible.
How was it, not enough? Su Hao sneered, holding Bai Jiruo in his arms, and attacked again. Smack! Smack, smack, smack.
After several powerful attacks, Nan Gongling collapsed to the ground, her breath weak, only her angry eyes remaining.
You're not convinced?
Su Hao's face darkened, and he was about to continue his ruthless attack.
Stop!
Bai Zhantong strode in aggressively, accompanied by several groups of shadow dancers. They had originally intended to rescue Bai Jiruo, but now things were different. Seeing that Nan Gongling was no longer worried, they all shouted, Hey, Su, don't mess around. If you really kill Nan Gongling, the feud with their family will be irreconcilable. Don't cause trouble for the Bai family.
Get out of the way.
She's ruthless towards Jiruo, no one can stop her.
Su Hao said in a deep voice. Don't do anything reckless.
Bai Zhantong noticed that something was wrong with him and shouted angrily.
However, it was too late to stop it.
Su Hao snatched a small knife and, with a swift motion, wrote 2 large characters on Nan Gongling's face, Sinner.
Ah!
Nan Gongling felt an unbearable pain, took out her phone and shone it on her face, and was so frightened that she almost fainted past.
It's over. This time it's completely over. How will she recover from these bloodstains on her face?
Are they destined to live their entire lives burdened by the label of sinner? Their ancestors were renowned heroes. This is a disgrace to them.
Su Hao, how could you be so impulsive? Offending Miss Nan Gong now will implicate us all.
Bai Zhantong said angrily.
That's right, no one can survive today. I've said it, no amount of persuasion will change my mind. Nan Gongling said coldly. You talk too much nonsense. Su Hao walked over and slapped her repeatedly.
After just 2 blows, Nan Gongling's teeth were mixed with blood, which he spat out everywhere.
Grass.
You just wait, once the Nangong family's reinforcements arrive, I'll tear you to pieces. Nan Gongling went mad, feeling that this person was showing her absolutely no respect.
That's all.
The Shangwan family arrived, bringing over 100 elites who surrounded Su Hao and his group.
Perfect timing. Su Hao, I told you, I will never let you go today. I'll keep my word today.
Nan Gongling saw a glimmer of hope for revenge.
376, Chapter 376. Let's have a go. You have that ability?
Su Hao suddenly reached out his right arm and tightly gripped his throat, speaking coldly.
Let go of my young lady. Otherwise, you and everyone in the Bai family will die.
The steward of the Nangong family said fiercely.
Su Hao, don't do anything reckless. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you.
Bai Zhantong, fearing for his life, directly rebuked him.
I have hostages in my hands, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Aren't you afraid I'll just kill your young lady? Su Hao was extremely surprised. What was going on with these people? Are you not afraid at all?
Ridiculous, who would dare touch our young lady? The fact that you asked that question proves you're not thinking straight.
The man sneered. Everyone else laughed along.
Yes, no one has ever appeared who opposes the Nangong family. The person in front of me is probably just bluffing, he doesn't actually dare to make a move.
Release me right now. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the entire Bai family will be executed. Nan Gongling said fiercely.
Upon seeing this, Bai Zhihua frowned, a hint of worry flashing across her face. Such a threat might be effective against others, but to Su Hao, it only sounded laughable.
To be buried with someone? Even so, you still can't see it.
Su Hao exerted force suddenly, but upon hearing the sound of bones breaking, Nan Gongling's head lolled to the side, and she died.
Holy crap! Everyone gasped in astonishment.
No one expected that the young lady of the Nangong family would die in such a chaotic place.
Thump! Thump!
As Su Hao released his grip, Nan Gongling fell to the ground, motionless. Only then did everyone realize that the woman was dead.
The threat I just made had absolutely no effect. Instead, it has become the biggest joke of the day. Hey Su, what exactly are you doing? That's Nan Gongling, how could you kill her? How will our Bai family face the Nangong family in the future? Bai Zhantang stared wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable. You killed him, so what, can you bring him back? As for your claim that you threaten the Bai family's safety, have you considered that the Bai family has never been safe to begin with? The Bai family has been involved in all the recent events. The Yilong considered you as a target, and they're only just starting to close in now. Su Hao said dismissively.
Whether or not they intervene, it will not change the Nangong family's attitude. On the contrary, if they are not assertive, the other party will become even more unscrupulous.
Broken. He's really ruthless.
Bai Zhihua knew things were getting out of control, but she never expected Su Hao to be so ruthless.
Even with the death of a direct descendant, the Nangong family's revenge will not stop. The days ahead will definitely be tough.
When she doesn't regret it, Su Hao hasn't done too much wrong, and the Nangong family has gone too far. She definitely has to fight back forcefully.
Nan Gongling is dead? She's Nan Gongyu's own sister. How dare this person do this?
This will shake up the entire eastern province, and I believe that the rankings of all the major families will be affected soon. When everyone looked at Su Hao, they simply regarded him as a madman.
Imagine, what normal person would do such a thing? Grass. Kill him. Everyone, listen to my command, charge.
The Nangong family members could no longer tolerate it and, led by their steward, charged forward.
Want a fight? Who's afraid of who?
It was at this moment that Yi Long of the Kunpeng gang appeared, leading several hundred people, and instead surrounded the Nangong family. The two sides clashed fiercely, and the battle was extremely intense. When the final results were finally determined, the Nangong family was completely wiped out, and the Kunpeng gang had also suffered more than half its losses.
Master, we're late.
Yi Long said respectfully. It's fine whether you come or not. Since you're here, then clean this place up so that outsiders don't find a single clue, Su Hao said coldly.
Good.
Yi Long waved his hand, and all the gang members worked together to clean up the place, leaving no evidence behind.
You're actually a gang leader? Bai Zhihua finally noticed something strange.
He came from Los Angeles, and it's only been a few days.
In such a short time, they actually subdued the Kunpeng gang?
It seems these people value him highly.
What exactly happened during this period?
You're not used to it, are you? I'm not used to it either.
I used to be all alone, but now that I have some help, I feel like it's not so bad. Su Hao said coldly and ruthlessly. What was said unintentionally was taken seriously by the listener.
Yi Long immediately understood that even without the Kunpeng gang's intervention, with the gang leader's strength, no one could stop them. The only difference was that their whitewashing was professional, something Su Hao couldn't do.
Boss, were you guys just discussing the Nangong family?
Yi Long suddenly felt something was off.
Yes. Su Hao said calmly. No way, how could our Kunpeng gang be a match for them?
Yi Long's legs went weak with fear. He had been terrified when he received the order to investigate Nangongyu.
Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, we ended up wiping out a portion of the Nangong family's secret guards today.
I believe that I will soon face the wrath of the Nangong family.
He doesn't want to die. That's Nangong Yu's family, who can deal with them?
What are you afraid of? I'm here.
Su Hao said dismissively.
Boss, let's make this clear first. If the Nangong family causes trouble for the Kunpeng gang, you'll have to show up. Yi Long said, worried that he might run away.
No problem. Su Hao agreed and then left with Bai Jiruo. Stay with him, we absolutely cannot let him escape.
Bai Zhantang gave a direct order. From this moment on, he must know Su Yao's location at all times, otherwise, if the Nangong family were to hold them accountable, they simply wouldn't be able to withstand their wrath.
The Nangong family.
Nangong Yu was reading a military book. He was very interested in ancient wisdom, especially the 36 stratagems.
Young master. Someone shouted from the outer gate. Please come in. Nangong Yu said calmly. Something's happened.
The newcomer's expression was grim. He knew the rules of the Nangong family, and even though the matter was serious, he remained calm.
Speak.
Nangong Yu was unaware of what was about to happen.
Miss has been murdered. The man said anxiously. Was it done by Su Hao? Nangong Yu's face darkened. Yes. The subordinate nodded. Damn it, how dare he lay a hand on Linger?
Nangong Yu gradually became angry, but he didn't become violent, he just had a more ambiguous expression than usual.
Overall, things remain calm.
His cultivation path dictates that he cannot be too noisy, otherwise it will be difficult to improve.
Young master, please avenge Miss. The subordinate pleaded. Don't worry, Su Hao definitely won't survive.
Nangong Yu waved his hand, then softly said, come out. A woman emerged from the darkness, wearing a thin veil. She was the female bodyguard he had trained, codenamed Soul Chaser.
Young master, please give your orders. Zuihan said coldly.
You're strong enough already, now go and spar with Su Hao. Remember, if you can kill him, don't let him go. Nangong Yu coldly.
Chapter 377 Family Strife. The Bai family.
In Bai Jiruo's boudoir, Su Hao was tending to her wounds. She had some injuries on her face, which looked quite serious at first glance. With Su Hao's help, she received a lot of medicine and was no longer in serious condition.
Thank you for healing my wounds.
Bai Jiruo said gratefully.
Why are you being so polite with me? Su Hao laughed, this is too formal. Are we an old married couple?
Bai Jiruo pulled him to the bedside and said directly, you saved me today, so it's reasonable for me to repay you with my body, right?
Don't do that, mind your image. Su Hao frowned.
Image, I've already declared that I'm yours. Since that's the case, why not make this a reality and have a child? Bai Jiruo was bold and outspoken, completely unafraid of gossip.
I'm truly impressed by you. Su Hao then sat down. Come on.
Bai Jiruo kissed him, and just as she was about to take it a step further, she heard a lot of footsteps coming from the outer door. She frowned and realized that trouble was coming.
Su Hao, come out here. What are you doing hiding in Bai Jiruo's room?
It was Qin Bing who spoke, her voice tinged with anger.
Let's go.
Su Hao patted Bai Jiruo on the shoulder, opened the door, and led her to the Bai family hall. There were even more people here, including Bai Ziyuan and his wife Qin Bing, as well as various powerful figures from the Bai family. Even the injured Bai Jinyu appeared with his daughter Bai Yufeng. Everyone stared at Su Hao with angry eyes, as if he were the enemy of the family.
Gentlemen, am I no longer the benefactor of the Bai family? Su Hao, in a carefree manner, chose a seat and sat down.
He had just sat down when Bai Anan and Bai Jiruo stood beside him, like his two protectors.
Benefactor? Who gave you this title? You yourself?
Qin Bing sneered, saying that the truth was not like that at all. Hey Su, you need to understand this, by offending the Nangong family today, you've become the most dangerous person in Dong province.
Other forces wouldn't have let you in at all. Now you only have two choices, either go to the Nangong family to confess your crimes, or we'll put you under our control and wait for the Nangong family to decide your fate, Bai Ziyuan said angrily, his hatred for Su Hao still unabated. Do whatever you want, I'm not going to the Nangong family. I did absolutely nothing wrong. Su Hao said nonchalantly. Father, how can you lock him up in our house? The most urgent task is to sever ties with him. Get him out of here and issue an order to hunt him down. Only in this way can we completely sever ties. Bai Yufan offered her advice. Yes, we can't let him get associated with our Bai family. Get them out. Anyone who dares to stop us is a disgrace to the family. Others spoke with righteous indignation. How could you do this? The Nangong family's affairs were not caused by him at all. Nangong Ling deserves to die. If I don't kill her, I'll be the one dying today. Bai Zhirua sighed, they had no idea what the situation was back then. Yes, Brother Su meant well. Our Bai family cannot forget the kindness we have shown you. If you dare to gossip again, believe me, I'll kick you out. Bai Anin is known for being reckless and doesn't even respect her own family. Bai Ziyuan, you need to show some attitude on how to handle this matter. Bai Zhenyu didn't want to argue with the two juniors, so he looked directly at the family head. Bai Ziyuan's expression was rather unpleasant. He was filled with gratitude towards Su Hao, but he also had to be responsible to his family. Would Su Hao's actions really not bring any losses to the family? The answer was no. Now that things have come to this, it seems he has no other choice. Su Hao, your actions have put me in a difficult position. Out of a sense of responsibility to the family, I have no choice but to ask you to make this difficult. We won't lock you up either. Dong province is so big, you can hide however you want. I assure you, I will never reveal my whereabouts. Bai Ziyuan said solemnly. Su Hao frowned, his attitude was acceptable. Comparatively speaking, the attitude of Bai Zhenyu and his daughter is the truly shameful one. No. As long as I'm here, I will never kick Su Hao out. He stands with our Bai family. No one can sway my mind. Bai Zhirua said decisively, and then she pulled out an exquisite women's pistol and pointed it directly at Bai Zhenyu. She realized that as long as she could shut this person up, everything would be fine. The others were simply fence-sitters, without any of their own ideas. Only Bai Zhenyu remained stubborn and unyielding. Niece. What you up to? You're going to oppose me just because of an outsider? Are you going to shoot your uncle? As Bai Ziyuan spoke, he took a step forward. Shut up. Bai Zhirua pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck, cracking the floor tiles. This scene startled everyone else. Bai Zhirua is truly strong-willed, she can't tolerate any injustice. Once she's made up her mind, no one can change it. Nonsense! Where are the shadow dancers? Bai Zhirua is suspected of harming her family. Elders arrest her and throw her in jail. Bai Zhenyu's arrogant and domineering ways. Stop! Bai Ziyuan sighed and stepped in to smooth things over. Let's all compromise. This matter hasn't reached the point where the family has to fight each other. You still dare to defend her? If Bai Zhirua weren't your daughter, wouldn't you have simply ordered her arrest? Bai Ziyuan, how can you be competent as the head of the family if you have such selfish motives? Bai Zhenyu launched a direct attack. Yes, you should step down and let someone more talented take the position. I think Bai Zhantang is pretty good. Patriarch, please step down voluntarily. The others took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Everyone has been dissatisfied with Bai Ziyuan for a long time, and now that they have the opportunity, they will definitely try to create trouble. Angelica de Hirakashi frowned. If this continued, things would get out of control. As the younger generation, she had no way to control these people. Nonsense! Just then, an angry voice came from the doorway. An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, walked in unsteadily. Father! Bai Ziyuan was shocked.
The people who came were their former family, by Jiangwo, the father of the 4 brothers. The old man had long since stopped concerning himself with family affairs, yet today he was actually disturbed. "Father, you've finally arrived. Look at my 4th brother, he's made a complete mess of the family business. I propose we cripple him today." Bai Jinyu directly filed a complaint. Even though the old man doesn't participate in affairs, his seniority still allows him to decide who will be the head of the household. "Boss, are you trying to rebel? What is your current status? Do you have the power to decide the fate of the family head?" The old man roared angrily. Bai Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat. According to family rules, he was indeed not qualified. "Even if what you say is true, and the 4th son is not qualified, shouldn't the family be passed on to the next generation?" The old man continued. 378, Chapter 378. Unable to react. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others changed drastically. The next generation? Bai Jiruo's abilities are evident to all. Although she is willful, she controls the family business and wields financial power among her peers. No one can compare to her. The old man's words were very clear. Bai Ziyuan is currently the best choice, and no one can take him away. Otherwise, if Bai Jiruo becomes the head of the family, others will be even less able to control her. "Father, you are right. Ziyuan's merits outweigh his faults, and he is still the head of the family that we support." Bai Ziyuan could only lower his head. "I didn't need to get involved in today's matter at all." "4th brother, you're confused too. Su Hao has done our family a great favor. He saved all the family's core members last time. How could you stand with the boss and kick him out? As long as I have a breath left, this will never happen." The old man took out his cane and struck Bai Ziyuan hard. "Father, please listen to me. Su Hao killed Nangong Ling, angering his family. If we take him in, we will face all sorts of bloodshed, and our family will be in absolute crisis. As the head of the family, I have an obligation to make a choice that is in our best interests." Bai Ziyuan argued his case forcefully. "So, your idea is completely wrong. The rise and fall of a family is not about calculating such petty gains, but about knowing how to repay kindness. Otherwise, even if we can escape this crisis, who will save us when the next one comes?" "I'm asking you, if the poison master were to intervene, do you think the Nangong family could help? No, right? Besides Su Hao, who else would be willing to take action? Furthermore, she is the man Jiruo has chosen. In a few years, she will become the head of the family. You can only support her and unconditionally support her decisions." As the old man spoke, he pulled Bai Jiruo aside and offered her kind words of comfort. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone noticed. The old man was very biased, favoring only Bai Jiruo, as if he didn't care about his other descendants at all. With him around, no one can deal with Su Hao. Good. With my father's words, we know what to do. Bai Ziyuan nodded, looked at Su Hao, and sincerely apologized. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, everything we said is null and void. You are our honored guest." "It's alright, I don't care about these things." Su Hao said calmly. This was an internal conflict of interest within their family, and he was just the trigger. "Furthermore, I have something to announce. The person who dealt with Bai Ziyuan was not the poison master, but someone from the Nangong family." The old man's words were astonishing. "Father, have you discovered something?" Bai Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat. Had just been released as well. After the Wang family investigated, they felt something was amiss. Out of consideration for their long-standing friendship, they decided to let him come back first. Otherwise, given Bai Jiruo's personality, things would have been very difficult to resolve today. "Bring him up," the old man said coldly. Then Mosa walked in with a person who was tied up. Everyone looked over in astonishment. This person looks exactly like Bai Ziyuan.
Isn't he the one who harmed the Wang family's daughter, as seen in the surveillance footage? What exactly is going on? How can there be two Ziyuans? Could it be that one of these two people is an imposter? Bai Zhenyu exclaimed in amazement. Chen Bing stepped forward. Looking at the people around her, and then at the people Mosa brought in, even she couldn't tell them apart just by their appearances. The other party's disguise technique was truly exquisite. Nonsense. This is the fake one. The old man gave a cold reply, and Mosa immediately took action, using a knife to make a cut on his face. Strangely, no blood appeared at all. It turned out there was a mask on it. Only after it was torn off did its face, covered in pustules, become visible. If you smell it closely, there's a slight stench. Mosa, tell everyone how this person was captured. The old man nodded, encouraging them. Reporting to the old master. Emosha paused, then said, earlier today, before Mr. Su went to rescue the young lady, he gave me an address, saying there was a murderer there. I led my men there, and after defeating several of the Nangong family's guards, we finally brought him back. Now everyone understands, right? The Nangong family harbors malicious intentions. They have been secretly plotting against us. Even if the marriage is successful, they will still swallow up our property. There is no benefit in joining forces with them. It's just like trying to get something from a tiger. But Su Hao is the greatest benefactor of our family. The old man emphasized this seriously. The truth has come to light. People may not believe Su Hao's words, but they cannot doubt Mo Sha. The Nangong family is truly despicable. It turns out we misunderstood Mr. Su. Jiruo, you have a good eye for people. Su Hao is the most upright man and someone you can entrust your life to. Everyone admitted their mistakes. Mr. Su, I also apologize to you. These unfilial sons of the Bai family have caused you a lot of trouble. The old man bowed respectfully. No, you mustn't. Su Hao helped him up. I really don't care about these things as long as Jiruo is my friend. I will never abandon her. Never to be separated or abandoned. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiruo was immediately overcome with love, and a happy smile spread across her face. Something terrible has happened. The Nangong family has sent people. The butler walked in, his expression serious. Bring them in. Bai Ziyuan said coldly. Led by the butler, a man entered, holding a letter in his hand. He looked at Bai Ziyuan coldly and said, Bai Ziyuan, this is young Master Nangong's instruction to you. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Instruction? Bai Ziyuan's face was grim. Nangong Yu, as expected, considered himself superior and completely disregarded others. He accepted the letter with a sullen face, and the messenger then left. Chen Bing and Bai Jiruo hurriedly went over to read it, and the contents of the letter did not disappoint them at all. Nangong Yu said the Nangong family is very angry and will definitely investigate the death of Nangong Ling to the end. Now they only have two choices. Either assist the Nangong family in capturing Su Hao, and use his life to comfort Nangong Ling's spirit in heaven. Either Bai Jiruo should marry into the family as soon as possible to bring good fortune to the Nangong family. Damn it, what do they take me for? Bai Jiruo said indignantly. Sister, have you noticed, Nangong Yu is a complete beast. He doesn't even care about his own sister's death. Bai Yanan realized the key point. Yes. Everyone realized what was happening. This person is indeed cold-blooded. If it were anyone else, knowing that Su Hao was in the Bai family, they would have already come over themselves. Nangong Yu was different. He even had the mood to write a letter. If Nangong Ling knew about this behavior, she would probably be so angry she'd come back to life. Jiruo, you absolutely cannot marry him. This man is so heartless, he won't treat you well in the future. Bai Ziyuan initially still had hope for Nangong Yu, but now he has completely seen through this man's true colors. 379, Chapter 379. Do you know each other? The Bai family finally reached a consensus. This is all thanks to the old man. One sentence from him is worth more than countless arguments among us. Su Hao did not leave that night, but stayed in the room that Bai Yanan had prepared.
Ironically, Chen Bing's maid was still secretly monitoring him, fearing that something might happen between him and Bai Jiruo. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Su Hao arrived at the Lin Group and clocked in for work. He was a little unaccustomed to it. He could have lived a free and lazy life, but now he had to work a miserable job. Sigh, let's just do this to help Lin Yao. Sooner or later, I'll have to get out of this cage. Despite the glamorous appearance of the group's building, it was a prison to him. Hey, Mr. Su, the CEO is looking for you. Su Hao had barely sat down, his bottom not even warmed up, when Chen Hong arrived in her high heels, reluctantly relaying Lin Yao's instructions. What is it? Su Hao frowned.
Chen Hong's attitude was absolutely appalling. With someone like that as the president's secretary, countless people will suffer. You'll know once you get there. Chen Hong turned her body and said angrily. Neuropathy. Su Hao cursed under his breath, not expecting her to change. He was already doing well as long as she didn't continue her episodes. This little sullen look was nothing to worry about. He went upstairs to his office, knocked on the door, and went inside. Lin Yao sat in the boss's chair, frowning as he looked at the company's financial report. Although the debts owed by the Kuanpin gang were recovered, it still couldn't plug the hole left by the previous presidents. President Lin, you wanted to see me? Su Hao stood to the side, hands behind his back, looking quite like a security chief. You should change your clothes. Look at all the security guards, who's wearing casual clothes, or a suit and dress shoes next time. Lin Yao said critically. I refuse. Without a second thought, Su Hao replied directly. Lin Yao was at a loss for words, her face flushed with anger and a sense of grievance. She was, after all, a CEO, and she had no face at all when she was by his side. What's going on? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my office for a good nap. Su Hao yawned. Director Su, please take your work seriously. It's working hours now. How can you be sleeping? Lin Yao said angrily. That's a good thing. If the company doesn't need security guards, it means everything is peaceful and things are going well. Do you want people causing trouble every day, and security guards constantly on the run? Su Hao said calmly. This guy is really something. He always puts on a sour face whenever I bring him to work. I'm too lazy to fight you. Lin Yao picked up a document, stood up, and said as she walked, let's go talk business. You're in charge of protecting me and the client. Good. Su Hao agreed. After the two went downstairs, they arrived at a nearby coffee shop. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw a woman in red waiting with a smile. Su Hao glanced at her and felt that the woman looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. This woman was beautiful, dressed in red, as beautiful as a female ghost from a horror movie. Her smile was also incredibly alluring. Miss Xiao, this is Su Hao, our company's security chief. You can contact him anytime if you need anything, Lin Yao introduced. Su Hao, what a nice name. Miss Xiao looked over, staring at his face, and said, I just wonder if someone as handsome as him can handle the job of a bodyguard? If anyone dared to voice their doubts, Su Hao calmly replied, rest assured, if I can't protect someone, this city won't find another qualified security guard. Really? Then you'll protect me, okay? Miss Xiao walked beside me and, right in front of Lin Yao, snuggled up to me. Please have some self-respect. Su Hao frowned. Was this a teddy bear? It kept rubbing against people it saw. Miss Xiao, let's talk business. Lin Yao took out the documents, placed them on the table, and spoke to her in a low voice. Your plan is well done, but there are a few things I don't quite understand. Miss Xiao pointed out a few points. Lin Yao smiled and began to explain to her. At this moment, she did not notice that Miss Xiao came to Su Hao's side, gave him a seductive smile, and while Lin Yao was focused on explaining, she actually pulled open her collar, grabbed his hand, and put it inside. Su Hao was stunned. Who was this woman and why was she so bold? He tried to take it back, but Miss Xiao held him down firmly. Let go. Su Hao whispered. No, you put it in yourself. Miss Xiao retorted, turning the tables. Su Hao was puzzled. Shouldn't women be the ones afraid of harassment? But with her, it was the other way around. She was the one causing him a lot of trouble with her actions.
As the two were struggling, Lin Yao realized something was wrong, looked up, and immediately became furious.
Su Hao, what are you doing? Groping someone's breasts in public?
This is a coffee shop, not a private room. Their actions seemed far too intimate. You heard me, she orchestrated the whole thing, Su Hao said bitterly. Now it was hard to explain.
I initiated this? It's a misunderstanding. We don't even know each other, why would I need to seduce you?
Miss Xiao immediately let go of his hand and said with a wronged expression. You? Su Hao was speechless. Her change of attitude was too fast. She wasn't like this just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, she became an innocent person, and that phrase she didn't recognize. Didn't it feel like she was trying to cover something up?
But who exactly is she? He still couldn't remember. Su Hao, you're still trying to deny it.
Lin Yao was very angry as a woman. She did not believe that Miss Xiao had taken the initiative in everything. On the contrary, I think Su Hao went too far. I don't know what got into him today, but he actually took the initiative to flirt with a beautiful woman.
Is it because Miss Xiao is too beautiful?
It can't be that Bad Bai Jiruai is also very beautiful, and I haven't seen him take the initiative much. She was angry. It's difficult to maintain rationality and make any analysis. You've misunderstood, she was the one holding my hand. Su Hao himself was getting anxious, and such words had no credibility whatsoever.
Stop talking. Explaining is just covering up. Lin Yao didn't want to listen at all. President Lin, please don't be angry. I believe Su Hao meant no harm.
He just wanted to touch her, and as women, we should understand him.
Miss Xiao said nonchalantly, offering an explanation for him. You?
Lin Yao blushed. They were both willing to give and receive, making her look like a clown. She felt so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Luckily, someone called, giving her immediate relief. You two talk, I'll go outside to take this call.
Miss Xiao, do we know each other? Su Hao asked directly. Yes, I know him. Didn't President Lin just introduce him? Would you like to hear it again, or touch him a couple more times?
Miss Xiao puffed out her cheeks proudly.
380, Chapter 380 Exhaustion. Not interested.
Su Hao said with a straight face.
Really, doesn't it feel good?
Miss Xiao looked down, straightened her clothes, and showed him many more beautiful views.
Stop joking, I really have no interest in that.
Su Hao emphasized. So, you like men, that's fine, I'll find some handsome guys to keep you company, Miss Xiao said immediately.
Can't you think straight for once? Su Hao was exasperated. So you still like me, right?
Miss Xiao pointed to herself and said, you can come to me anytime you want, whether you want to be alone or with someone, I have no problem with that.
What two people? Su Hao didn't understand, and immediately regretted asking the question. It's me and another beautiful woman, you can choose whichever you like. Would it be nice if the three of us played cards together?
Miss Xiao hinted vehemently.
Not interested. Su Hao said indifferently. Are you perhaps interested in money? Let me tell you something, new energy vehicles are doing well lately. The upcoming model is sure to see its stock price soar. If you buy it, you'll make a fortune. Also, the eastern part of the city will be opening up soon. If you have the connections, just buy some land, guaranteed profit. Su Hao was a little confused.
We just met, and she's already offering herself up, betraying information, and she's also a rich and beautiful woman.
What is her purpose? Don't worry, I have no other intentions, I just want to have you.
Miss Xiao said frankly.
Sorry, I'm not going to be a gigolo.
Su Hao coldly refused.
Really, what's your relationship with Bai Jiruai and Lin Yao? Outsiders say you're a high-quality gigolo. Miss Xiao smiled faintly. Su Hao frowned.
These rumors are completely unbelievable.
Who exactly are you?
He leaned closer, staring intently into her eyes, scrutinizing her closely.
What, you don't recognize your sister after just a few days?
Miss Xiao smiled wickedly.
It's her. Su Hao recognized him.
No wonder she seemed familiar, she was a disciple of the Poison Master.
A person who calls herself Mei Yang.
The two had a direct confrontation at the restaurant last time that was impressive enough, but today the situation is different, the style is completely different. The successor of the Poison Master, with a versatile style, truly lives up to his reputation. No one knows what their true nature is.
What exactly is your purpose in approaching Lin Yao? Su Hao roared in anger. They've turned the Bai family upside down, and now they're contacting Lin Yao. Do they have some ulterior motive? Look at what you're saying. Am I a bad person? Mr. Lin and I were just discussing business. If anyone's getting close, it's you, isn't it?
Miss Zhao's fingers were beautiful as she drew circles in his palm. She doesn't need to use any seductive arts, her ordinary smiles and frowns are enough to make people lose their composure.
Oh?
Su Hao responded only indifferently. A beautiful woman can be a source of trouble. It's best to stay away from such people if possible, they're just too dangerous. He was backing away, but Miss Zhao launched a fierce attack, standing up, sitting on his lap, hooking her arms around his neck, and kissing him passionately.
Open!
Su Hao reached out to push, but the other person deliberately lowered their body and touched his chest again.
He pulled back in a flash. Ha, that's interesting.
Miss Zhao laughed heartily.
Do you always love your family this much?
Su Hao asked, frowning as he felt the lingering warmth on his lips.
Wrong.
My sister only kisses men she admires.
So that was your first kiss. Cherish it well, don't let me down.
Hearing the noise, Miss Zhao got up and returned to her original position.
Su Hao was completely fooled by him and was unsure whether what he had just said was true. After all, Miss Zhao had no experience when it came to kissing, she didn't even know how to move her tongue. Su Hao. After finishing the call, Lin Yao looked unwell. She walked over to him and said, "My mother had an accident and is in the hospital now. Are you staying here, or are you coming with me?"
The implication is that the choice is between her and Miss Zhao.
I'll go with you.
Su Hao thought for a moment.
Okay.
Lin Yao nodded. Although he and Miss Zhao were very open with each other, he would still go with her in the end. That was enough. Worrying about anything else would only make him feel upset. She looked at Miss Zhao again and said, "I'm sorry, our cooperation can only go on until now. Let's get in touch and discuss it in detail next time." It's alright, family is the most important thing, I understand. Miss Zhao nodded and smiled gently.
Let's go. Lin Yao turned and hurriedly left.
Su Hao stood up and gave her a complicated look. Just then, Miss Zhao generously blew him a kiss. Even with Su Hao's extensive experience, he still fled in disarray when faced with an opponent of this caliber.
He responds better to gentle persuasion than force. If Miss Zhao takes a hard line, then things will be simple. Now that the other party is using a honey trap, how should we deal with it? Thinking about it, there was absolutely no solution.
Miss Zhao chuckled, observing Su Hao's reaction, and muttered to herself, "No wonder both beauties like him, he really is an interesting person. Come on, let me see who will win the heart of my dream man." Inside the Rolls-Royce, Lin Yao sat next to Su Hao, staring at him for a long time before finally shaking her head. Too lazy to think about it anymore, she then leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. The provincial capital is too complicated. She has only been here a few days and all sorts of things have happened. She is exhausted. If only I were still in Los Angeles.
The company he manages is smaller, so the pressure is much less.
With great power comes great responsibility and great pressure.
They arrived at the hospital quickly and went in one after the other.
Chen Chunhua was lying on the hospital bed, crying out in pain when she saw the two of them coming. She complained, "Daughter, you've finally come. If you had come any later, I might not have even seen my face."
"Mom, what happened?"
Lin Yao didn't believe her. It was obvious she had made a mistake, was afraid of taking responsibility, and wanted to stage a suicide attempt. The more you interacted with her, the more you would understand her little scheme.
"Sis, something's happened."
Lin Hao, who was standing next to her, promptly revealed, "Mom got scammed. Remember Zhang Yu? After he was fired, he tricked Mom into believing he had a new investment that would guarantee a tenfold return. Mom believed him and invested all her money."
Tenfold returns? You actually believe that?
Even loan sharks don't earn this much.
Lin Yao laughed in exasperation. No one with even a modicum of rationality could believe it.
She realized something was wrong. Even if she had been scammed, she shouldn't have been beaten. The injuries on her body couldn't have been from a collision, could they? She asked seriously. How did you get beaten?
Sis, let me tell you,
Lin Hao continued, revealing more. The project Zhang Yu mentioned was actually a real estate investment. He said he'd buy land for 10,000 yuan up front and sell it for 100,000 yuan later, making a tenfold profit. I didn't believe it, so I took Mom to check it out, only to find it was just an unfinished project.
381, Chapter 381. The predictions were proven correct.
Chen Chunhua and Lin Hao went to the developer to cause trouble and demand a refund. The other party refused, and a conflict ensued.
He got beaten up immediately. So Chen Chunhua came to the hospital and contacted Lin Yao to come back.
I'll learn my lesson this time, and I won't let it happen again. Lin Yao shook her head. When will her family ever be able to make her worry-free?
Sis, that won't do.
Lin Hao exclaimed anxiously. Do you know how much money Mom lost this time? It's a whole lot. As he spoke, he held up 2 fingers.
20 million?
Lin Yao frowned. That was indeed a lot, and even she could feel the pressure. What 20 million? It was 200 million. My mother lost all her savings, and even mortgaged the ancestral home in our hometown, Lin Hao said sadly.
What?
Lin Yao was completely stunned. The savings are gone, but the old house is a family heirloom. Chen Chunhua is, frankly, just an outsider, yet she took it upon herself to mortgage the property certificate and borrow money from loan sharks. She no longer knew what words could describe this foolish decision.
Daughter, it's all my fault. I have no face to live anymore. Get out of my way, or Mom will jump off a building right now.
She suddenly jumped out of bed and ran towards the door. Lin Yao watched her actions coldly, without stopping her.
Here we go again.
He always tries to kill himself when something goes wrong, but it's all fake, just to escape responsibility.
200 million.
Even Lin Yao now feels that this amount of money is outrageously high, and he can't fill such a huge hole in a short time.
Mom, if you really wanted to die, you wouldn't have come to the hospital. Lin Yao said angrily. You always pull this stunt when something happens. Do you think anyone will still believe you? Daughter, now that you're the CEO of the Lin Group, could you take out 200 million from the company to pay off this debt first?
Chen Chunhua looked at her timidly.
This scene looks so guilty, it's both infuriating and hilarious. Mom, do you know how much 200 million is? My company is a complete mess right now. Not only do we not have a single penny, but we also owe the bank a lot of money. Lin Yao was furious. Impossible, right? Such a big company doesn't even have 200 million? Chen Chunhua didn't believe it.
Even if you have it, you can't misappropriate it. If someone finds out, you'll go to jail. Lin Yao was helpless and anxious. She didn't even know what economic laws were in place. She's just the CEO, she can only use her salary and bonuses. She can't touch the money in the company's books.
Sister, I understand now. The rest of the Lin family messed up the company, and they couldn't find anyone to clean it up, so they promoted you.
Lin Hao slapped his thigh, having found the most suitable reason. Lin Yao shook her head slightly. The reasons behind it are complex. She always felt that there was a force behind her forcing Lin Chongqing to make this decision. The Lin Group is a mess right now, but the position of CEO is too tempting. Everyone wants it. She's not stepping forward to take the blame. Instead, she's become the object of the Lin family's jealousy. God, why is my life so miserable? I thought that now that my daughter is successful, I could enjoy a comfortable life, but I never imagined that I would be poorer than anyone else. If I had known this would happen, I would have preferred to stay in Luo City and retire. Chen Chunhua stamped her foot. Seeing that she couldn't continue the act, she returned to the hospital bed and lay down on her own. When she did this, the people around her didn't find it strange at all. Lin Yao and Lin Hao, needless to say, had already guessed it. Even if Suha thought it was reasonable, it would be a mistake for Chen Chunhua not to cause trouble. From Suha's professional medical perspective, Chen Chunhua had only suffered minor external injuries, and the developers there didn't want anyone to die. Otherwise, given their resources, it would have been impossible for them to leave safely. Auntie, Mom, and I have come to see you. Chen Hong arrived, carrying a fruit basket. A person followed behind her was Zhang Meiting.
How dare you come in here?
Lin Hao was furious when he saw them. We were wrong this time. Nobody knew Zhang Yu was this kind of person. Don't worry, I will continue to contact Zhang Yu as long as he shows up. I will bring him here. Chen Hong said apologetically.
You mean, Zhang Yu ran away? Chen Chunhua exclaimed in shock.
Yes, this man is unreliable, Zhang Meiting said angrily. Chen Hong, is this how you judge people? After all that searching, you chose such an unreliable person. Now my mother has been scammed out of so much money. How are you going to pay her back? Lin Hao shouted angrily. Give us back the money, we haven't received a single penny. Besides, our family has been almost completely swindled, Chen Hong said, tears welling up in her eyes.
Su Hao was stunned.
Could it be that Chen Hong and Chen Chunhua are related by blood, they're cousins, and their acting is practically identical? Someone who didn't know better might think she was the biological daughter.
Keep crying, let's see if I believe you unless you show me the bank statements. Who knows if you and he are working together to swindle my mom's money?
Lin Hao not only didn't believe her, but even doubted her motives.
Lin Hao, don't make false accusations.
Chen Hong immediately wiped away her tears and shouted at her cousin.
Did I hit the nail on the head? Lin Hao said angrily. Nonsense, why would I cheat my aunt out of money? Chen Hong refused to admit it and even wanted to beat him up. Seeing the two arguing incessantly, Chen Chunhua sighed and said loudly, Stop arguing, this is a hospital. What kind of behavior is this? We're in the same boat now. Let's figure out how to get through this. Yes, only when the whole family unites can we deal with external enemies. Zhang Meiting nodded. What good ideas can you come up with? Lin Yao sneered. 3 cobblers are as good as 1 zhuge liang. Maybe if we discuss it together, we can find a solution. Chen Chunhua was skeptical. She muttered to herself, that developer said today that they are actually, I want to develop it, but I don't have enough funds. Once I have enough startup capital and get the project up and running, I can still make money. These kinds of words are just meant to fool you. How can you believe them? Lin Yao was extremely skeptical. If only someone could take over, Zhang Meiting sighed. What was said unintentionally was taken seriously by the listener. Chen Chuanhua's gaze immediately fell on Su Hao. Wasn't there an honest man right in front of her? She took a banana from the fruit basket, peeled it, handed it to him, and said with a smile, Xiao Hao, do you like my daughter? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Was he being treated as a sucker? Chen Chuanhua's smile terrified him. I don't like her. I don't know her at all, he said indifferently. Lin Yao chuckled. She wouldn't believe it if he said it himself. Does he not like himself? Despite Miss Xiao's repeated attempts to seduce him, he still came to the hospital without hesitation, and today's actions are the best proof of that. 382, Chapter 382 Arranging the Transfer. You're not familiar with Lin Yao? Who are you kidding? You think you can just follow her to her company and spend every day with her if you don't know her well? Do you think we're fools? You're an employee, running around with the boss every day? Chen Chunhua didn't believe it at all. Everyone else laughed, even Lin Hao didn't believe it. Believe it or not. Su Hao shrugged. Xiao Su. Chen Chunhua immediately changed her tone and said, Auntie knows you're a miracle doctor and know a lot of rich people. Why don't you inquire whether anyone has taken over that unfinished building in the east of the city? As long as you're willing to help, Auntie will never interfere with your relationship with Lin Yao again. She said it nicely. Su Hao didn't believe a single word of it. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely turn her back on you. But what about the unfinished building in the east of the city? He seemed to remember Miss Xiao mentioning it. I have good news for you. All this unfinished building is actually a valuable investment. Su Hao announced immediately, his mind racing. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Yu has already run away. How can he still make money? Zhang Meiting didn't believe it at all. Hey, if you don't want to help, just say so. What you just said was even more convincing than Zhang Yu's. Chen Hong was very dissatisfied. Su Hao, let's stop talking about this and figure out a solution. Lin Yao also didn't believe it. Su Hao was bewildered. He meant well, so why didn't these people believe him? Su Hao, are you mocking us? Let me tell you, our Lin family is only temporarily down on its luck. No matter what, we'll be better off than you.
Chen Chunhua immediately turned hostile. Yes, he's a despicable person. Chen Hong nodded, looking disdainful.
Xiao Su, as a man, you need to be more generous, you can't be so petty. Zhang Meiting added. Mom, Aunt, Xiaohong, you're not right. Su Hao was just trying to be kind. Why are you criticizing him? No matter what, he's much more reliable than Zhang Yu. Lin Yao was displeased and directly defended him. Cousin, you say he means well, why not let him take over? Anyway, it's profitable, which is good for everyone, isn't it?
Chen Hong's eyes darted around as she spoke directly. Yes, Xiao Su, we bought it back for the same price and we'll transfer it to you directly, how about that? Chen Xuanhua's eyes lit up. This was a great idea. That's right, I also have some shares, I'll sell them all to you. Zhang Meiting was secretly delighted. She would be laughing in her dreams if someone took over. Lin Yao gave Su Hao a look, signaling him not to agree. These few people are ruthless and greedy. If they take over all the bad debts, they'll easily ruin their own reputation. That's not a good idea. How can I take advantage of a profitable deal? Su Hao shook his head, looking somewhat troubled. What are you afraid of? We're all happy to do it after all. We're all family. It's good if we earn a little less money to give young people more opportunities. Aren't you poor? Earn some money so you can marry a beautiful wife in the future. Chen Chunhua immediately advised. Yes, I see that you and Ling Yao have a good relationship now that she's a CEO. Your status is a bit too much for her. If you make a few $100 million or $1 billion from her this time, won't you be able to be happily together in the future? As long as you're willing to help, I'll wholeheartedly support your marriage in the future. Zhang Meiting assured. She didn't care, after all, she wasn't marrying her own daughter. As long as we keep Su Hao calm, we can get the money back. Yes. You and my cousin are a match made in heaven, I agree unconditionally. Chen Hong said with a smile. Lin Yao was extremely anxious. She even kicked him, implying that he shouldn't be taken advantage of. The term unfinished building sounds terrifying. Once no action is taken, it may never be able to recover. Are you really going to sell your shares? Su Hao asked in astonishment. Yes, absolutely true, Chen Chunhua affirmed. Whoever lies is a dog, Chen Hong said impatiently. If I'm not sincere, may I get hit by a car when I go out? Zhang Meiting even made a solemn oath. Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll buy it. Su Hao laughed. These people could only see the immediate benefits and had no long-term vision. Su Hao, think it over carefully, don't act impulsively. Lin Yao was speechless. He had just kicked him, and he still didn't understand. If she had just said it directly, he should have understood. Cousin, this is Hao's business, don't interfere. He's a man, he has his own ideas, there's nothing wrong with that. Chen Hong even started calling him Hao. Hao, come here, let me show you the contract. Not only her, but also Chen Chunhua and Zhang Meiting, pulled Su Hao aside and chatted enthusiastically. Lin Yao was completely unable to intervene. She was so angry that she had no choice but to go out and buy a can of iced coffee. However, even after drinking it, she still couldn't calm down. When she returned to the ward, she found that Su Hao had already signed the contract and was putting it away. Brother Hao, transfer the money now, immediately. Chen Hong urged him on impatiently. Okay, tell me, how much did it cost in total? Su Hao took out his phone. I'll give you 50 million. Chen Hong was the first to speak. 200 million. Chen Chunhua said, a little embarrassed. I'll keep it low, 1 million. When Zhang Meiting said this, the other two were stunned. It turned out that she didn't trust Zhang Yu at all and had only invested such a small amount of money. Okay, I'll arrange the transfer right away. Please wait a moment. Su Hao collected their accounts and contacted the bank to transfer the money. 5 minutes later, all transactions were completed. Chen Chunhua and the other two got their money back, and Su Hao got shares in the unfinished building. Both sides felt they had made a killing. Xiao Su, I didn't expect you to be so capable, with assets worth hundreds of millions. Chen Chunhua beamed with joy. Such a sucker was a rare find. As expected of brother Hao, as expected of cousin, you two are a match made in heaven. After receiving the money, Chen Hong showered the crowd with compliments as if they were free. Xiao Su, if you and Lin Yao ever have a fight, you should also consider my daughter, Xiaohong, is an honest person. She'll definitely be obedient to you if she marries you.
Zhang Meiding's words shocked everyone. She thought to herself, Su Hao paid over 250 million in one go, all in cash. How could his assets be small? If she could poach Lin Yao's girlfriend, it might not be a bad thing. Alright, the transaction is complete. You won't have a chance to regret it later. Su Hao said calmly. Regret? You'd never regret it in your next life.
Chen Chunhua and the others burst into laughter.
Su Hao, really, you never listened to advice with so much money. Wouldn't it be better to save it for retirement? Lin Yao said angrily.
Trust me, you'll definitely make money, Su Hao said with a bright smile. I can't be bothered with you anyway, you don't listen to me. Seeing that there was no way to salvage the situation, Lin Yao had no choice but to turn around and prepare to return to the company. Mr. Lin, I have a sick friend here. You can go back first, and call me if you need anything. Su Hao remembered someone, gave them a brief instruction, and went to the next ward. 383, Chapter 383 Detection. General Ward. When Su Hao walked in, he saw Huang Nyonyo feeding Huang Yoji bananas, the father and daughter enjoying each other's company. The two had previously had quite a few disagreements, but unexpectedly, they were now much closer. That's why they say illness is a harmonizing agent. Brother Su, what brings you here? Huang Nyonyo smiled happily when she saw him. Old Huang, how have you been these 2 days? Su Hao didn't answer, but walked over and looked at Huang Yoji. Compared to a few days ago, Huang Yoji looked much better and was no different from an ordinary person. Mr. Su, the medicine you gave me is amazing. The doctor said my recovery is so fast, it's practically a medical miracle. Huang Yoji said with a smile. Will be discharged in a couple of days, and I'll cook you something delicious then. This won't do. You should take good care of yourself. This whole thing is my fault. Su Hao said, taking out a card with 500,000 yuan on it and handing it to Huang Nyonyo. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it after you're discharged from the hospital. Buy some nutritious food and help your father recover properly. Brother Su, how can this be? Huang Nyonyo wanted to refuse. You forgot, I have money. Su Hao blinked. Huang Nyonyo chuckled, recalling how generous he had been when tipping his classmate Zhang Ying'er at the bar, so she didn't refuse again. Thank you, Mr. Su. Huang Yoji didn't ask how much money was in the card, but the amount the other party had given was definitely a lot of money that an ordinary person couldn't earn in a year. Just then, two people walked in through the door. Walking in front was Zhang Ying'er, whom I had met before. Following behind was a beautiful woman whose features resembled Zhang Ying'er's. She was probably her mother. Ying'er, I was just thinking about you. I never expected to see you here. Huang Nyonyo said excitedly. I've been busy these past few days. I should have come earlier. Uncle Huang, I'm Nyonyo's classmate. I heard you were in the hospital, so I bought you some supplements. These are all good things. You should eat more of them and try to get better soon. Zhang Ying'er brought a lot of things, all beautifully packaged, and they looked like they were worth a lot of money. Ying'er, Nyonyo has told me several times that you're a big star in their class. Huang Yoji said with a smile. She's talking nonsense. I am not famous at all. Zhang Ying'er blushed. It was always like this. Everyone thought she was a big star. By the way, Mom, this is Brother Su, who helped me out of that situation last time. Thanks. Zhang Ying'er's mother glanced at him indifferently, looking disdainful at Su Hao's plain clothes. Brother Su, that's just how my mother is. Please don't take offense. Zhang Ying'er was somewhat dissatisfied. How could she be so cold to her benefactor? As her daughter, she couldn't very well criticize her mother, so she could only apologize. Auntie, have you been feeling unwell lately? Su Hao glanced at her a few times before a hint of surprise flashed across his face. How did you know? Madame Zhang nodded. To be honest, I know a little medicine and have treated many people, especially those with difficult or complex illnesses. Judging from your appearance, you've definitely been suffering from an illness lately. This illness is very serious. If it's left untreated, it could be life-threatening. Su Hao was extremely serious. Young man, I'll let your rudeness slide this time, since you saved Ying'er. Mrs. Zhang was very unhappy. No one would meet you and say you're about to die. Such blunt words are unacceptable to anyone. She was indeed feeling unwell, but it was just irregular menstruation, and it wasn't appropriate to say it directly in front of so many people. Su Hao, on the other hand, treated her like a critically ill patient.
Mrs. Zhang, I'm serious. Your illness cannot be delayed, please seek treatment as soon as possible.
Su Hao sighed helplessly. Why is it that when he tells the truth, there are always people who don't believe him?
Brother Su, can you cure him?
Zhang Yinger's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately asked nervously.
Of course.
Su Hao said proudly. Yinger, don't associate with this kind of person in the future.
He's just a con artist.
Let's go back. This ward is filthy, full of germs. Even if you're not sick, staying here too long can cause you to get sick.
Mrs. Zhang left in anger.
Brother Su, no, Uncle Huang, I'm sorry, my mom is a good person, she's just a little well, anyway, I'll be going now, see you next time.
Zhang Yinger appeared helpless and left awkwardly. Mom, Brother Su and Nyo are my friends, how can you look down on them?
After coming out, Zhang Yinger was somewhat unconvinced and solemnly explained to her.
Yinger, it's not that Mom is criticizing you. Who are we? If you want to make friends, you have to consider their family background. A family that can't even afford a VIP hospital room doesn't deserve to be a friend of the Zhang family.
Madame Zhang said coldly. Mom, if I have to find a partner who is from a similar social class, I'd rather not have any friends at all.
Zhang Yinger was furious.
She's surrounded by people like that, those young masters and ladies are always so calculating and petty, it's no fun being with them. You're still young, you'll understand later.
Mrs. Zhang acted like she knew everything and wouldn't listen to her explanation at all. Mom, we're at the hospital right now, why don't you take my advice and get a full checkup? Zhang Yinger's heart stirred. Nonsense. I'm perfectly fine, why would I need to be tested?
Madame Zhang had a bad first impression of Su Hao and firmly believed that he was a fraud. Just as I finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily.
Go home.
As Mrs. Zhang walked out of the hospital, a sudden gust of cold wind made her feel incredibly cold. She instinctively hugged her arms and was about to call Zhang Yinger for help putting on more clothes when her mind went blank, and she involuntarily collapsed to the ground.
Look, someone has fallen.
Passers-by screamed in surprise when they saw it. Zhang Yinger, she was sulking and thought someone else was having an attack. She looked around and realized something was wrong. When she turned back, she saw several people around her. It turned out that her mother had fallen to the ground.
Is there anyone kind enough to help me carry her to the emergency room? Zhang Yinger panicked, she couldn't move it by herself at all.
Little girl, don't be afraid, we're right here at the hospital. An old man called to two young men to help take him to the hospital. The doctor arrived quickly and gave Mrs. Zhang a full examination. It took a full 2 hours. When the doctor came out, Zhang Yinger saw his extremely serious tone and immediately felt a pang of panic.
Isn't this something you only see in TV dramas? How did she end up running into it? Are you a patient's family member? I have some bad news for you.
The patient's condition is extremely critical. With our hospital's capabilities, we simply cannot save him. The doctor made the announcement with no other option.
Zhang Yinger felt dizzy and couldn't accept it at all. She closed her eyes and fainted. 384, Chapter 384. Don't misunderstand.
After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yinger woke up to find herself lying in a hospital bed, with her unconscious mother beside her.
Mom, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Yinger struggled to her feet and was deeply saddened to see that Madame Zhang was unconscious. She thought for a moment, then took out her phone and called her father. Dad. She had barely uttered the first word when she broke down in tears.
My dear daughter, what's wrong?
Zhang Yongkong's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone.
Mom just fainted. The doctor told me she's beyond saving. Please come quickly, I don't know what to do. Zhang Yinger said helplessly. She'll be fine, don't worry,
I'll say so right away. Zhang Yongkang was stunned. The two agreed to visit their classmate's sick father. How could this have happened? He rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible, and after communicating with the attending physician, he came to a shocking conclusion. They really had no way to treat Madame Zhang's illness.
Transferred to another hospital.
Zhang Yongkang refused to believe it and immediately contacted the best private hospital in the province. In less than half an hour, a fire truck was dispatched and quickly took them to the best ward. Just as they arrived, a group of people rushed over. They were the renowned medical team from Zhengzhou Jishij. After entering the ward, they first identified themselves, and then Madame Zhang took her pulse and examined her.
Half an hour later, the expression on the face of the divine Dr. Li from Jisha Pavilion changed. He sat there, looking unquestionable. What exactly is going on?
Zhang Yongkang had a bad feeling. Mr. Zhang, Madame's illness is rather strange. I initially thought it was just another symptom caused by irregular menstruation, but when I took her pulse, I found that her life force was almost gone. There was an inexplicable, melancholy aura in her body, as if it were a mental illness.
Dr. Li sighed and said. A mental illness, is there a cure? Zhang Yongkang shouted, if you can cure it, I'm willing to pay 100 million. He loves his wife very much and charges an exorbitant medical fee.
Duai's team's eyes lit up. This was a huge sum of money. Mr. Zhang, treating and saving lives is our duty, but some illnesses are truly incurable. Perhaps our medical skills are insufficient. Why don't you consult other renowned doctors? Different doctors may discover different solutions through research, and perhaps someone with the right expertise can find a suitable one.
Dr. Li sighed. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Zhang Yongkang persisted.
In short, we at Jishij have no way to cure this disease. As for Medicine King Valley, I don't know. They have many strange and unusual pills, the effects of which outsiders can't understand.
After finishing his speech, Dr. Li shook his head and sighed. Medicine King Valley. Zhang Yongkang was frantic. Where could he find anyone from Medicine King Valley in such a short time?
It was only then that he regretted not knowing more famous doctors.
Are we just going to stand by and watch our beloved wife die? Dad, I remember now. It seems like there's someone who can cure Mom.
Zhang Ying'er suddenly remembered Su Hao, and her eyes lit up.
Who? Zhang Yongkang couldn't help but ask. Su Hao. He's the one who saved me.
Back in the hospital, he could tell that his mother's condition was serious. He kindly reminded her, but she didn't take it seriously and refused.
Zhang Ying'er regretted it. Su Hao was at the hospital where the accident happened. If she hadn't fainted at the time, she might have been able to ask him to come and help. He actually managed to tell? Dr. Li was stunned. Mental illness is very complex.
Some doctors even believe that mental illness can be classified as a psychological disorder. Of course, Brother Su is very capable, Zhang Ying'er said earnestly.
Okay, contact him right away and see if he can come over.
Zhang Yongkang chose to believe him. This is someone my daughter approves of. Letting her come and give it a try is also an option.
I'll give it a try.
Zhang Ying'er took out her phone, made a WeChat call, and quickly got through. She explained the situation and pleaded, Brother Su, please, save my mother.
Okay, I'll be right there. Su Hao agreed.
He started from the provincial public hospital and took a taxi to this private hospital.
Is this the Su Hao you mentioned?
Zhang Yongkang looked at the person who had come and seemed embarrassed. Su Hao is too young and doesn't have the demeanor of a highly skilled doctor.
On the street, he's just a good-looking passerby who would associate him with saving lives. Su Hao.
Mr. Zhang, I'm not exaggerating, but this man isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, let alone being qualified to treat Mrs. Zhang. Dr. Li remembered that Su Hao had once snagged the blood spirit flower at an auction. The incident caused quite a stir at the time, but surprisingly few people knew about it.
Mr. Su, can you tell what my wife's illness is?
Zhang Yongkang asked, frowning. Madame Zhang's illness is actually very complicated. She has some psychological issues, probably due to some kind of trauma she suffered in the past. Most people would probably see it as a mental illness. However, even the best doctors who treat mental illnesses couldn't pull her back from the brink of death because of her other physical symptoms.
Su Hao said with utmost seriousness. do you have a solution? Zhang Yongkang asked seriously. Of course, leave this to me, and I'll definitely give you a healthy wife back. Su Hao said firmly. Mr. Zhang, you have to be careful, this concerns Madam's life. If anything happens to her, can he take responsibility? Dr. Li emphasized. Mr. Su, please don't feel pressured. Yinger believes in you, and I believe in you too. If you can save his life, I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Yongkang promised.
Don't misunderstand, I treat patients and save lives not for money, but because I believe in fate.
Su Hao is not greedy for money, but he will not object if the patient's family insists on giving him money.
Mr. Su, please, no matter what, make a move, Zhang Yongkang said. He regarded it as his last hope.
Brother Su, please don't let us down. Zhang Yinger said seriously. Okay, I will treat you with acupuncture, please be quiet.
After Su Hao finished speaking, he took out a silver needle, sterilized it with high temperature, and then forcefully inserted it into the area of his heart. A surge of resentment slowly dissipated.
His silver needles did not stop there, he successfully inserted needles into various key acupoints.
As he examined Su Hao's acupuncture techniques, Dr. Lin nodded in approval, but remained skeptical about their effectiveness.
That's about it.
A few minutes later, he put away all the silver needles. This treatment was quite easy, much simpler than the goo poison treatment.
Su Hao, are you treating treatment like a joke?
Dr. Li doesn't understand how he can cure any disease just by sticking his needles a few times.
Acupuncture is amazing, but it cannot cure all diseases. Su Hao didn't bother to answer his question at all, and just looked at Madame Zhang. Everyone else looked over, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the unconscious Madame Zhang awoke and murmured, "What happened? Why am I lying in a hospital bed?" 385, Chapter 385, Hasty Departure. Mom, after you visited Nyo's father, you fainted right after you came out. Huh, why are you awake? Zhang Yinger answered subconsciously, then realized something was wrong. Was the person awake?
Didn't the hospital's previous examination results say that he was in critical condition? After Brother Su's treatment, he has now successfully regained consciousness. The others were also confused.
What exactly is going on? Wasn't it said that Su Hao's medical skills weren't very good? With just a few silver needles, the person was successfully saved?
The effects of these silver needles are comparable to elixirs that can bring the dead back to life.
This kid is a bit strange. Can it even cure intractable diseases? Dr. Li couldn't believe it.
At this moment, Su Hao's medical skills were undoubtedly far superior.
Honey, thank goodness, you're finally awake. We were all so worried about you, we thought. Zhang Yongkang didn't continue speaking, as it was considered unlucky. Is my illness really that serious?
Mrs. Zhang was somewhat skeptical. She felt that she was only weak in her hands and feet, and had no other symptoms.
Mom, you fell into a coma, and we don't know what happened. The hospital was about to issue a critical condition notice. Do you think that was serious? Zhang Yinger said. I see.
Mr. Su, I was really blind. I thought your medical skills were not very good.
Please accept my sincere apology. Mrs. Zhang stood up and bowed in apology.
Don't worry about it, those are things of the past. If you could provide some medical fees, that would be even better. Su Hao thought to himself that since he was already here, he should at least take something back with him.
All right, I almost forgot about the consultation fee.
Zhang Yongkang took out a check, wrote down 50 million in a generous manner, and personally handed it over, saying, Mr. Su, this is just a small amount of money, please accept it with a smile.
Okay. Su Hao didn't look at it carefully and accepted it directly. Mr. Su, I have a favor to ask. Jisha Pavilion is eagerly seeking talented individuals. Would you be interested in joining us?
Dr. Li invoked the name of Jishij. After a moment's thought, Su Hao declined. Although the reputation of Jishij was prestigious, it was slightly inferior to that of Yaowang Valley, but so what? He didn't need that kind of status. Joining Lingyao's company was out of necessity, other forces simply weren't qualified to let him join.
Everyone, I'm leaving. Su Hao waved and left with a flourish.
He's such a good man, Mrs. Zhang murmured to herself.
Yes. Zhang Ying'er couldn't help but wonder when they would meet again, or rather, would there even be a next time? The Bai family. Everyone is still arguing about the engagement.
Patriarch, the old man's decision was impulsive upon closer examination. Breaking off the engagement with Nan Gongyu will still bring many problems. In short, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. In the end, only Ziruo benefits. It's not good for the family at all. Bai Zhenyu was the first to make a move. This matter was already discussed yesterday. What are your intentions in bringing it up again? Bai Ziyuan did not want to continue the discussion. I'm only doing this for the sake of the family, please don't doubt anything. Bai Zhenyu's expression changed, and he said, in my opinion, it's perfectly fine if Jiruo doesn't want a marriage alliance, but we can have someone else from the clan take her place. Our Bai family is full of talented people, surely we can find a suitable candidate? Upon hearing this, everyone else agreed. That's right, that's a good idea. Our Bai family has plenty of beautiful unmarried women. Isn't Nan Gongyu just looking for someone to carry on the family line? If Jiruo isn't willing, there are definitely others who will. As expected of the elder brother, you think things through very thoroughly. Next, we can discuss who is the most suitable. Marrying Nan Gongyu is a good thing in itself, we shouldn't treat it like a monster. As everyone chimed in, the majority of them surprisingly agreed with the sentiment. Hey everyone, don't forget, Nan Gongyu is a wolf in sheep's clothing, eyeing our Bai family with predatory intent. Are you willing to push your daughters into a pit of fire? Bai Ziyuan asked loudly. Ziyuan, we all know what you're thinking. But your ideas cannot supersede everyone else's. If everyone is willing to marry their daughters off to that family, you can only support them, not oppose them. Bai Zhenyu said directly. That's right. Everyone else stood on his side. Bai Ziyuan felt helpless. This was the true nature of humanity. Family feuds often can't compete with real money. Fine, you guys discuss it. I wanna see which Bai family daughter is willing to marry into the family. Bai Ziyuan sighed. Patriarch, uncles and elders, what do you think of me? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yufang stepped forward, smiling confidently. In terms of status, I am on par with Jiruo. In terms of talent, I am on par with Jiruo. In terms of looks, I am on par with Jiruo. Marrying me into her family would be the best choice. Bai Zhenyu's expression was rather unpleasant. Although it was his idea, his purpose was not to marry Bai Yufang off to him. He only has Bai Yufang left as his daughter. He has lost his wife and son. Marrying her into his family would be like pushing him into a fire pit. Yufang, stop fooling around. We're discussing important matters. Girls shouldn't be so talkative. Bai Zhenyu kept giving her meaningful glances, hoping she would stop. Father, I am also a member of the family. There's nothing wrong with the Bai family sharing some responsibilities, is there? Bai Yufang said, displeased. For her, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She has always been slightly inferior to Bai Jiruo in every way. The claim that they were evenly matched was merely wishful thinking. Everyone knows that Bai Jiruo surpasses her in every aspect. She was not convinced, she wanted to surpass them. Marrying Nan Gongyu will be her only chance. If she succeeds, she will become Lady Nan Gong and will be favored wherever she goes. He is revered by thousands. Just thinking about it makes me laugh out loud. Brother, so you came up with this idea yourself, but you're not even willing to support it? Bai Ziyuan laughed. Was this like shooting himself in the foot? Sigh, Yufang, if you've really made up your mind, I can only wish you good luck. A daughter is like a tree that cannot be kept at home once she grows up. Bai Zhenyu couldn't persuade her otherwise. Is this matter really that simple? To put it bluntly, this is just a unilateral decision on our part. What the Nan Gong family is really thinking is still unknown. Bai Zhantong frowned and said with concern. It's very simple. We just need to contact the Nan Gong family to get the answer. Bai Yufang smiled, she remained confident. Since things have come to this, let's leave it at that for now. Bai Ziyuan nodded and said, here's what we'll do, Zhantong, you represent the Bai family and take Yufang to the Nan Gong family to discuss the marriage. Remember, if they're unwilling, come back as soon as possible. Don't get involved. Okay. Bai Zhantong agreed and hurriedly left with Bai Yufang. 386, Chapter 386 Breakup. Bai Jiruo's boudoir. She sat down to rest. She had been frightened last time and had some minor injuries, so she decided to rest more and get less involved in family affairs. What made her happiest was that Suhao cared about her and was now sitting next to her, peeling an orange for her.
Here, have a piece.
Suhao said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Bai Jiruo didn't reach out her hand, but simply opened her mouth.
You lazybones.
Suhao handed over the oranges. After taking a small bite, she smiled sweetly, juice dripping down the corner of her mouth.
Let me wipe it for you. Suhao took a tissue and gently wiped it.
Bai Jiruo just stared at him, becoming more and more mesmerized.
Sis, this is terrible.
Baianan rushed in from outside, shouting and yelling. Seeing this scene, she walked out awkwardly and said, You guys continue, just pretend I was never here.
Anan, come in, remember to knock next time.
Bai Jiruo was speechless. That atmosphere was so nice just now, and she had to interrupt it.
Okay, I'll definitely come next time. Baianan walked back in and greeted them first.
Brother-in-law, it's so nice of you to come see my sister. Anan, you should still call me brother. Su calling me brother-in-law puts too much pressure on me.
Suhao was speechless, she just couldn't get rid of it. I have my own way of addressing people, and even brother Su can't change it.
Baianan stuck out her tongue, then said seriously, Sister, just now, Sister Yufang decided to marry Nangongyu in your place. Everyone agreed to her idea.
Nonsense. What exactly is Sister Yufang thinking? Doesn't he know that there's an abyss ahead? Bai Jiruo was shocked and couldn't help but worry. Sister, this is her own choice. We should wish her well.
Baianan didn't think so. As long as this matter was settled, it would be a good thing for everyone. From then on, the older sister was freed, Yufang married into a wealthy family, the family returned to peace, and everyone was happy.
If that's the case, I will wish her well. Suhao frowned. Brother-in-law, are you worried that Nangongyu will object? Baianan saw through her and immediately asked. That's almost certain.
This person is ruthless and will never easily let go of someone he has set his mind on. If he was just choosing a beautiful woman, there wouldn't be so much trouble.
Suhao provided a truthful analysis. That's certainly possible. However, that's a headache for Sister Yufang. It has nothing to do with us. Baianan's mindset has changed, she's now just a bystander.
That's true.
Suhao nodded. Anan, go out and find out what's going on. Report back immediately if you find anything. Bai Jiruo also felt that things couldn't possibly go so smoothly. Yes, I can't stay here and be a third wheel.
Sister, brother-in-law, the family is extremely busy right now. If you two do something, no one else will have time to attend to you.
Suanan left with a smile. Seriously? What's going on in this girl's head?
Bai Jiruo blushed and smiled to cover it up.
Should I go back first? Suhao stood up. Wait, stay with me a little longer.
Bai Jiruo hurriedly called out to him and threw herself into his arms. With the soft jade in his arms, Suhao didn't want to go back to work anymore, and just held her like that. Time seemed to stand still, and they could hear each other's heartbeats.
As dusk settles, the city lights begin to twinkle. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Bai Zhantong and Bai Yufang returned empty-handed. Why did it take so long? Is there a communication problem? Bai Zhenyu asked worriedly.
Yes, we went to the Nangong family and were subjected to all sorts of insults. First, he sat in the reception room like an idiot for a full 3 hours. Nangongyu finally arrived, but he didn't bother to listen to our story at all. He just coldly announced that the wedding would proceed as planned, and if Jiruo didn't agree, he would personally lead his men to massacre the Bai family. Bai Zhantong said with a worried expression. Bai Yufang was as dejected as a wilted eggplant, fully expecting that Nangongyu would succumb to her beauty upon seeing her. However, the reality was astonishing. Nangongyu didn't even glance at her, simply made a brief announcement, and then left. Throughout the entire process, she wasn't the female lead, she was practically invisible.
A bloodbath of the Bai family? Everyone was shocked.
Such words are certainly not something someone like Nangongyu would say.
His arrogance is well known.
However, their strength is also formidable, and if they were to actually make a move,
the consequences would be unimaginable. Things have come full circle.
Nan Gongyu refused to give up, and Bai Zhihua dared not yield. Our marriage substitution plan was never recognized.
Bai Zhantong sighed. Snort. He's blind to talent, no wonder nobody likes him.
Bai Yufeng snorted coldly and said indignantly.
Since things have come to this, let's stick to the original plan and let them come at us at worst, we'll fight to the death. Our Bai family is not to be trifled with.
Didn't he set a wedding date? Our Bai family will also hold a banquet on that day, inviting relatives and friends to confront them head-on.
Bai Ziyuan finally mustered up his courage. Has it really come to this?
Bai Zhenyu sighed. This was the worst possible outcome.
Father, fourth uncle's decision is correct. We cannot back down in the face of Nan Gongyu. If we can successfully kill him that day, why not?
Bai Yufeng said somewhat angrily.
Stop talking nonsense. Bai Zhenyu shouted. Fourth brother, on what grounds are you gathering everyone?
Bai Zhantong frowned. There hadn't been any happy events in their family recently.
Celebrate the birthday. Am I almost 50? If you celebrate your birthday a few months in advance, everyone will give you face, right? Bai Ziyuan smiled faintly. Yes, that's a great idea.
Bai Zhantong laughed along. The timing of the birthday celebration is quite casual. Yes, you can hold a banquet at any time of year.
Don't worry too much, everyone. I believe the Wang family is standing with us. Their daughter has been confirmed to have been assassinated by the Nangong family. No matter what, they will not turn against them. Bai Ziyuan said. That's right, we have allies.
Isn't it just the Nangong family? As long as we shatter their myth, there will only be more and more people rebelling in the future.
Let's go all out and fight them to the bitter end.
The group encouraged each other. Just then, the butler rushed in excitedly and said, Master, gentlemen, young Master Yilong has returned. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared leisurely in everyone's sight. This man has striking features and an imposing presence. One can immediately tell he is incredibly powerful.
Longer, when did you come down the mountain? Why didn't you tell me? I could have arranged for someone to pick you up.
Bai Zhantong was overjoyed. It was his son, Bai Yilong, who had come.
Father, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Bai Yilong smiled slightly. 387, Chapter 387 Birthday Banquet. Very good. With him around, I no longer have to be afraid of Nan Gongyu. Our Bai family also has a genius youth. From now on, let's see who dares to bully the Bai family again. We'll beat them back hard. Everyone in the Bai family was happy. Bai Yilong's identity is no simple matter. He is the son of the third brother, and from a young age he displayed astonishing talent, which led to him being accepted as a disciple by the Shu Mountain sect. Since then, he has been cultivating in the mountains, only descending the mountain during festivals. His strength is unfathomable. As early as last year, some people predicted that Bai Yilong would be the third-ranked young master after Nan Gongyu and Wu Junbao. However, in the eyes of the Bai family, his strength was on par with that of Nan Gongyu. Since they've never faced each other, no one knows what the outcome will be. Yilong, you seem to have gotten even stronger since the new year. Bai Ziyuan said, looking at him with a hint of envy. As the head of the family, he faced a very awkward situation. That means he has no son. Although I have two lovely daughters, it still feels a little lacking. Of the younger generation of the Bai family, he had the highest opinion of Bai Yilong. Yes, Master said that my strength is already infinitely close to that of a Grandmaster. Bai Yilong said proudly. Grandmaster? Isn't that transcending the acquired world and stepping into a new realm? He is still young, yet he already possesses such strength. In a few more years, he will be able to reach the Grandmaster level. At that time, the Bai family's backing will only become stronger. Now, they have the resources to confront the Nangong family. That's wonderful, you are truly the pride of the Bai family. Bai Ziyuan said with great satisfaction. Longer, you'll have to stay a few more days this time you're back. Bai Zhantong smiled with relief. Brother Yilong, we're in a bit of trouble right now. Bai Yufeng immediately recounted Nan Gongyu's situation.
I've wanted to meet Nangongyu for a long time. If he dares to cause trouble this time, I will take action. Bai Yilong said seriously. I'm relieved to hear that. Bai Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Bai family acted quickly, setting the date for the birthday celebration and sending out invitations widely. Even the most remote relatives received invitations. When everyone checked the time, they found it very interesting. The happy events of the Bai family and the Nangong family are actually scheduled for the same day? What does this tell us? On one hand, there was a wedding, and on the other hand, there was a birthday celebration. These were completely different banquets, which showed that the two families had not reached an agreement. The news that Bai Zhihua had broken off the engagement spread like wildfire. The entire provincial capital and all the forces were waiting for this day to arrive. I'm sure it will be a very lively event. On the day of the birthday banquet, the Bai family manor had been bustling with activity since 8 o'clock in the morning. Celebrities from all walks of life attended the event. Bai Ziyuan greeted everyone, invited them in one by one, and arranged their seats. The room they used to receive gifts was completely overflowing. The Bai family butler was greatly shocked. There were more people than he had expected today. Some celebrities had come to visit even though they hadn't received invitations. They called it a birthday celebration, but everyone knew they were just there to watch the spectacle. I hope nothing bad happens. The butler frowned. The more lively the situation, the greater the underlying risks. None of us are ordinary people. We must have heard rumors to gather here. Bai Zhihua's boudoir. She got up early and looked radiant. After a few days of rest, she has returned to her peak condition. The happiest thing is that the scar from that day has long since disappeared. New skin has appeared where I was injured, smooth and rosy, with no trace of the injury at all. Su Hao, is this your newly developed drug? It has different effects from the blood-activating pills. If we sell them, we can definitely open up the market in the provincial capital. Bai Zhihua's business acumen came into play once again. If you like, I can share the formula. Let's make it a beauty medicine, different from the blood stasis removing pills, and target a different market. Su Hao knew what she meant, so he took out paper and pen and wrote down the prescription on the spot. Bai Zhihua picked it up and examined it carefully. She discovered that the formula inside contained some precious Chinese herbs, and she estimated that the price of this pill would not be low either. We'll split the profits equally, Bai Zhihua said with a grin. You can allocate it however you like. Su Hao nodded. He didn't care about the money, as long as she was happy. Honey, today's a special day. How about I give you a chance to show your love and kiss me? Bai Zhihua pouted and extended an invitation. Su Hao looked at the alluring red lips and was about to agree. Suddenly Bai Anan burst in, shouting, Sis, Dad's looking for you. Anan, what did you say last time? You must knock before coming in. Bai Zhihua said angrily. Sorry, I forgot. Bai Anan immediately left. Continue, Bai Zhihua said. Okay. Su Hao complied with her wishes. It smells so good. She didn't know what brand of lipstick she used, but after the kiss, none of it got on his lips. Alright, you can come in now, Bai Zhihua said helplessly. Sis, you guys are here so fast? Bai Anan came in with a blush on her face, thinking they were going to have sex, but it turned out they weren't. Get to the point, Bai Zhihua snapped. Okay, Dad wants to talk to you. It seems like there's something he wants to discuss, Bai Anan said and left immediately. Su Hao, you're free to do whatever you want today, right? Bai Zhihua said before leaving. No problem. Su Hao thought to himself, isn't this perfect? Bai Zhihua is the focus of the Bai family, and she will be surrounded by many people wherever she goes, but he still prefers to be alone. It's really lively outside. Dozens of young waiters, dressed in identical uniforms, carried champagne and moved among the guests. Su Hao also took a glass and sipped it slowly. Hey, isn't that so-and-so? Sudden, however, a few people walked over and looked at him with a hint of disdain. Su Hao looked over, then frowned. Two of these people are familiar faces. One is Chung Jun, and the other is Chen Cixi. He had a good impression of the latter. This big star seemed to have become popular again recently, playing the role of Chen Yuan, a famous figure in turbulent times. It was basically tailor-made for her, and she suddenly became a popular young actress. However, it was Chung Jun who spoke, and he was still very unfriendly.
Is this the poor doctor that young Master Chang mentioned?
Strange, how is he qualified to be at such a banquet? The others were also Bai Jiruo's classmates. They lived in the provincial capital and were even wealthier than the one she had seen in Luo City. These people held prejudices against those from humble backgrounds, and even resented their presence alongside the commoners.
Mr. Su, it's been a long time.
Chen Sisi walked over and greeted him with a big smile. Big star, you're so famous now, you'd better watch your image and not associate with people like me, Su Hao said indifferently.
388, Chapter 388 Offending. Mr. Su, you're joking. No matter what others think, you will always be Cici's benefactor. Chen Sisi said gratefully. If it weren't for his help in dealing with young Master Long last time, how could she have escaped? This kindness will never be forgotten.
There's no need for that. I was just taking action when necessary, not asking you to be grateful.
Su Hao said calmly. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chung Jun was very unhappy, even jealous. Why should I?
Chen Sisi actually remembered his kindness all along, even though this guy didn't have any special status.
Are you talking to me?
Su Hao said calmly, it's been so long since we last met, but Chung Jun is still the same as before, unchanged, still rude and impolite.
Otherwise what? I'm asking you, what makes you qualified to be in the Bai family? Chang Jun was very unhappy. This place is full of celebrities. Su Hao is nothing. No qualifications are needed. Ji Ruo and I are friends. Isn't attending a friend's or family member's birthday banquet a sufficient reason? Su Hao said calmly. Since you're attending the birthday banquet, have you prepared a gift?
I've prepared a century-old ginseng to wish Uncle Bai a long and healthy life.
Where's your gift? Show it to everyone. Chung Jun burst into laughter. This is definitely the most awkward thing for the other person. What gifts can I prepare if I don't have money? Yes, bring out your gift. It wouldn't be right to celebrate a birthday without a gift. Hey Su, you don't even know this basic etiquette?
Several old classmates mocked.
They either like Chen Sisi, Bai Jiruo, or both, and they are equally dissatisfied with people like Su Hao. Mr. Su, would you like me to prepare a gift for you?
Chen Sisi whispered in his ear, to be honest, I'm making a lot of money from filming now, so preparing a gift is quite easy for me.
No need.
Su Hao shook his head, coldly glancing at the troublemaker, and said disdainfully, I really haven't prepared a gift. If needed, I can announce my engagement to Ji Ruo. That would be the best gift.
Got engaged? You? Chang Jun was furious. Impossible. This can't be true. Hey Su, don't spout nonsense.
Others were equally angry. This was an outcome that no one could accept.
Su Hao just smiled faintly, too lazy to explain further. The banquet was filled with celebrities, and everyone's attention was quickly drawn to a young couple.
Bai Yilong, accompanied by Bai Yufang, was talking with a familiar senior colleague. When Chang Jun's people saw Bai Yilong, they all showed expressions of admiration. So handsome, this is what a scion of a prestigious family should look like. The Yilong brothers seem to be no less capable than Nan Gongyu now. According to rumors, he's back this time specifically to deal with Nan Gongyu.
His sect is the Shu Mountain sect. How could he be an ordinary person? Upon hearing the name of the Shu Mountain sect, the men exclaimed in amazement. Then everyone's attention fell on Bai Yufang.
They were all wondering if they could win her over.
There's not much hope for Bai Jiruo.
If one could win the favor of this Miss Bai, it would be considered as being able to establish a connection with the Bai family.
A bunch of idiots. Chen Sisi muttered under her breath. That's right. Su Hao raised his wine glass. Cheers.
Chen Sisi smiled and raised her glass with him.
Cheers. Su Hao nodded,
finished his drink, waved to the waiter, and got 2 more glasses, one for himself and the other for Chen Sisi. His gentlemanly behavior won Chen Sisi's great favor.
Cousin, what are you looking at?
Bai Yilong suddenly noticed that the people around him had stopped talking.
That's him. Su Hao.
He is the nemesis of our Bai family. Even without his involvement, our marriage alliance with the Nangong family would still be in place. It was this person who killed my brother and stepmother.
Bai Yufang blamed all her hatred on him. Is he Su Hao?
I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but he's just an insignificant nobody.
Bai Yilong said dismissively.
Cousin, please help me.
Teach him a lesson. So that he won't act arrogantly and domineeringly in our Bai family.
Bai Yufang encouraged him.
Don't worry, he'll definitely suffer if I take action.
As Bai Yilong spoke, he gently flicked Su Hao's finger. A white powder fell into his cup from a distance.
It's croton oil powder.
He wanted to play a not too big but not too small joke, making someone drink this stuff and get diarrhea on the spot.
So this is Su Hao?
As Bai Yilong approached, several beautiful women screamed nearby. He seemed to enjoy it and even nodded at them.
Who are you? Su Hao asked calmly.
My name is Bai Yilong. I am sure you've heard of me, the other person said with a confident smile.
Sorry, I've never heard of you, Su Hao said casually. Are you famous?
You Bai Yilong was immediately speechless. He said angrily, I don't care if you've heard of me or not. I am here to toast you today, hoping you'll give me some face, otherwise, I'll make you regret it.
Oh, you have a lot of influence?
I won't drink to everyone who offers me a toast.
Young master, please return. Su Hao said calmly.
Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned.
Bai Yilong is a genius young man in the Bai family and is deeply trusted by his elders.
If he is willing to return to his family in the future, he will have the opportunity to become the head of the Bai family sooner or later. Even if he stayed in the Shu Mountain sect, he would still become a grandmaster. Faced with such a promising person, Su Hao didn't give him any face at all.
Brother Long, now you know, right, this person is so arrogant and looks down on everyone.
Bai Yufang added fuel to the fire from the side.
Su Hao, are you crazy? He's a legitimate young master of the Bai family, and you won't even share a drink with him? He'll drink?
Everyone else was surprised.
Hey Su, apologize to young Master Long right now, or you'll regret it.
One of the guards said menacingly.
Apologize? Never in this lifetime. Su Hao said firmly.
You? The guard was embarrassed. He only wanted to flatter Su Hao, but he also knew that Su Hao was Bai Jirua's man and that he couldn't afford to offend him no matter what.
You surnamed Su, are you really going to oppose me? Do you even know that I am a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect? Bai Yilong said angrily. The Shu Mountain sect? That can't be right, they're even taking in trash like you now? Su Hao frowned. After these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. What did he say? Is Bai Yilong a piece of trash? That's truly something that's sure to shock.
All the young people present aspired to be like Bai Yilong. He was definitely not a waste of time, but a genius among geniuses. Only Bai Yufang was all smile. Sure enough, it was easy to win over Bai Yilong. All she had to do was give him Su Hao, and that man would cause trouble on his own, pushing the two of them toward cooperation. You're finished if you offend Brother Long. Bai Yufang secretly declared. 389, Chapter 389. Harmony is precious. What are you saying? Bai Yilong couldn't believe it and questioned loudly. Waste. I'm telling you, you're a piece of trash. You actually seem to enjoy it and want to hear it again. Su Hao said dismissively. He said it 3 times. This is intolerable. If I were young Master Long, I would definitely explode. Who is stronger, Su Hao or Long Shao? More and more people gathered to watch the spectacle. No one knows how strong Bai Yilong is. No one knows how strong Su Hao really is. If these two were to fight, everyone would be happy.
Guards, slap him in the face. Bai Yilong, with a stern face, gave the order. 2 guards immediately stepped out from behind and walked towards Su Hao. Battle is imminent. What, are you sending 2 of your men to their deaths? Su Hao said dismissively. Let's do it. If you accidentally kill him, that would be even better, Bai Yilong frantically hinted. Good. The other guard used all his skills to launch an attack on Su Hao. The powerful moves brought a smile to Bai Yilong's face. Now he thought Su Hao was so arrogant. To everyone's surprise, Su Hao simply waved his hands twice, and the guard who had attacked was instantly sent flying. Thump, thump. The 2 fell to the ground and rolled away from the hall. So you're a trained martial artist? Bai Yilong said with a stern face. You just realized that? Su Hao Fei said casually. I'll give you one more chance. Should I drink the toast I offer? Bai Yilong said in a deep voice. If you're not going to drink, get out. Su Hao's answer was cold. Very well, you've successfully angered me. As Bai Yilong spoke, his aura suddenly intensified. Everyone started to get excited. This person was a top-tier innate expert who was close to a grandmaster. Would he kill Su Hao with his first move? Young Master Su, please be very careful. Don't force it. If you can't beat them, just admit defeat. There's no shame in that. Many people offered their advice. Take this. Bai Yilong's attack finally erupted. His punches were as swift as lightning, carrying a chilling killing intent. Fancy moves and empty techniques. You've completely disgraced the Shu Mountain sect. Su Hao, having the right to speak, also threw a punch. The 2 fists collided in mid-air, producing a sonic boom. Powerful bursts of true energy erupted instantly. Su Hao stood firmly in place, while Bai Yilong retreated repeatedly, eventually crashing into the threshold and falling face-first into the dirt. The highly anticipated showdown between 2 titans, decided in a single move? Isn't Bai Yilong a master of the Shu Mountain sect? How come you can't even withstand one move? Bai Yufang flashed a hint of dissatisfaction. This cousin of hers was too embarrassing. He was clearly a disciple of a prestigious family, yet he couldn't beat Su Hao, who came from a self-taught background. What exactly happened? When Bai Jiruo returned, she was surprised to find that the 2 had actually started fighting. Sister, Brother Yilong is no match for Brother Su. Bai Anchuan watched the entire match and saw everything clearly. Who said that? I was just letting him have his way. After all, I am a disciple of the Bai family. While he is just an outsider, if I hit him too hard, it will only make the guest lose face. Even after getting up, Bai Yilong continued to show off. Oh? Are you planning to fight again? Su Hao was not afraid at all. Fight if you want. Who's afraid of who? Let's settle this today and see who is the Bai family's greatest ally. Bai Yilong was very dissatisfied and shouted loudly, about to make another move. Stop. Bai Ziyuan heard the commotion and came over. Seeing the 2 fighting. He looked very distressed. Yilong, Mr. Su is our honored guest. Why did you attack him? Fourth uncle, you didn't know this, did you? It was all caused by Su Hao. I kindly offered him a toast, and he actually called me trash. Bai Yilong said angrily. Impossible. Su Hao never provokes anyone. You must have provoked him first. Bai Jiruo didn't believe it. There must be something hidden in that statement. Jiruo, that's not right. Even if you like Su Hao, you can't be biased. I can testify that it was indeed Yilong who offered the toast first, and then Su Hao refused without any politeness and even insulted him. Bai Yufang immediately replied. That's right, we saw it too. It was indeed Su Hao who started this trouble. It was entirely his fault. Young Master Long has no problem with his manners. Mr. Su is being a bit too petty. Others also testified. Mr. Su, is this true? Bai Ziyuan frowned and asked calmly. It's fake, it's all fake. Young Master Long's toast is just another way of stirring up trouble. Because he put croton powder in my wine glass. Su Hao said coldly.
Nonsense, I didn't even touch your cup, how could I do such a despicable thing? Bai Yilong was surprised, realizing that the other party had seen his actions clearly.
Yes, there's no evidence, don't frame Yilong, Bai Yufang chimed in.
The others readily agreed. Bai Yilong has the advantage in numbers, but in a debate alone, Su Hao has no advantage.
Evidence? Of course there are.
This glass of wine just happens to have croton powder in it. Young Master Long, you didn't say there was no drugging in it, did you? Do you dare to finish it?
Su Hao said decisively.
Bai Yilong looked embarrassed. How could he drink this glass of wine? His resistance to croton powder was almost zero.
Once you drink it, you won't need to do anything else, you'll spend all your time running to the toilet. You dare not?
It seems the drugging incident has been confirmed. Bai Yilong, we thought you went out to learn some skills, but we didn't expect you to only learn some underhanded tricks. Bai Jiruo was very disappointed.
Nonsense. You, surnamed Su, didn't you want to prove yourself? Let's have a decisive battle. Enraged, Bai Yilong wanted to settle things with a contest. Enough, today is my birthday banquet. What kind of behavior is this, fighting and killing each other?
Furthermore, our family should unite and work together to deal with external enemies. There is no reason for us to fight.
Bai Ziyuan stepped in to smooth things over. Yes, peace is the most important thing.
Other elders also tried to persuade him. Very well, I'll give the family head face and not pursue Su Hao's responsibility any further, but this is a one-time exception. If he dares to provoke me again, I will definitely cripple him.
Bai Yilong said unwillingly. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with it, Su Hao said with a faint smile. Dad, it's clear what happened. It was all Yilong and Yufang's doing. Bai Jiruo was very unhappy. Su Hao hadn't done anything wrong, so why was everyone so hostile? Ziruo, you lack a sense of the big picture and act too impulsively. Today's main enemy is still Nangong. Our family must work together and not let him defeat us one by one. Bai Ziyuan's side internal strife at this time was completely unnecessary. He should be patient and no one should turn against their own people. 390, Chapter 390, for the big picture. The birthday banquet is about to begin. Bai Ziyuan, as the birthday celebrant, appeared at the main table.
Bai Jiruo and Baianan were seated in the front row. Bai Jiruo had also wanted to invite Su Hao over.
Come on, let's go over there,
she said with a smile. No need, I'm not from the Bai family. After Ali should stay with the guests. Su Hao shook his head and politely declined.
What, afraid of meeting the parents? Bai Jiruo joked softly. Alright, go and greet the guests. Su Hao shook his head. It wasn't time for that yet. Alright, calm down, don't be so impulsive,
Bai Jiruo said with a smile as she left. Su Hao was eventually invited by Chen Sisi to sit at a table with Cheng Jun and others.
Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? My dad's been talking about you. When are you coming over for a get-together?
Mr. Yang, you look more and more energetic lately, and you look younger than me.
Adam Liu, you've become more and more beautiful lately. Did you take some kind of magic pill? He kept getting up to greet various celebrities. He knows so many people,
Chen Sisi said with a faint smile. As Su Hao nodded, he didn't have this problem since he didn't know anyone. He could just keep his head down and eat.
Hey, Mr. Su, do you know that Mr. Zhou, his family owns a jewelry store chain with assets worth tens of billions?
Cheng Jun said boastfully.
What does this have to do with you? When you greet them, they don't even look you in the face. That's just trying to piggyback on someone else's success.
Don't think of yourself as a celebrity, you're still a bit short of being a top star.
Su Hao has a sharp eye and pointed it out without hesitation. How dare you say that to me? Of all the people present, which one do you recognize?
Cheng Jun scoffed. This guy was a complete country bumpkin, with no social skills whatsoever. He was practically invisible.
I don't need to know them, Su Hao said indifferently. He continued eating the fish.
Chung Jun grumbled a few more times, but Su Hao ignored him and treated him like air.
Brother Su, this lion's head meatball is pretty good, would you like to try it? Chen Sisi used her chopsticks to pick up some food for him. The rice wine here is also quite good, shall we have a toast? The person at the table was completely stunned. What is it about this guy that makes him so popular with a big star? Good. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction, the two clinked glasses, and then ate the same lion's head meatballs. Grass. Grass. Chang Jun cursed in frustration.
Those around them frowned. They were all classmates, so why were they treated differently? When did Chen Sisi become so friendly to them?
What exactly does this Su Hao do?
Some people were still not satisfied and asked Chung Jun about his background and origins. When they learned that he had no background at all, they immediately became unhappy.
Hey Su, you offended young Master Long first, and now you've offended young Master Cheng. Are you planning to offend all the young masters in the provincial capital?
This man was a big guy with a security company in his family and a rather powerful background. Young Master Xing, Brother Su is without desires or wants, why are you targeting him like this? Chen Sisi spoke up directly in his defense, feeling that Yang Juanqing was just making trouble for no reason.
No desires or wants, I think he's the most scheming Sisi. Judging from his appearance, he's a petty person. You have to be careful, don't let him sell you out and then help you count the money. Yang Juanqing said bluntly. What, you look like a monkey, how can you compare to me? Su Hao didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either, and he said bluntly without holding back. Yang Juanqing was furious. These words had hit a nerve. He was tall, dark-skinned, and covered in thick hair, and indeed some people called him a gorilla. Puff. Chen Sisi couldn't help but laugh when she thought of her nickname from her school days. This kind of person is truly courting death. Yang Juanqing said angrily. What, are you going to beat me up? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Damn it, I'm not going to stoop to your level. Yang Juanqing was indeed angry, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. The other party was just too strong, how could he possibly defeat him? Then shut up. Su Hao said without any politeness. Someone will take care of you sooner or later. Yang Juanqing was furious. Who could stand up and beat Su Hao down?
At the main table, Bai Ziyuan wore a faint smile. Everyone had been very considerate today, whether they were supposed to be there or not, everyone was present. Originally planned for 100 tables, they ended up increasing it to 120. It seems our Bai family still has some connections.
Bai Zhenyu said, not without emotion. Yes, everyone who came is doing us a favor. Bai Zhantong nodded. Are there some martial arts practitioners among them? Are they doing this out of respect for the Shu Mountain sect? That's right. But are these people really willing to help us when they cause trouble for the Nangong family? Some people sighed.
One sentence made everyone's expressions turn serious.
The current excitement is only temporary.
Everything will change as soon as Nangong Yu shows up.
Come on, let's toast the birthday celebrant.
Bai Zhenyu suddenly raised his glass.
Respect to the birthday celebrant. Thousands of people raised their glasses at the same time.
Thank you, and I wish everyone promotions, wealth, marriage, children, good health, and longevity.
Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. Dry.
Bai Zhenyu led the toast, and the others drank all their beverages or wines in one gulp. As expected of the Bai family, they've put on such a grand birthday celebration. Everyone is really giving us face. After all, this is a top-tier wealthy family in the provincial capital. This is considered a small event. The event was sudden, and many people couldn't make it. If it were held at the end of the year, we could probably add dozens more tables.
Wasn't today Nangong Yu's wedding day? Why hasn't he arrived yet?
The atmosphere was initially cheerful, but someone's comment caused an awkward silence.
Yes, where is Nangong Yuan?
Some people were looking at the time, others were looking outside the door, all waiting for the main character to appear. The Bai sisters, Bai Jiruo and Bai Jiruo, looked somewhat solemn as they greeted the guests. Bai Jiruo, in particular, felt increasingly irritated when she looked towards Su Hao and saw him chatting intimately with Chen Sisi.
Honestly, he wouldn't sit here, but he seemed to have endless things to say to Chen Sisi. When did their relationship become so close? Sis, what are you looking at? Baianan followed her gaze and immediately got angry, saying, how about we find someone to kidnap the big star and have another good meal? Huh, what did you say? Bai Jiruo was stunned. Hee, just kidding. I saw that you care too much about someone, Baianan teased.
No way, this is nothing. When he and Ling Yao are together, that's when you call them intimate. Bai Jiruo said, her brows furrowing. It said that Ling Yao has also come to the provincial capital, and they'll probably meet soon.
No, Su Hao is currently working at Ling Yao's company. Thinking about this, Bai Jiruo's mood plummeted. 391, Chapter 391. The storm is brewing. The Nangong family.
Spanning 1,000 temples, the magnificent and resplendent structure showcases the grandeur of a large family. In a secluded courtyard, Nangong Yu was intently practicing his martial arts, holding a longsword. Suddenly, a leaf drifted by. He twirled his sword, cleaving the leaf in two, then flicked his sword, unleashing bursts of sword energy that instantly turned the broken leaf into powder. Young master, your swordsmanship is truly formidable.
Have you reached the Grandmaster realm now? The butler walked in with a smile. Almost. Nangong Yu said coldly, frowning. What's the situation with the Bai family now?
Young master, they have no intention of getting married at all. They are holding a birthday banquet and are clearly preparing to oppose our Bai family. The steward was very displeased.
A birthday banquet? Has someone reached the end of their life? Let's go, and have a look at them. I hope they don't forget to prepare coffins today. I, the young master, am going to unleash a massacre. Nangong Yu said calmly. Young master is so domineering, we've been waiting for you.
The butler was overjoyed. Today's events are of great importance. Originally, it was the day the Nangong family was to welcome the bride, but the Bai family kept breaking off the engagement, showing no respect whatsoever. Now, Bai Ziyuan is holding a birthday banquet, as if to announce to the world that the Bai family is not afraid at all.
We'll head to the Bai family's residence in 10 minutes. Nangong Yu made the announcement coldly. As if by prior arrangement, Cheng Jun and Yang Juanqing kept greeting various celebrities.
Whenever they had free time, the two would stop and relentlessly mock Su Hao.
See that
was the young master of the Wang family, is a master of innate level, definitely stronger than you, Cheng Jun said. That was the legendary doctor from the Jishir Pavilion in Zhongzhou who just walked by. Aren't you running a clinic? If you became their apprentice, you'd definitely make a name for yourself. By the way, if they don't think much of you, then there's nothing you can do, Yang Juanqing mocked smugly.
So noisy. Su Hao frowned.
Just then, a man walked in through the door. He looked dashing and immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Ouyang Jun arrived. His eyes flickered, and seeing Su Hao there, he walked over and asked, Mr. Su, is there a seat here? Young Master Jun, do you know this good-for-nothing? Cheng Jun asked in surprise. Useless trash, this is a guest of our Lord Ouyang. Who the hell are you to dare to be rude to Mr. Su? Lord Ouyang was furious.
Cheng Jun, I'm sorry, I offended young Master Jun. Cheng Jun immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Compared with the Ouyang family, his family was insignificant, far inferior. Is sorry enough? Slap me 3 times, or I can blacklist your entire family with a single word.
Ouyang Jun said disdainfully. What kind of small family dares to oppose the Ouyang family? Snap. Snap. Snap.
Cheng Jun dared not disobey, and immediately slapped himself 3 times.
You! Get out of the way. This spot is mine. Ouyang Jun glanced around, spotted Yang Juanqing's spot, and forcefully snatched it away.
Yang Juanqing had no choice but to stand there, not daring to resist at all.
Mr. Su, didn't I handle this matter well? As soon as Ouyang Jun entered, he saw the two of them berating Su Hao.
He had been watching this for a long time, and now he finally exploded, finally venting his anger. They're just bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Su Hao shook his head. At least I can still bully others with my power, while some scoundrels can't even do that. Ouyang Jun didn't care about the sarcasm at all, and just looked at Cheng Jun and the other person with disdain. The others still don't understand why Ouyang Jun was so polite to Su Hao. Isn't he just an ordinary person? So young Master Jun actually has to listen to him? Unreasonable. Everyone was completely baffled. During the event, the Bai family steward and Bai Yufang invited Ouyang Jun to sit at the main table. He was there on behalf of the family and held a high position. After all, his grandfather was the former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Ouyang Jun declined all offers, saying that he would be content to stay by Mursa's side. There was nothing anyone could do but comply with his wishes. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to understand Mursa's background, Chen Sisi said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Mr. Su, today's events are quite complicated. Will you take action? Ouyang Jun asked in a low voice after taking his seat. Is the Nangong family making a move? Su Hao said calmly. That's right. According to our intelligence, Nangongyu is leading his elite troops and is about to arrive here. The entire Bai family is in danger. Mr. Su, please hear me out. The Nangong family is powerful. There's no need for us to fight the Bai family to the bitter end. Ouyang Jun, as a friend, kindly offered his advice. Do you think I'll leave? Su Hao asked calmly. Ouyang Jun smiled awkwardly. Yes, he was fearless and would never leave. He used to dare to fight against the entire Crimson Dragon gang alone, and now that the Bai family was still around, he would never leave no matter what. So, I'm going to see a good show today? Ouyang Jun asked expectantly. I hope so. If it's just a one-man show, it'll be a bit boring. Su Hao said indifferently. Ouyang Jun trembled. What does this statement mean? Su Hao didn't even put the Ouyang family in his eyes. During the birthday banquet, toasts were exchanged and the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. Nangongyu is here. Suddenly, someone shouted out. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to the door. A handsome man walked in, his expression cold and aloof, none other than the renowned Nangongyu. His butler followed behind him, while the rest of the people stayed outside. So handsome, this is what a top-tier playboy should be like. Young Master Nangong's temperament is simply unmatched. Did he marry Bai Jiruo? This is getting interesting. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Those unaware of the inside story were still happy for Bai Jiruo. Those who knew the inside story prepared their snacks and waited to see how things would unfold. Is he Nangongyu? Chen Sisi also. I was stunned. She's currently filming a period drama and feels that the male stars these days are lacking, they don't have that commanding presence. But I could sense the air of a noble young master about Nangongyu. Just by making eye contact, you can feel the extreme pressure emanating from the other person. Nangongyu. Bai Jiruo's expression changed. This person had finally revealed himself. What was bound to happen has finally happened. As the most outstanding young master in Dong province, Nangongyu's temperament far surpasses that of others. Even if Bai Jiruo rejected him, she had to admit that this guy was too good at pretending. In comparison, Su Hao was much more approachable, while this person was cold and aloof, with no emotional fluctuations, and was not likable at all. Young Master Nangong, you've come at the perfect time. Come over here and have a couple of drinks. Bai Ziyuan smiled, seemingly unaware of his purpose, yet still giving the Nangong family the highest honors. Want a couple of drinks? Patriarch Bai, if things go smoothly, I'll have to call you father-in-law. Nangongyu said coldly. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. 392, Chapter 392. Enough is enough. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bai Ziyuan frowned. Playing dumb? I'll enhance your memory. Nangongyu waved his hand, and immediately more than a dozen people walked in. Some carried phoenix coronet and wedding robes, some carried gold and silver jewelry, and other rare and precious items.
He announced in a loud voice, "Please bear witness, everyone here today is the auspicious day for Nangongyu to marry Bai Jiruo. If you would be so kind as to join us for a celebratory drink at the Nangong family home." My god, it's really true, young Master Nangong and Miss Bai Jiruo are getting married soon? I'm so envious. Miss Jiruo must have saved the galaxy in her past life to be able to join the Nangong family. With these two powerful families joining forces, what chance do other families have? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Su Hao frowned. Is this Nangongyu? Just as rumored, it is extremely domineering. The show is about to begin. Ouyang Jun smiled brightly. This is just the beginning, the most exciting part is yet to come. Nangongyu, what exactly do you mean? I have already clearly refused. Bai Jiruo will never marry you in this lifetime. The eldest daughter of the Bai family suddenly stood up. She was dressed in modern clothes, yet she was still breathtakingly beautiful. The young guest looked at her, then at Nangongyu, and thought that the two seemed to be a good match, both in terms of family background and personal qualities. If I had to describe it in 4 words, it would be a perfect match. Your decision is completely unimportant. I said I would marry you, and I will definitely do it. Today you only have 2 choices, either get married, immediately change your clothes, and come back with me to have your wedding ceremony, or I'll fight you and try to force you to set up a mourning hall. Nangongyu's domineering way. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped discussing. Only then did they realize that things had spiraled out of control. Bai Ziyuan's reason for holding a birthday celebration was not to celebrate double happiness, but to directly challenge the Nangong family. These two families did not move towards alliance, but rather towards hostility. Nangongyu, you are absolutely rude. Marriage is a choice between 2 people, and you can never force me to agree. With so many eyes watching, are you really going to continue being shameless to the very end? Bai Jiruo said angrily. Shameless? You really dare to say that? Our marriage was arranged long ago. It was clearly you who broke the engagement for some pretty boy. If anyone is shameless, it's you. Nangongyu said coldly. Wrong, completely wrong. We only had an intention to get married, but it was never formally confirmed before I rejected you. I didn't even accept any betrothal gifts, so how can you say I betrayed you? It is your Nangong family that not only forced a marriage but also harmed Miss Wang. Committing such heinous acts, you are despicable and worse than a beast who would want to marry you? Bai Jiruo spoke eloquently. You're talking to me about character? What's the use of this? In the face of true strength, everything else is laughable. I have only one goal, to have you. You have no choice. Nangongyu said coldly. At this moment, the woman who was just envying Bai Jiruo suddenly felt that this man was terrifying. He is self-centered and completely disregards the lives of those around him. Of course, some people think that as long as you give money and status, everything else is negotiable. It's much better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on the back of a bicycle. Nangongyu. Who do you think you are? Speaking such arrogant words, do you really think the Bai family is an easy target? Bai Ilong couldn't stand it anymore and roared. You're just a piece of trash from the Shu Mountain sect? Do you think you're something special just because you joined a prestigious sect? Who the hell do you think you are? Nangongyu said dismissively. Bai Ilong's face was grim. This was the second time today he had been called a piece of trash. Grass. Su Hao looked down on him, and so did Nangongyu. Are the titles of disciples of the Shu Mountain sect really that useless? Holy crap! You may look down on me, but you cannot underestimate the Shu Mountain sect. Do you know who my senior sister is? She is none other than Zhao Hongyu, the famous Zhao Qianjuan's sister, from the capital. She comes from a prestigious family. She's definitely not someone the Nangong family can easily mess with. Bai Ilong was somewhat insecure about himself. After all, the other party was Nangongyu, but it was a different story when she used the title of senior sister. A supreme family? My goodness, the Shu Mountain sect is truly full of talented people. Who is Zhao Hongyu? Is she famous?
Now even the Nangong family is finished. They're just the strongest family in the province, but in the entire Dragon Kingdom, they're nothing.
Things suddenly became interesting. Very good.
With Zhao Hongyu's influence, I believe Nangongyu won't dare to do anything. Bai Zhantan was delighted that it was a supreme family, a height that no family could ever reach in their entire lives. That's interesting's actually the junior brother of that little tagalong. Su Hao's opinion of Bai Yilong changed slightly. Even if you don't care about the monk, you can still be considered one of us in some ways. Everyone looked at Nangongyu, waiting for his reaction.
Will he just turn around and go home?
Bullshit, Zhao Hongyu, let her come over here and see if I'll give her any face.
Just because your family is powerful, you think you can bully the weak?
I, Nangongyu, will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. The young prodigy said with utter disdain.
But what he said left everyone stunned.
Bullying the weak and abusing one's power, isn't that exactly what the Nangong family excels at? Those who have come from there are the least qualified to say such things.
Nangongyu, you're not even afraid of my senior sister? Bai Yilong roared angrily. If your senior sister were really here, I might not be a match for her.
But would she even appear at a place like this? The Bai family is simply not qualified. Please ask her to meet with you. And you're nothing but a piece of trash, completely incapable of protecting the Bai family.
Nangongyu was just indifferent, not stupid.
Zhao Hongyu is someone you can't afford to offend. She was just saying that in anger, but dealing with Bai Yilong is still a piece of cake.
You look down on me? Bai Yilong said angrily. Nonsense. You're a piece of trash. Anyone with even a little bit of ability wouldn't respect you. Nangongyu sneered. Waste? How many times have I heard this word?
Bai Yilong considered himself a genius, and Nangongyu's words had offended him. He could no longer tolerate it and launched a fierce attack with a roar.
Bai Yilong, step back.
Bai Jiruo was shocked. The opponent was Nangongyu. To attack rashly would definitely result in a loss.
Unfortunately, it's too late to stop it now.
The Bai family genius, whose strength was close to that of a grandmaster, bounced back like a ball when facing Nangongyu.
Boom!
He knocked over several tables in succession, and when he finally stopped, he was covered in soup and looked extremely disheveled.
393, Chapter 393. Competing on number of people.
What's both funny and sad is that Bai Yilong also has a turtle on his head. He stood up angrily, his face bruised and battered, wanting to strike again, but he dared not. His pride was shattered after just one exchange of blows. Although he was also a genius teenager, ranking among the top 3 in Dong province, he was still no match for Nangongyu, who ranked first. The two were clearly at a similar level, both nearing the Grandmaster stage. However, their actual strength was worlds apart.
If you can't even withstand one move, how can you have the resources to fight to the end? Did you remember? You, Bai Yilong, are a piece of trash. Nangongyu made a cold announcement. Puff. Some young people couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter at the sight of Nangongyu's disheveled appearance.
So these are the experts from the Shu Mountain sect, they're nothing special.
Young Master Nangong is right. True masters would all think he's a piece of trash.
Not the best, but not the worst either. They only learned a little bit, but they really think they're experts.
He thinks he can protect the Bai family?
I feel sorry for Miss Hongyu. Why did she have to be stuck with such a useless junior brother? The sarcastic remarks reached Bai Yilong's ears, making him wish he could disappear into a crack in the ground. At this moment, Bai Zhantan's expression was equally unpleasant. It turns out there's such a big gap between the top 3 in the province.
Or rather, Nangongyu's strength is far ahead of others.
The remaining Wu Junbao and Bai Yilong were just there to make up the numbers. There are always busybodies who want to select 3 geniuses, and if they add another one, making it 4 geniuses, they'll have to add another one just to make up the numbers. Nangongyu, you've slandered senior sister, she definitely won't let you get away with this.
Bai Yilong couldn't win the fight himself, so he could only resort to a blustering threat. You mean Zhao Hongyu?
Make her tell me herself.
Nangongyu said dismissively.
Senior sister is in seclusion, she wouldn't stoop to your level. Bai Yilong said coldly. He was just mentioning her name. In reality, there were thousands of disciples in the Shu Mountain sect. He knew Zhao Hongyu, but Zhao Hongyu had never even heard of him.
What, you don't even have your senior sister's phone number?
Nan Gongyu's gaze was sharp.
Nonsense, I just didn't want to bother her. Bai Yilong's face turned bright red.
How about this, I'll give the Shushan sect face as long as Zhao Hongyu communicates with me personally. We'll let today's matter drop and I'll apologize to her and the Bai family.
Can you do it?
Nan Gongyu, seeing that he lacked the ability in this area, said sarcastically.
Longer, this is a golden opportunity, contact your senior sister now.
Bai Zhantan thought to himself, we can't miss such a good chance.
Yilong, you are the hope of the family, the rest is up to you. Calling my senior sister, isn't that an easy thing to do? Even in seclusion, there are times to rest, not eating or drinking is not an option.
Others also began to look forward to it.
All eyes were on Bai Yilong.
Everyone, please don't make things difficult for him.
There's no way he could contact Zhao Hongyu.
The Shushan sect has many disciples, and there may be thousands of disciples under the same master. Don't think that joining the Shu Mountain sect is something special. In reality, he might just be an outer disciple, without even a cultivation mentor.